Chapter 8:19. Since Supreme Snake Charmer had been chased away, he must be resentful. As long as Yi Xian guarded the entrance of Heaven's Prison Number 1, he would be able to find him. Of course, there was also a possibility that he would not be able to find him because he could leave from another entrance or go somewhere else to find his clansmen. Yi Xian decided to wait for a day. Time passed slowly, but Yi Xian did not sense any Supreme Being experts. What a tragedy! It seems that my plan has gone awry. Yi Xian cursed angrily. He had been waiting for half a day. If Supreme Snake Charmer really wanted to leave from this entrance, he should have arrived by now. However, he did not sense any Supreme Being. However, just as Yi Xian was about to conduct a thorough search, a powerful aura stepped into his sensing range. He's here. Yi Xian's body trembled. The eye of perception was like a super radar that could even detect the opponent's running movements. This person was Supreme Snake Charmer. You really came. You're courting death. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. 10% sword intent. The slash broke through the air, its speed surpassing that of the Snake Charmer clan's expert, who was only a Supreme Being at the middle stage. Rip. A crisp sound was heard as one of Supreme Snake Charmer's arms was cut off. What? Supreme Snake Charmer's eyes widened. He was a Supreme Being at the middle stage, an invincible existence in Heaven's prison. However, his arm was cut off by someone else. The other party was either a Supreme Being or had comprehended sword intent. Who is it? Supremacy Shimei looked over and saw a figure dashing toward her at high speed. Yi Xian. What? It's this guy? Supreme Snake Charmer's brain did not react for a moment. He thought that Yi Xian was the one he had just captured. However, in the next moment, he remembered that the other person was only at physique ceiling realm and had only comprehended incomplete sword intent. The Yi Xian in front of him looked exactly the same as before, but his aura was even more powerful. Most importantly, he had comprehended incomplete sword intent. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already rushed over with the Heavenly Dragon roaming steps. Facing such a powerful opponent, Supreme Snake Charmer was in despair. I'll give you 3 breaths time. Where's my brother? Said Yi. He was not going to tell Yi. Was. If I were to tell you, would you spare my life? Utmost exalted Snake Charms paused for a moment before asking. Has. Is. To be. Supreme Snake Charmer shuddered and hurriedly said, There's a mark on the map in my interspatial ring. When Yi Xian heard this, he hurried over and took off his interspatial ring. Then he quickly searched for it. Sure enough, there was a mark on the map. That should be where Supreme Snake Charmer was. If the mark is correct, I'll spare your life. Yi Xian put away his opponent's severed arm, then slapped him on the shoulder and forcibly dragged him away. This Supreme Snake Charmer was a super strong enemy to his clone, but she was nothing more than an ant to his main body. Although Supreme Snake Charmer was very upset, she wanted to see Yi Xian and Supreme Snake Charmer fight to the death. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast, much faster than Sovereign Snake Charms. In less than half a day, he'd arrived at the mountain. Damn it, they're gone. Yi Xian cursed when he arrived. His eye of perception did not detect anything. There was no one in this mountain. Where did they go? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. I don't know. I left after Lord Fox chased me away. Supreme Snake Charmer immediately shook his head. If he helped Yi Xian find his clone, Yi Xian might spare him. But now that Supreme Snake Charmer had left, he might be killed by Yi Xian. Tell me, where could she have gone? Yi Xian pressed. I really don't know. Supreme Snake Charmer still gave the same answer. Yi Xian looked into his eyes and said, If the Lord Fox you speak of is unable to charm my younger brother, where could she have gone? Unable to charm him? Supreme Snake Charmer was stunned. Why couldn't she charm him? Lord Fox was a second Tribulation Supreme. How could she be unable to charm a half-step Supreme? However, since Yi Xian asked, she could only follow Yi Xian's meaning. Find a stronger expert. Supreme Snake Charmer subconsciously said, if she can't do it, she will definitely find someone else. As far as I know, there is only one fox charmer in the Sunflame's sacred dynasty. She must have returned to the fox charmer sacred dynasty. Fox charmer sacred dynasty? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Supreme Snake Charmer's words made sense. A half-step Supreme who comprehended sword intent was a hot commodity. If she was nurtured, she would be a super battle force. If Lord Fox couldn't charm her, she might give it to someone else. She was only an early second Tribulation Supreme. Yi Xian could fight with her. However, if she gave her clone to someone else, Yi Xian would be in trouble. What if an expert couldn't charm him and killed his clone in anger? Damn it, I can only go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty and see if I can intercept her. Yi Xian did not dare to delay and continued to carry Supreme Snake Charmer. If he wanted to go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty, he had to go through the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to go directly to the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty's territory. The first Heaven Prison was connected to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Xian could go directly to the enemy's entrance. The Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty did have a Supreme Being expert, but Yi Xian did not care so much. Although he did not have a pass, he directly opened the entrance with his cultivation base. The Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty and the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty are neighbors. How can I go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty? After arriving at the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty, Yi Xian asked Supreme Snake Charmer. The Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty is an intermediate sacred dynasty. Therefore, the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty is no match for it. The border can be crossed, Supreme Snake Charmer replied. Is that so? Immediately, Yi Xian continued on his way. The Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty was an intermediate sacred dynasty. It was dozens of times stronger than the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, there were countless supreme beings there. When Yi Xian passed through the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty and arrived at the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty, he found that the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty's border general was a second Tribulation Supreme, as expected of an intermediate sacred dynasty. However, aren't the humans and the alien races opposing each other? Why can the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty and the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty pass through? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. Because the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty's imperial family has been charmed. Supreme Snake Charmer, who only had one arm, answered. I see. Chapter 8:20. If that Supreme Being from the Fox Charm clan has passed through here, we can ask her. Supreme Being Snake Charm suggested. I know. Yi Xian nodded and walked over. The general was a second Tribulation Supreme Being from the Fox Charm clan. He sensed the auras of Yi Xian and Supreme Being Snake Charm, so he kept his eyes on them. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly walked over. May I ask if there was a person who looked exactly like me who passed through this trial a few days ago? Yi Xian asked. The general narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi Xian. He shook his head and said, No. Then what about this woman from the Fox Charm clan? Yi Xian took out a portrait drawn by Supreme Being Snake Charm. It was Lord Fox's appearance. The general glanced at it and nodded. Yes, she caught a human. I didn't notice. He now understood that Lord Fox might have caught Yi Xian's twin brother. That was why Yi Xian came to investigate. Please tell me where she went, Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Hee. The general suddenly grinned and didn't say anything. Yi Xian immediately understood. He quickly took out a precious natural treasure and handed it over. After the general accepted it, he pointed in a direction and said, She seems to be going to the Lotus Heart tribe. Many thanks. Yi Xian immediately cupped his fists and left with Supreme Being Snake Charm. Fortunately, there was no war between the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty and the Heaven Bow Holy Dynasty. Otherwise, he would have to force his way through. How much do you know about the Lotus Heart tribe? Yi Xian turned around and asked Supreme Being Snake Charm. There are many tribes in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. However, to establish a tribe, the tribe leader has to be at least a second Tribulation Supreme Being. It's my first time here, so I don't know much about it, Supreme Being Snake Charm said, shaking her head. At least a second Tribulation Supreme Being. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If Lord Fox's destination was the Lotus Heart tribe, Then he would have to deal with at least 2 second tribulation supreme beings. However, his clone had been captured, so even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he still had to charge in. It had to be said that this was really too embarrassing. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen something like saving yourself. In order to avoid going the wrong way, Yi Xian bought a map from a passerby and rushed to the Lian Xan tribe. The Lotus Heart tribe was a small tribe. The tribe leader was only a second tribulation supreme venerable. However, there were more than 1,000 people in the tribe, including 100 supreme venerables. After Yi Xian arrived, he felt waves of aura. At the same time, he also felt the aura of his own clone. Found it? Yi Xian was overjoyed. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. He finally found his clone. His clone was in the Lotus Heart tribe. However, he did not sense the auras of the 2 second tribulation supremes. Strange that Lord Fox and the tribe leader are not in the Lotus Heart tribe. Furthermore, there is only one peak supreme being Fox Orc. Yi Xian was a little surprised. However, he couldn't care less. You, take a nap first. Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked Snake Charm's supreme venerable, who was beside him. He slapped the top of her head and she fell down. After that, Yi Xian placed her in a hidden place and rushed into the Lotus Heart tribe. Who is it? When he approached, a supreme venerable from the Fox Charm clan jumped out. Go to hell! Yi Xian did not say anything. He slashed with his sword and split the supreme venerable into 2 halves. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the supreme venerables in the Lotus Heart tribe. An unfamiliar aura. Who is it? The peak supreme being who was in charge of the Lotus Heart tribe shouted. Then he saw Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, charging towards him. You, go to hell too. Yi Xian slashed with his sword again. His attack was enough to kill a peak supreme being. However, this peak supreme being chose to block it. Boom! The peak supreme being's attack was easily dispersed by Yi Xian's slash. A cold light flashed, and the peak supreme being's head fell to the ground. Instant kill. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian quickly put away the interspatial ring. Then he dashed into a house. According to the Eye of Perception, he could sense that there was a peak supreme being guarding beside his clone. Then he slashed with his sword across the air. Rip! The peak supreme being died immediately and turned into a corpse. Clone, wake up! Yi Xian rushed in and merged with his clone. The Gemini bloodline instantly took effect. The clone's cultivation level and sword intent were all renewed. The heavenly sword technique reached 100% mastery, 10% sword intent, peak supreme being. Not only that, after merging with his clone, Yi Xian's strength increased by 10%. Phew, it was a close call. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded in rescuing himself this time. However, he was also lucky because the 2 second tribulation supreme beings were not in the Lotus Heart tribe. Then Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, walked out together with his clone. The experts of the Lotus Heart tribe had already surrounded them. There were more than a dozen peak supreme being and dozens of peak supreme being. Even a peak supreme being was instantly killed by me. Are you people here to die? Yi Xian's original body said. Who are you? Why did you kill the people of the Lotus Heart tribe? A peak supreme being from the Fox Charm tribe asked. Yi Xian did not answer his question. Instead, he threw out a portrait and said, Where did the person in this portrait go? The Fox Charm tribe man grabbed the portrait and exclaimed, Young clan leader? Young clan leader? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, Lady Fox was the daughter of the Lotus Heart tribe leader. Where is she? Yi Xian asked coldly. Do you think I will tell you? The Fox Charm tribe man said with a gloomy face. But in the next moment, a slash broke through the air. Swish! Swish! 2 supreme beings from the Fox Charm tribe fell. They were both peak supreme beings. Killing 2 peak supreme beings with a single slash was enough to intimidate the others. Not to mention, Yi Xian's attack could kill a peak supreme being in an instant. Even if these people attacked together, they would not be a match for Yi Xian. If you don't tell me, I will slaughter your tribe. Yi Xian directly attacked. A bloodbath immediately broke out in the Lotus Heart tribe. Stop, stop! The Fox Charm tribe man shouted. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian killed all the peak supreme beings in the Lotus Heart tribe. Only this man was left. I will speak, I will speak! The Fox Charm tribe man shouted anxiously. At this moment, he was the strongest person in the Lotus Heart tribe. Speak! Yi Xian put away the interspatial rings. Humans and beastmen were originally in opposing camps. As long as he wanted to, he could really annihilate the entire Lotus Heart tribe and leave no one alive. Just now, he only killed the intermediate stage supreme being Fox Charm tribesman. He was already being merciful. Chapter 8:21. The patriarch and young patriarch brought the experts of the tribe to the White Sun tribe, the man from the Fox Charm tribe said. Bringing so many experts there? Are they going to fight? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, why are they going to the White Sun tribe? Because the people of the White Sun tribe found a spiritual dream mushroom in our territory, so the patriarch and young patriarch went to ask for it. The man from the Fox Charm tribe answered. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. He heard a familiar name. Spiritual dream mushroom. It's actually the spiritual dream mushroom, a necessary item to activate the Eye of Control. Yi Xian's heart exploded. The Eye of Control was a very powerful sky eye. Its effect was similar to the Fox Charm tribe's charm, but Yi Xian knew that the Eye of Control was definitely better than the Charm tribe. I can't believe I found the spiritual dream mushroom. I must get it. Yi Xian's eyes widened. With the spiritual dream mushroom, he could activate the Eye of Control and control Supreme Snake Charm. The Sunflame Imperial family was still in danger. If he could control Supreme Snake Charm, he might be able to find out where the 3-second Tribulation Supremes were hiding. At that moment, Yi Xian's original body and his clone quickly left the Lotus Heart tribe and rushed toward the White Sun tribe. This time, he wanted to fight for the spiritual dream mushroom with his clone. The spiritual dream mushroom was a heavenly treasure that could increase one's mental strength. It could improve one's state of mind and prevent one from going berserk easily. At the same time, the spiritual dream mushroom could also increase the Fox Charm tribe's charm ability. That was why the White Sun tribe and the Lotus Heart tribe were fighting. When Yi Xian arrived at the White Sun tribe, the two sides had already started fighting. Apart from the patriarch and young patriarch, the Lotus Heart tribe had 6 supreme beings and 1 peak supreme being. The strength of the White Sun tribe was not weak either. They also had 2 second Tribulation Supremes. However, they only had 5 first Tribulation Supremes, which was 1 less. Shui Yuanji, hand over the spiritual dream mushroom. One of the second Tribulation Supremes shouted. He was the patriarch of the Lotus Heart tribe that Yi Xian was looking for. Humph, this spiritual dream mushroom was discovered by my clansmen, and you still want me to hand it over? Another man replied. He was the chief of the White Sun tribe. This spiritual dream mushroom grew in the territory of the Lotus Heart tribe. It should be mine. The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe continued. Why didn't you notice it in your tribe's territory? Cut the crap, the spirit dream mushroom belongs to the strong. The chief of the White Sun tribe was too lazy to talk nonsense. Alright, since you are courting death, I will kill you all. The tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe did not waste any more time. Listening to their conversation, Yi Xian thought for a moment. He guessed that the Lingming mushroom should be in the White Sun tribe patriarch's interspatial ring. He immediately fused with his clone, and his strength instantly increased by 10%. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. I'll cut off your left and right arms first. Yi Xian charged forward with his wolf fang sword in hand. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. 10% Sword Intent. After fusing 10% Sword Intent, Yi Xian's attack power was enough to kill a peak Supreme Martial Artist instantly. A peak Supreme Martial Artist didn't even have time to react before he was chopped into 2. He easily broke the Sovereign Golden Body. This was Sword Intent. The opponent of the dead man immediately reacted. However, in the next moment, a cold light flashed across his neck. Instant kill. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the 2 interspatial rings. His cultivation level increased by another level. The deaths of the two men attracted the attention of the others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked crazily with his sword again. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Swoosh. Another two figures fell. Yi Xian obtained another two interspatial rings. At this moment, two people from both sides had died. There were only 7 peak supreme martial artists left. Who is that guy? Damn it, he must be from the other tribes. Kill him. How dare he kill my tribesman? He is courting death. Immediately, 4 peak supreme martial artists swooped down. One of them even comprehended sword intent. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He attacked the 4 people crazily. After fusing, his strength would increase by 10%. Moreover, this increase was permanent. Therefore, the heavenly treasures he devoured just now were equivalent to 10% more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Xian easily killed the 3 sovereigns with a single sword strike. The remaining person was the one who had comprehended the incomplete sword intent. It's just incomplete sword intent. You are courting death. Yi Xian attacked with his sword again. He attacked his opponent with all his strength. This peak supreme martial artist from the Fox clan had a higher cultivation level than Yi Xian. Although his sword intent was lower than Yi Xian's by 5%, he was holding a supreme being divine weapon in his hand. This greatly increased his attack power. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Xian and his opponent exchanged blows. The difference in attack power between the two was actually not big. Waves of energy surged. However, the opponent had no intention of taking the interspatial rings. Therefore, Yi Xian benefited from the 3 interspatial rings. After Yi Xian devoured the 3 interspatial rings, his cultivation level reached the mid-stage supreme martial artist shackles. If he was given some more heavenly treasures, he would be able to break through. I will show you the power of the Gemini bloodline. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly separated from his clone. His entire body was divided into 2. His original body was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, while his clone was showing his true face. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly split into 2, this peak supreme martial artist was shocked. In this instant, Yi Xian took advantage of his weakness. Eye of Illusion. He was stunned for a moment. However, in the next moment, the 2 Yi Xian launched their attacks at the same time. The Fox clan's spiritual energy was stronger, so he quickly dispelled the illusion. However, by the time he reacted, 2 attacks containing 10% of sword intent were already close to him. Oh no! He slashed with his sword with all his might and dispersed the attack from Yi Xian's original body. However, he was cut in half by Yi Xian's clone. At this moment, Yi Xian merged with his clone again and dashed over. The interspatial rings were in his hands. Not only that, Yi Xian also obtained a paragon divine weapon this time. His strength soared again. There are 3 people left. I will kill you first. Yi Xian's clone attacked the 3 people in the sky again. His sudden appearance surprised everyone. At this time, the young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe finally noticed Yi Xian. How could it be him? The young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe was shocked. This was because she was the one who brought back Yi Xian's clone. At that time, Yi Xian's clone was only at 100% body sealing. However, how could he be so strong now that he could easily kill a peak supreme martial artist? Moreover, how could he merge with another person? This was beyond the young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe's understanding. Not only that, even the other 3 Second Tribulation supreme martial artists did not understand. Hiss! 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 After 3 crisp sounds, the remaining 3 peak supreme martial artists of the Fox clan were all killed by Yi Xian. Chapter 8:22. D***, where did they come from? The chief of the White Sun tribe gritted his teeth because 5 of the 11 supreme martial artists who had died were from the White Sun tribe. There were only 5 supreme martial artists in the entire White Sun tribe, and now all of them had died. Most importantly, the person who had died earlier was his own son. I want you to die. The chief of the White Sun tribe opened his eyes wide and suddenly swooped down, preparing to kill Yi Xian and his son. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had obtained the last 3 interspatial rings. Ha! Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger merged again. He looked at the chief of the White Sun tribe and grinned. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a supreme martial artist at the peak of the first tribulation. The system's notification sounded suddenly. Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged. What? The chief of the White Sun tribe opened his eyes wide and hurriedly attacked. However, at the same time, Yi Xian also attacked. Imperial Heaven Sword Technique, Rising Dragon Sword. 10% Sword Intent. Yi Xian, who was holding a supreme martial artist, directly swept his sword. Boom! The two sword auras collided and instantly exploded. However, Yi Xian was stronger in the end. After all, he had the bloodline of the sword god. Bang! The slash directly hit the chief of the White Sun tribe. Fortunately, he was stronger and did not die immediately after being hit by the sword. Bush, bush. The sound of air breaking rang again as Yi Xian slashed more than 10 times in an instant. Now, the chief of the White Sun tribe did not have the ability to block, so he could only dodge. However, at this moment, don't think of running. Yi Xian glared. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian saw the chief of the White Sun tribe's eyes, and an invisible force penetrated into them. Bang, bang, bang. More than 10 slashes all hit the chief of the White Sun tribe. He only took 3 slashes and was killed. When he died, Yi Xian was already approaching rapidly. The spiritual dream mushroom was in the universe ring of the White Sun tribe. However, the other 3 second tribulation supremes did not dare to approach. The White Sun tribe's patriarch wanted to kill Yi Xian, but he was unexpectedly killed by Yi Xian instead. Yi Xian's strength was probably not something they could match. After all, even if the tribe leader of the White Sun tribe and the tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe were to fight one-on-one, it would be difficult for them to kill each other even if they fought for hundreds of rounds. Go! The patriarch and young patriarch of the Lotus Heart tribe looked at each other and quickly retreated. Now, they didn't dare to have any ideas about the spiritual dream Zoisha. Their lives were more important. As for the vice chief of the White Sun tribe, he also turned around and left. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took off the universe ring of the White Sun tribe's chief. Ding! Eye of Control has been successfully activated. The system prompted. After hearing this notification, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a bewitching arc. You still want to leave now? Yi Xian quickly chased after him. This time, his target was the vice chief of the White Sun tribe because he was the closest to him. His speed on land was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the vice chief of the White Sun tribe and launched an attack. Stop! The vice chief of the White Sun tribe was scared to death and hurriedly raised his hands to defend. However, this attack was not infused with the sword essence because Yi Xian did not want him to die. Bam! The two sword essences collided, creating a huge commotion. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the Eye of Illusion on the vice chief. The vice chief of the White Sun tribe fell into the illusion, but his mental strength was strong and he instantly broke through the illusion. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian slashed his body with his sword. Bam! The vice chief of the White Sun tribe was severely injured, and at the same time, Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity. Eye of Control. This time, Yi Xian finally used the new Heavenly Eye. The Eye of Control could control a total of 5 people. The controlled person would obey Yi Xian unconditionally and would not have any intention of rebelling. Of course, if the Heavenly Eye bloodline evolved, the number of controlled people would increase. The vice chief of the White Sun tribe trembled. However, he was not controlled by Yi Xian yet. After all, he was the supreme being of the Foxy clan and he also knew how to charm people. However, when Yi Xian attacked him again, his will could not hold on and he was controlled by Yi Xian. Ding! Control successful. A notification sounded in his mind. Ha! I have subordinates now. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. Controlling a servant was like controlling an avatar. Immediately, he gave the vice chief of the White Sun tribe an order in his mind to chase after the 2 people of the Lotus Heart tribe. At the same time, he also went out to kill. What? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe felt that something was amiss. When he turned around, he was shocked. The vice chief of the Lotus Heart tribe, who was being chased by Yi Xian, suddenly joined forces with Yi Xian and flew toward them. What is going on? Yi Xian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the two people and he immediately created an avatar. How did he do it? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe and his daughter were shocked. They stopped and looked at Yi Xian. Now they were surrounded. Who are you? The young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe asked in horror. He, you kidnapped me and brought me to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Can't you recognize me? Yi Xian's avatar laughed. Impossible. You were just a half-step supreme being back then. The young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe said doubtfully. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I just want to ask you one thing. Will the two of you surrender or die? Yi Xian's avatar said coldly. Surrender or die. Hearing this, the chief and young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe looked at each other. Impossible. The two of them replied in unison. Since that's the case, I will kill the two of you and then the Lotus Heart tribe. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and was ready to attack. The two of them were shocked. Although Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than the two of them, Yi Xian's strength was much stronger than them. If they refused, they would definitely die here. At that time, the Lotus Heart tribe would be destroyed. Wait! The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe suddenly shouted. But, have you changed your mind? Yi Xian suddenly stopped. In fact, he wanted to give the other party a chance. Otherwise, he would have attacked directly and would not wait for the other party to speak. What do you mean by surrendering to you? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe asked. It means to be my servant. I will use a secret technique to control you. However, I will not change your mind. You will obey my orders unconditionally and follow me. In the future, your tribe will be stronger than it is now. Yi Xian said coldly. Control with a secret technique? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe and his daughter looked at each other again. If they refused, they would die immediately. Even the tribe that they had developed would be destroyed. Therefore, they chose to compromise. All right, I agree. The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe nodded in agreement. If that's the case, don't resist. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he immediately used the Eye of Control on them. To clarify, ever since Yu Luo started writing, although she said that she would at least update 3 chapters a day, she has always updated 4 chapters. She has never updated less than 3 chapters. The most she updated was 50 chapters a day. Everyone can see that. Chapter 8:23. Even though they were told not to resist, the tribe leader and young tribe leader were still a little reluctant. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. However, when they thought of Yi Xian's strength, they gave up on resisting. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 notifications rang out and Yi Xian had 2 more servants. Greetings, master. After the chief and young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe were subdued, they followed the vice chief of the White Sun tribe and landed on the ground. They knelt on one knee and said in unison. Seeing this, Yi Xian said with great enjoyment, Rise. The 3 of them stood up and looked at Yi Xian with the same look in their eyes. That was absolute submission. Yi Xian, who was only at the peak of First Tribulation Supreme, was overjoyed to have 3 Second Tribulation Supreme martial artists as his subordinates. From today onwards, your 2 tribes will be merged and you will be called the Lianyun tribe. You will be the tribe leader and vice tribe leader. Yi Xian said. The Lianyun tribe was named after Lianyun City, which was his hometown. The tribe leader was the original tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe, and vice tribe leader was the vice tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe. The 3 of them did not dare to object and nodded. Following that, Yi Xian checked the universe rings of the 3 of them to see if there was anything that could be used. After all, the 3 of them were his servants. It was only right for him to take the things that belonged to his servants. If he became stronger, the Lianyun tribe would become stronger as well. Therefore, he had no qualms about taking their things. At the same time, he asked for their names. The tribe leader of the Lianyun tribe was Yu Lai, his daughter was Yu Sini, and the vice tribe leader was Gon Feng. The beast tribe was a tribe formed by the mating of humans and beasts. Therefore, it was normal for them to use human names. Yu Lai, Ganfeng, I will leave the merging of the tribes to you. Yu Sini, come with me. Yi Xian said. But Yu Lai and Ganfeng replied. However, Yu Sini trembled. She was now Yi Xian's servant. Even if Yi Xian wanted her to sleep with him, she wouldn't dare to object. Ganfeng returned to the daytime tribe while Yi Xian brought Yu Lai and Yu Sini back to the Lotus Heart tribe. Yi Xian had killed quite a number of Lian Xian tribe members just now, so he didn't need to go in. He just needed to be the boss behind the scenes. Because of that, he directly left with Yu Sini and went to find that utmost exalted snake charmer. He had chopped off one of her arms and knocked her unconscious. She was hiding in a secluded place and had yet to wake up when Yi Xian returned. Eye of Control. Yi Xian didn't wake him up. He immediately used the Eye of Control. In an instant, the snake demon sovereign became Yi Xian's fourth servant. Although the sovereign of the demonic snake clan was only at the middle stage of the sovereign stage, Yi Xian had other intentions for controlling him. The Sunflame dynasty was still in danger, so Yi Xian had to rely on him to find the three people. After being controlled by Yi Xian, the snake demon sovereign woke up. Do you know the location of the people who attacked the Sunflame dynasty's imperial capital? Yi Xian asked directly. Yes. The snake demon sovereign answered without hesitation. Very good. Yi Xian directly asked him to write down the location. Then, Yi Xian said to Yu Sini, charm him. After saying that, Yi Xian released the sovereign of the snake demon clan. Then Yu Sini directly used charm on him. The Eye of Control could only control 5 people, but charm was much more than the Eye of Control. That was why Yi Xian brought Yu Sini along. Very good. Let's return to the Sunflame dynasty. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and immediately left with the 2 people. The Snake Demon Sovereign and the Fox Demon Sovereign were both very good. One of them could disguise himself even with the Eye of Revelation, while the other could charm others. This time, Yi Xian was determined to solve the crisis of the Sunflame dynasty. Immediately, Yi Xian brought Yu Sini and the Snake Demon Sovereign out of the Fox Demon Sovereign. Then, they passed through the Heaven Prison of the Tianbo dynasty and arrived at the Sunflame dynasty. Let's go back to the imperial capital first. Yi Xian thought and quickly brought the 2 people back to the imperial capital. At this time, there was a special array in the imperial capital. It should be the Sunflame array. Although there was an array blocking, Yi Xian could still sense the aura of the people in the array. Not one of them was missing. Phew, it seems that the 3-second tribulation supremacies did not attack again while I was away. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and immediately approached the Sunflame array. Who? A human supreme being yelled. It's me. Yi Xian replied. At this time, Yu Sini and the Snake Demon Sovereign were behind him under a black cloak. The Snake Demon Sovereign had the ability to transform. At the same level, even Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation could not see any clues. The Fox Demon Sovereign looked almost the same as a human, except that they had a fox tail and ears. When the human sovereign saw Yi Xian, he was overjoyed and said, Please wait for a moment, Yi Xian. The Sunflame array was the trump card of the Sunflame imperial family. It consumed a lot of dragon luck and resources to operate, and it was personally operated by the retired emperor. Then, the human sovereign opened a passage for Yi Xian and the other 2 to enter. Did anything happen recently? After leading the 2 in, Yi Xian asked. No, the 3-second tribulation supremacies did not appear. The human sovereign shook his head. In the battle that day, the retired emperor used a lot of dragon luck and 10% of sword intent to injure the 3-second tribulation supremacies. Therefore, the 3 should be recuperating and recruiting new people to prepare for the next attack. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. At this time, a few figures suddenly rushed over from afar, and at the same time, an old voice sounded. Who opened the array? The retired emperor shouted from afar. Father, Yi Xian is back. The human sovereign replied. He was the brother of the previous Sunflame emperor, and he was a prince of the Sunflame imperial family. Yi Xian. The retired emperor quickly rushed over with a few experts. He looked at Yi Xian with a frown and asked, How did you confirm his identity? The human sovereign frowned. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to confirm Yi Xian's identity. After all, the snake demon sovereign had the ability to transform. What if this Yi Xian in front of him was a fake, and a snake demon sovereign had transformed and entered in disguise? Not good. The retired emperor's expression changed. He hurriedly took out his weapon and said to Yi Xian in horror, "You, make them take off their cloaks." Yi Xian paused. It seemed that the retired emperor was beginning to suspect him. He was also thinking about how to convince the retired emperor and the others later. "Take them off," Yi Xian said calmly. Yu Cini and Supremacy Snake Demon did not say anything and directly took off their cloaks. Supremacy Snake Demon was fine because he had transformed into a middle-aged man. Chapter 8:24. It is indeed an alien race. The retired emperor immediately retreated. The Marquis was also frightened. Because of his carelessness, he had let an alien race in. This was bad. D***, prepare for battle. Someone shouted, and his voice echoed throughout the imperial city. Immediately, many supreme beings flew over. To be honest, even if Yi Xian started a war with the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, he was not afraid. With his strength, as long as he wanted to, he could kill all of them. However, he was not an alien race. Why would he kill the people of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty? Retired Emperor, they have been subdued by me. You can rest assured. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. Nonsense, how could an alien race recognize a human as their master? The retired emperor was in disbelief. That's right, you alien race. How dare you transform into Yi Xian? Don't even think about leaving today. Kill them. That is the supreme being of the Foxy clan. Be careful of her charm. Everyone shouted in fear. If that is the case, then I will offend you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the Marquis who had let him in. The Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. After the notification, the Marquis, who was in the early stage of the Supreme Being Level 1, was controlled by Yi Xian. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Master." Well, everyone present was shocked, including the retired emperor. D***, he was killed long ago. Is this also a disguise of the Foxy clan? The retired emperor cursed. After the battle that day, 2 of his sons died. Even the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's emperor, who did not participate in the battle, was killed and then impersonated. Now, another one of his sons had been killed. He was so anxious that he was overwhelmed with anger. Just as he was about to make a move, Yi Xian suddenly cut off one of the Marquis fingers in front of everyone. The finger fell to the ground, and everyone's attention was focused on it. However, what surprised them was that the finger did not change. This meant that the Marquis was not an impersonation of the supreme being of the Foxy clan, but a real human. Charm, this must be the charm of the Foxy clan. Immediately, someone reacted. F***ck, why don't you believe me? Yi Xian felt a little helpless as he released the prince. At the same time, he explained, when the foxes use their charms, their eyes will turn pink. Did you see that? After this reminder, everyone also thought of this point. I don't think so. The retired emperor thought to himself, but he was not very sure. After all, his attention was on that prince just now. Father, this? The prince swallowed his saliva and hurriedly picked up his severed finger. Even he couldn't explain what had just happened. Fortunately, if the sovereign golden body of an early-stage sovereign was broken, it was still relatively easy to repair it. However, Yi Xian knew they wouldn't believe it, so he said, "Everyone, look at her eyes." After saying that, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control on a middle-stage supreme being beside the retired emperor. Ding! Control successful. The system notification sounded. Then, the middle-stage supreme being walked out. Yi Xian swept his sword and cut off one of his fingers. Under everyone's gaze, this finger didn't change at all. Now, they didn't know what to say. Just now, the retired emperor had been staring at Yu Cini's eyes. Indeed, they didn't turn pink. However, the human beside him was still being controlled. What was going on? Everyone saw it. I used a secret technique to control 2 of the alien races. With the 2 of them around, I can find the 3-second tribulation supreme beings that day, said Yi Xian. The retired emperor was still a little skeptical. He said, Are you really Yi Xian? Of course I am. Senior, you saw it just now. Yu Xini's eyes didn't turn pink, which means she didn't use her charm. Moreover, I'm already at the peak of the first tribulation supreme being. My sovereign golden body is extremely difficult to repair, so I didn't test it myself. Yi Xian nodded. It was difficult for others to repair their sovereign golden body, but he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could heal them. However, if he cut off his own arm, it would wither, and it would be difficult to explain. The retired emperor and the others thought about it and finally decided to believe Yi Xian. This was because Yu Xini, who was beside Yi Xian, was also a second tribulation supreme being. If she made a move, she could charm them and start a fight. Everyone put away their weapons. The retired emperor said, Yi Xian, are you done with your business? I went to the Fox Charm dynasty. Now, I'm back to deal with the 3-second tribulation supreme beings. After saying that, Yi Xian took out a supreme being divine weapon and threw it to the retired emperor. He said, Senior, I'll go and find those 3 people now. After saying that, he left with Yu Xini and the one-armed supreme being Shi Mei, leaving behind a group of shocked people. In fact, Yi Xian could directly find the 3-second tribulation supreme beings and kill them. He just wanted to confirm the safety of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's imperial family. He didn't expect to cause such a misunderstanding. After leaving the imperial capital, Yi Xian left with the 2 of them. Back then, he didn't have the strength to fight against a second tribulation supreme being. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to take revenge. These alien races dared to target his family and friends. They deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Xian controlled Yu Xini of the Fox Charm race, and Yu Xini used her charm to control Supreme Being Shi Mei. Therefore, Supreme Being Shi Mei was also one of his people. According to Supreme Being Shi Mei's intelligence, the 3-second tribulation supreme beings were hiding in a secluded place. Yi Xian guessed that they were recuperating while informing the experts to prepare for another attack on the imperial capital. Yi Xian led Yu Xini and Supreme Being Shi Mei to the rendezvous point of the alien races. This was a canyon. It was said that there was a Supreme Being's sacred beast here, so no humans would come near. However, the Supreme Being's sacred beast posed no threat to the alien races. I sensed it. It's really the 3-second tribulation supreme beings. There are also a few first tribulation supreme beings. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Of the 3-second tribulation supreme beings, 2 were from the Mad Leopard tribe, and the last one was from the Demonic Snake tribe. Therefore, Yi Xian's goal was to kill the 2-second tribulation supreme beings and then control the shape-shifting supreme being Shi Mei. Yu Xini, go in later. You hold off the second tribulation supreme being from the Demonic Snake tribe, Yi Xian said to Yu Xini. Yes, master. Yu Xini nodded. It had to be said that it was a pleasure to have a beautiful Fox Charm race as a servant. The Fox Charm race was full of handsome men and beautiful women. When a beautiful woman with a fox tail called you master, the satisfaction was not something an ordinary person could enjoy. As for you, don't go in. Chapter 825. Yes. Supreme Snake Charmer nodded. Yu Xini was his master, and Yi Xian was Yu Xini's master, so he naturally had to listen to Yi Xian's orders. All right, let's kill. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he immediately took out a supreme divine weapon and charged in. Yu Xini followed closely behind. Who's there? The supreme martial artists in the canyon sensed the 2 killing intents. Immediately, someone shouted. The person who shouted was a peak supreme martial artist who had just been summoned. However, he did not survive Yi Xian's attack. Rip! With a crisp sound, his head was directly chopped off by Yi Xian. Yi Xian had always been known to be invincible among those of the same level. He was also a peak supreme martial artist, so how could his opponent be a match for him? At this moment, another person rushed over. Yu Xini held a weapon in her hand and directly slashed with it. Incomplete sword intent. Rip! The mid-level supreme martial artist of the wild leopard race was instantly killed. Not bad. I can nurture her. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Those who could comprehend sword intent were all geniuses. If the heavenly treasure that he had used to devour were given to Yusini, she would probably be able to break through. After all, the devour system was too greedy. The items required to level up were at least 10 times more than those of the same level. The two charged in, killing everyone in sight. After all, they were all from the other races. Who is so bold? A violent roar was heard. Yi Xian recognized this voice. It was the voice of the old man from the Snake Charmer clan. He sensed that the 3-second Tribulation Supreme martial artists were already charging toward him. Clone! In an instant, Yi Xian split into two and attacked the two leopard men. He had seen the strength of these 3 people that day. They were not weak, and they had all comprehended sword intent and fist intent. However, this bit of strength was not enough for him. Although merging could increase one's strength by 10%, in this case, it was better to split into 2. The 2 Yi Xian attacked the same person crazily. What? The leopard man's supreme being sensed the immense power in front of him and immediately dodged. However, the attacks of the 2 Yi Xian were very scattered. After dodging a few attacks, he was struck by the sword Emperor Slash. Boom! This early-stage second supreme being from the mad leopard race was sent flying. His wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Seeing this, the 2 Yi Xian quickly rushed over. Bastard, scram! The supreme being of the demonic snake clan bellowed and frantically punched Yi Xian. Yi Xian dodged one attack after another that contained incomplete fist intent. Your opponent is me. Yusini rushed over and instantly exchanged blows with the demonic snake clan supremacy. This supreme being of the demonic snake clan was a second tribulation supreme being. His shape-shifting ability was useful to Yi Xian, so Yi Xian didn't want to hurt him. He only wanted to subdue him. As for the 2 Leopardmen Supremes, they weren't so lucky. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. 10% Sword Intent. The 2 Yi Xian attacked at the same time. All of their attacks were directed at the severely injured Leopardman Supreme Being. The other Leopardman Supreme Being wanted to block the attacks, but he couldn't block all of them. He could only watch as all of the attacks landed on his companion. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian and his doppelganger attacked at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Almost all of the sword rays landed on the Leopardman Supreme Being. In an instant, he was blasted to death. Now that one was dead, there was only one left. Oh no, run. The Leopardman Supreme Being who was still alive changed his expression and quickly turned around. However, before that, Yi Xian used the Eye of Illusion on him again. By the time he reacted, countless attacks had already landed on him, instantly killing him. The 2 second tribulation supreme beings of the mad leopard race were both dead. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected the 2 interspatial rings. On the other side, Yusini was fighting the second tribulation supreme being of the demonic snake race. The latter's expression changed when he saw his 2 companions die. He quickly turned around and prepared to leave. However, before that, the 2 Yi Xian blocked his way. Submit to me or die. Yi Xian said calmly. Impossible. The old man shouted angrily. He looked at Yusini and said, You colluded with humans? The strong are respected. There is no such thing as collusion. Yusini, charm him. Yi Xian said directly. Yusini immediately did as she was told. Her eyes quickly turned pink. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly turned around. However, Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on him. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian's sky eye was different from the demonic fox race's charm. When Yusini of the demonic fox race used charm, her eyes would turn pink. However, Yi Xian's sky eye did not react at all. It could be activated as long as he saw the other party's eyes. At this moment, the snake-like old man was besieged by Yi Xian. His state of mind was somewhat unstable, so he took advantage of the situation to enter. However, he quickly broke through the environment. In the next moment, what awaited him was Yusini's charm. You think you can deal with me, who is at the same level as you? The old man tried his best to resist. However, Yusini was not the only one who knew how to control people. Yi Xian knew it too. Eye of Control. While Yusini was using charm, Yi Xian used the Eye of Control again. This time, the old man could not resist at all because he was using all his strength to resist Yusini's charm. Ding. Control successful. Greetings, master. The old man knelt down on one knee in the air. Very good. Yi Xian smiled in satisfaction. Now, he had another servant. Including Yu Lai, Gan Feng, and Yusini, he now had 4 servants. The Heavenly Eye race's bloodline did not evolve, so the Eye of Control can only control 5 people. However, 5 should be enough. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had 4 people under his control, he could control 1 more. If that was not enough, he could just remove Yusini's father, Yu Lai. After all, Yusini was in his hands, so Yu Lai would not dare to act rashly. Tell me, how many other races are hiding in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty? Yi Xian asked. Not many. However, I have already found the wild leopard ancestor of the wild leopard Holy Dynasty. He is a mid-stage second venerable. The old man replied. When the old man said that, Yi Xian and Yusini were shocked. Mid-stage second venerable? When will he arrive? Yi Xian asked again. In 1 or 2 days. The old man replied. When Yi Xian heard the old man's reply, he rejoiced that he had returned in time. Otherwise, the Sunflame Holy Dynasty would be annihilated the moment the wild leopard ancestor arrived. A mid-stage second venerable? With my strength, Yusini, and the old man, dealing with a mid-stage second venerable shouldn't be a problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With Yusini and the old man under his control, they could launch a sneak attack when the time came. Give me the interspatial ring. Yi Xian ordered the old man before turning to Yusini. Go and deal with the fish that escaped the net. Yes, master. Chapter 8:26. There were several other races in the surroundings, and they were all mid-stage supreme being experts. With Yusini's strength, dealing with them wouldn't be a problem. As a precaution, Yi Xian's clone also rushed out. After all, they had a plan to launch a sneak attack on the wild leopard ancestor later. Soon, Yi Xian's clone and Yusini returned with many interspatial rings. The snake old man's interspatial ring was also taken away by Yi Xian. Adding the 2 second tribulation supreme beings' interspatial ring, Yi Xian's harvest was bountiful. However, he was still some distance away from breaking through. The wild leopard ancestor was the strongest expert in the wild leopard holy dynasty, so there must be a lot of good things in his interspatial ring. Hence, Yi Xian estimated that as long as he killed or controlled the wild leopard ancestor, he would be able to reach the peak of the first tribulation supreme being realm. At that time, he would be able to undergo the tribulation. However, the retired emperor had told Yi Xian that the golden dragon patterned armor could only be used during the first tribulation. During the second tribulation, the golden dragon patterned armor would be shattered by the powerful lightning tribulation. In short, the golden dragon patterned armor was useless during the second tribulation, which made Yi Xian feel regretful. Since the wild leopard ancestor had yet to arrive, Yi Xian's group of 3 waited here. A day later, Yi Xian felt a powerful aura that he'd never felt before rapidly approaching him. He's here. You too be careful. Yi Xian said in a low voice, then stood behind Yusini. Yusini and the snake old man nodded slightly. Soon, a figure entered their eyes. Wild leopard ancestor, you're finally here. The snake old man said with a smile when he saw the newcomer. The wild leopard ancestor was taller than the average wild leopard. After all, he was the strongest expert in the wild leopard holy dynasty, and also the only second tribulation supreme being. Why is the fox charm race involved? What's the matter with that human? The wild leopard ancestor asked in astonishment. Don't worry, the reward I promised you won't be lacking. That human was charmed by her, and his aptitude is good, so we brought him along. The snake old man quickly explained. The wild leopard ancestor had heard of the fox charm race's charms, so he didn't think too much about it. However, he still asked, where are my clansmen? They've all gone to the Sunflame Emperor's capital and are hiding in the surroundings, waiting for us. The snake old man casually replied. The wild leopard ancestor snorted. I ask for half of the reward. The wild leopard ancestor snorted coldly. I ask for half of the reward. The wild leopard ancestor coldly snorted. The snake, Estes Longs divine's ancestor was Tit, from the emperor's Originally, it was half of the Sunflame's sacred dynasty's wealth and draconic luck. Now, with another half, it was 75% of the wealth and draconic luck. The wild leopard tribe's supremacy that was killed by Yi Xian also used dragon luck to improve their physique. However, Yi Xian had 10% sword intent, so their supremacy golden body was too weak. And this wild leopard ancestor was the wild leopard dynasty's boss, not an ordinary second-stage supremacy. This was also the reason why Yi Xian wanted the three of them to join forces to launch a sneak attack. If he knew that the wild leopard ancestor would come, Yi Xian would definitely have left the two supremacies behind to increase their combat strength. How can I not give you a reward for coming all the way here? The wild leopard ancestor snorted. The snake old man gritted his teeth and pretended to think for a while before saying, "All right, 75% it is." He originally wanted to destroy the Sun Flame Emperor dynasty and become the emperor. That way, he could collect dragon luck. However, he was now under Yi Xian's control, so he naturally pretended to agree to the wild leopard ancestor. Haha, great. The wild leopard ancestor laughed. Since that's the case, let's hurry. Alright. The snake old man nodded and then rushed over with Yu Cini and Yi Xian. Until now, the wild leopard ancestor didn't have any doubts. When the three of them got close, the wind suddenly blew. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Yi Xian suddenly split into two. Although it was said that their strength would increase by 10% when they fused, their attacks would double. This wasn't something that 10% strength could compare with. Not only that, but the snake old man and Yu Cini also attacked at the same time. The four of them had the same target. Countless powerful attacks were launched at the wild leopard ancestor. The wild leopard ancestor never thought that the snake demon old man and Yu Cini would actually attack him. Even more so, he never thought that Yi Xian would be able to create an identical person and even use 10% of his sword intent. Boom, 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 boom. The series of attacks landed on the wild leopard ancestor. Although his sovereign golden body was strong, it couldn't withstand so many attacks. The wild leopard ancestor's sovereign golden body was broken. He spurted blood from the attacks of Yi Xian and the other two and was instantly injured. The sovereign golden body is indeed powerful. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The wild leopard ancestor was the ancestor of the wild leopard dynasty. It was unknown how many dragons he had fished up to improve his sovereign golden body. It was already very good that they could injure him. Charm him, Yi Xian shouted. Yu Cini immediately understood and used her charm. The wild leopard ancestor wanted to dodge, but he was hit by Yi Xian's eye of illusion. The short moment of distraction allowed Yu Cini to see the wild leopard ancestor's eyes. Not only that, but Yi Xian also quickly used his eye of control. Yu Cini had failed to charm the old man before. Now, she used her charm to weaken the wild leopard ancestor's mental state, giving Yi Xian an opportunity to attack. The heavily injured wild leopard ancestor had to break the illusion, resist the charm, and resist Yi Xian's eye of control. However, he was still a mid-stage second tribulation supremacy. How could he be defeated so easily? I am the wild leopard ancestor. The wild leopard ancestor roared and suddenly slashed out with his sword. This was an attack that contained 10% of sword intent. And the target of this attack was Yi Xian. Yi Xian's clone also suddenly attacked. Several sword emperor slashes scattered the wild leopard ancestor's attack. His willpower is quite strong. Hit him. Yi Xian's main body continued to use his eye of control to weaken the wild leopard ancestor's willpower. However, using the eye of control continuously made his eyes a little rusty. This was the aftereffect of using too much eye power. The wild leopard ancestor was worthy of being a mid-stage second tribulation supremacy. He was very difficult to deal with. If Yi Xian were to deal with him alone, he would have to fight a battle of attrition. Unfortunately, Yi Xian still had two strong helpers. If you don't submit, we will join hands and kill you, Yi Xian's clone said in a cold tone. Chapter 8:27. If you don't submit, we'll join hands and kill you. Wild Leopard Patriarch's heart wavered when he heard those words. He was heavily injured and his strength had decreased by at least 40%. With only 60% of his strength left, there was no way he could escape from Yi Xian and the other two. Eye of Control. Yi Xian used the Eye of Control for the last time. He had exhausted too much of his eye power. If he didn't succeed, he would have to kill Wild Leopard Patriarch. Fortunately, Wild Leopard Patriarch was afraid of death, so he fell for it. Ding! Control successful. A notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. In fact, Yi Xian was prepared to use the advancement point on the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline to improve the ability of the Heavenly Eye. After all, he was 2 realms away from the other party, and there was still the Supremacy Tribulation. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. Greetings, Master. Wild Leopard Patriarch said respectfully as he covered his wound that was constantly spurting blood. Now, the 5 slots for the Eye of Control had been used up. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took out a jade bottle and threw it over. The jade bottle contained his blood. He had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, which could heal his Supremacy golden body quickly. It was much better than those elixirs. Wild Leopard Patriarch caught the jade bottle and drank Yi Xian's blood without thinking. Then, his wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This, Wild Leopard Patriarch, Snake Demon Elder, and Yu Cini were shocked. What kind of elixir was that? How could it heal his Supremacy golden body so quickly? Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He felt that he had a good eye for choosing a bloodline. The Sword God bloodline increased his attack power and perception by a lot. The Beast God bloodline increased his attack power against the beasts. The Divine Tree of Life bloodline recovered quickly. The Gemini bloodline gave him 2 lives. The Heavenly Eye clan bloodline gave him all kinds of heavenly eyes. He had now merged 5 bloodlines, 2 support bloodlines, 2 physique bloodlines, and 1 combat bloodline. The last item was the combat bloodline expansion slot. It was so expensive that even his eyes were going dizzy. It was not something that he could afford right now. Bloodlines weren't expensive, but the expansion slots were. Just the auxiliary bloodline expansion slots and the physique bloodline expansion slots were 100 million times more expensive than the former. I still have a lot of these healing pills. You all have them. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out a large pile of health potions. Right now, he was a mobile blood bank. As his cultivation level increased, the effects of his Divine Tree of Life bloodline would also increase. However, the effects of these blood potions would be greatly reduced for those with high cultivation levels. Yu Cini and the others' eyes lit up. Each of them had received 100 health potions. They had made a huge profit. After seeing their gazes, Yi Xian suddenly saw a way to make money, and that was blood. Patriarch Wild Leopard, give me your interspatial ring, ordered Yi Xian. Now that Patriarch Wild Leopard was subdued, he wouldn't hesitate even if Yi Xian asked him to commit suicide. He immediately threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. As expected of the patriarch of a holy dynasty, his wealth was comparable to that of a country. After Yi Xian kept the good stuff inside, he returned the interspatial ring to Patriarch Wild Leopard. Ding! The host has obtained the shackles of the First Tribulation Supremacy. The current success rate is 83%. The system notified. Only 83%? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He merged with his doppelganger and glanced at it again. The success rate of the tribulation was 100%. A 10% increase in strength didn't mean a 10% increase in the success rate of the tribulation. After all, a 10% increase in strength would bring about a huge change. Protect me, I am going to undergo the tribulation. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly landed on the ground. Ding! The tribulation begins. Patriarch Wild Leopard and the others looked at each other and immediately landed on the ground to protect him. The yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather rapidly. The second tribulation supremacy consisted of 2 tribulation lightning bolts. Moreover, the power of each tribulation lightning was more than 100 times stronger than the first tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian waited quietly. The dragon-patterned golden armor was of no help to him. Soon, the tribulation lightning was completed. A cold light flashed in the sky. Boom! A tribulation lightning bolt struck down and hit Yi Xian's head. Buzz! Yi Xian could hear the sound of electric current. However, with his powerful sovereign golden body, he was not afraid of the tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning was completed. The yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather the second tribulation lightning. Master is really amazing. When I was undergoing the tribulation, I was seriously injured by the first tribulation lightning bolt. I was lucky enough to survive the second tribulation lightning bolt. But he actually took it so easily. Patriarch Wild Leopard said in shock. Of course, Master's future is limitless. We can also benefit from his glory by following him. The snake demon old man also quickly flattered Yi Xian. As for Yu Cini, she watched silently. She did not like to talk, let alone flattering others. However, she still admired Yi Xian from the bottom of her heart. Boom! The second tribulation lightning struck down and struck Yi Xian's head again. Ding! Master has successfully passed the tribulation and is currently rebuilding his sovereign golden body. Tribulation, success. The second tribulation of the sovereign golden body was not difficult for Yi Xian at all. The imperial celestial tyrant body is really amazing. I feel that after my sovereign golden body is reconstructed, it might be stronger than Yu Cini. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and waited quietly. After a while, the sovereign golden body was reconstructed. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the snake demon old man and said, "Punch me with your fist intent." The snake demon old man was stunned when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Yes, master." The snake demon old man threw out a punch. The wind whistled and this punch landed directly on Yi Xian's body. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying by this punch and fiercely smashed into the canyon stone wall. Not long after, Yi Xian walked out without any injuries. This was not because the divine tree of life bloodline had healed his injuries, but because he was not injured in the first place. So strong. Yi Xian was shocked. The snake demon old man, who was at the same level as him, could not break his sovereign golden body with his incomplete fist intent. This meant that even if he stood there and let the snake demon old man hit him, the snake demon old man would not be able to break his defense. If I activate the Eye of Eternity and focus all my vital points on my eyes, I will really be an undying cockroach. Yi Xian was very excited. After activating the Eye of Eternity, the snake demon old man had to destroy Yi Xian's eyes to kill him. Moreover, the snake demon old man had to do it quickly. Otherwise, the divine tree of life bloodline would heal his injuries. However, if he did not say it, who would know that his vital points were his eyes? The shift of vital points meant that even if Yi Xian's head was cut off, he would not die. He would still be able to move after his heart was destroyed. With the help of the divine tree of life bloodline, he would heal his injuries. He was invincible. Chapter 8:28. A single bloodline was fine, but when all of them were combined together, it would be the best. For example, the Sword God bloodline, Beast God bloodline, Divine Tree of Life bloodline, and Gemini bloodline. Wild Leopard ancestor, does your Wild Leopard dynasty have a lot of dragon luck? Yi Xian asked suddenly. Wild Leopard ancestor paused for a moment before shaking his head. Not much. I used it to improve my sovereign golden body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the Sunflame dynasty personally. Alright, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. The most important thing for a dynasty was its dragon luck. If the overall dragon luck was strong, then the yuan qi in the dynasty would be more abundant, and it would be easier for those heavenly treasures to appear. On the other hand, if the dragon luck decreased, the dynasty's territory would become increasingly barren, and the strength of the country would decline. It was a pity that Yi Xian had used up a lot of dragon luck when he killed those wild leopard supremes. Otherwise, if he gathered all of it, his sovereign golden body could be improved again. "The three of you, follow me back to the imperial capital," Yi Xian said. Immediately, he brought Yu Xini and the other two, as well as the almost forgotten first supreme being from the demonic snake clan, back to the imperial capital. The crisis of the Sunflame dynasty was finally over. Yi Xian had fulfilled his promise to the Wolf Fang general with the help of the Sunflame Emperor. Now, the Nether Spirit sect was destroyed. Unfortunately, Emperor Rian was assassinated in secret. When Yi Xian returned to the imperial capital with a few servants, the retired emperor was so shocked that he prostrated himself on the ground. He had heard of the wild leopard ancestor's name, but such a ruthless person had been subdued by Yi Xian. This was too terrifying. Now that the Sunflame Emperor was dead and the retired emperor had abdicated, the position of emperor was handed over to the innocent sixth prince. Yi Xian also returned to the eastern continent to take a look. Fortunately, this time, it was a close call for him, otherwise he would be in deep trouble. Previously he had promised Song Suijing and Guan Yulan that he would only get married after breaking through to the Supreme Being level. Now that he had finally become a Supreme Being, he was here to fulfill his promise. After returning to the eastern continent, Yi Xian immediately found a place to build a city. Since he was of the earth attribute, building a city was very easy for him. This city was called Lianyun City. He didn't want Yi Chong and the others to go to the main continent because it was too dangerous. Moreover, as long as they had dragon luck, the origin chi of heaven and earth in the eastern continent wouldn't be too bad. Next, he used the ores he obtained to create 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. These 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry all had 100% body sealing strength. The battle prowess of 3,000 physique seals at full power was very strong for ordinary people, but in fact, an early-stage Supreme Being would be able to destroy them all. At the same time, Yi Xian also asked the wild leopard ancestor to leave behind a martial art. It was a cultivation technique that the wild leopard dynasty's royal family cultivated. It could also be used to increase one's physique to deal with the supremacy tribulation. As for the dragon-patterned golden armor, with the devouring system, it was naturally mass-produced. The materials used to forge the dragon-patterned golden armor were rare, but it was nothing to Yi Xian. After Lianyun City was built, Yi Xian also sent out invitations to the major forces. He was a supreme being, the strongest person in the entire eastern continent. His wedding naturally had to be held in a grand manner. The news spread quickly. Although many people didn't know who Yi Xian was, when they heard that Yi Xian was a supreme being who had surpassed the void god realm, Yi Xian immediately became a name that everyone knew. Before the big day, a large number of guests had already arrived. However, Yi Xian didn't have anyone else in Lianyun City, so there were plenty of rooms. The guests this time came from all over the world, including the Sword God Palace, Beast King Palace, Warlord Palace, Empress Pirates, and so on. Not only that, those families and forces who wanted to come could also come. Yi Xian welcomed them all. These people all wanted to see the Supreme Being, so there were more than 10,000 people at Yi Xian's wedding. Even in the entire eastern continent, it was the first time that more than 10,000 guests came to attend the wedding. Tomorrow was Yi Xian's big day. At this time, in a room in the Lianyun City Lord Mansion, Yi Xian sat on the bed with a smile, hugging the shoulders of the two beauties beside him, and said, "Sui Nyun, we are getting married tomorrow. Are you nervous?" When the two beauties heard this, their faces turned slightly red, and they were extremely shy. Although their strength had reached 100% physique sealing realm, and they could call the wind and summon the rain in the eastern continent, in front of Yi Xian, they were two little girls. It was impossible to say that they weren't nervous. Yi Xian suddenly remembered that when he transmigrated, his body was only 14 years old. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was 23 years old. It was simply too fast. Most importantly, whether it was Song Suijing or Guan Yulan, they were both older than him. He actually married two beautiful women. This was something that he never expected. "Yi Xian, do you want to marry us alone tomorrow, or?" At this time, Song Suijing suddenly turned her beautiful eyes and asked softly. Yi Xian understood what she meant and immediately chuckled, "Of course, I want to marry you alone. However, when it comes to the bridal chamber, it depends on the situation." When he said this, The two girls' faces turned red again. They also didn't expect that Yi Xian's clone wasn't a puppet, but an existence similar to his original body. It just so happened that there were two of them. Brother is also getting married tomorrow. When the time comes, we want to go through the heavenly tribulation together. Song Suijing suddenly changed the topic. Song Suijing's brother, Song Caijue, had already brought his wives over. When he was in the Great Song dynasty, Song Caijue had already married a few wives at the age of 18. Then he met Shi Man, the princess of the Sea tribe, in the Deep Sea Underground Palace. Then he met Lan Yu, the young master of the Battle King Palace. Therefore, Song Caijue would marry two beautiful women tomorrow, just like Yi Xian. However, there was a special main character who would be getting married tomorrow, and that was Yi Chong. The other party was naturally the first elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Lin Wenyue, and of course, Jiang Xinyan. Although Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan were already married, there was no one else at that time, only the two of them. Now, the King of Tule's palace no longer had the ability to stop Yi Chong, so they had to go through the wedding ceremony again. In addition, Lin Wenyue was finally recognized, which was something worth celebrating. Father and the judge have also sealed their bodies completely. With the dragon luck that I gave you, it won't be a problem for you to go through the first heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian nodded and said, the first heavenly tribulation was difficult for those without a strong background, but Yi Xian had the dragon-patterned golden armor and a large amount of dragon luck. Chapter 829. Yi Xian estimated that Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, Song Jeju, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, Qinghua, Xian Zhongshan, and the others could all break through. After tomorrow's wedding, they might as well break through together and become supremes, becoming legends in the Eastern continent. More than 10 people breaking through to supremes at the same time would definitely be passed down through the ages. After all, the famous experts in the Eastern continent were only Empty God Realm Great Emperors. Above Empty God Realm Great Emperors were half-step supremes, followed by supremes. That night, Yi Xian fell asleep with the two ladies in his arms. When the next day came, the outside was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was Yi Xian's big day, but he was very free. He only needed to make a majestic appearance on the day of the wedding. For this, he specially went to the Sunflame Holy Dynasty to capture a supreme-grade sacred beast. This supreme-grade sacred beast was called the Heaven-Mixing Scarlet Dragon. It was a red heavenly dragon, which was very suitable for this occasion. In addition, there were 3 7-colored sparrows. They were also supreme-grade sacred beasts. Wherever the 7-colored sparrows passed, they would leave behind a 7-colored rainbow, which was very beautiful. The heaven-mixing scarlet dragon was for Yi Xian himself, and the 3 7-colored sparrows were naturally left for the 6 brides. At this moment, the guests had already started to present their gifts. The people who started to present their gifts had great backgrounds. The strongest was naturally from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, followed by the Sword God Palace, Warlord Palace, and Tool King Palace. There were more than 10,000 guests, and there were more than 1,000 forces. However, everyone was an expert, so the time taken to present their gifts was not long. With Yi Xian's wealth, ordinary things could not move him, so he did not care too much and just went through the formalities. After the gifts were presented, the guests took their seats. Then, a dragon's roar resounded in the sky, which fell into everyone's ears. Look! Everyone turned their heads and saw a giant red dragon in the sky. The dragon's roar was so shocking that everyone was shocked to the point that they could not move. What a terrifying aura! What kind of void god beast is that? Hey, you idiot! Who is the main character today? He is a supreme-grade sacred beast. Would he capture a void god beast? At the very least, it should be a quasi-supreme-grade sacred beast, right? What quasi-supreme holy beast? That must be a supreme holy beast. The guests began to discuss among themselves. Indeed, only a supreme sacred beast was worthy of Yi Xian. In order to appear more handsome, Yi Xian deliberately let the Crimson Flame Chaos Dragon fly slowly. It wasn't easy for him to show off, so he naturally had to show off a little more. When the Heaven Red Flame Dragon approached, everyone realized how big it was. One of its wings was enough to cover the entire Lianyun city. Then, 3 figures descended from the back of the dragon. They were Yi Xian, Yi Chong, and Song Caijue. The 3 grooms have arrived. The guests' eyes lit up. However, all of their attention was focused on Yi Xian. Supreme Being? That's the Supreme Being? It feels no different from us. Nonsense. The Supreme Being is also a human. Of course, he looks no different from us. However, if he wants to kill us, I'm afraid that just his aura alone can make our hearts explode. Do you see that? The people at that table are the distinguished guests of the Sunflame's sacred dynasty. Even if the entire eastern continent and chaotic astral ocean were to combine forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat one of them. Yi Xian and the other 2 landed and stepped into the palace that was hung with countless red lanterns. There were already many people in the palace. Lianyun City's Yi family, Shattering Cloud Sect, Shattering Cloud Pirate Group, Soaring Sky Mansion, Great Song Dynasty, Deep Sea Underground Palace, Tool King Hall, Battle King Hall, Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty, Mysterious Mountain, and so on. In short, they were all directly related to the bride and groom. Among these forces, there were differences in the strength of the younger generation. The weaker ones were only at the Void God realm, while the stronger ones had already reached the Supreme Being realm. For example, the 6th prince had just broken through not long ago. In order to not cause a commotion, Yusini and the other pagans were guarding somewhere else. Alright, let's welcome the first pair of brides. After seeing Yi Xian and the other 2 arrive, someone shouted loudly. Then, a rainbow-colored figure flew over from the horizon. The first rainbow-colored sparrow carried Jiang Xinyan and Lin Wenyue. Let's welcome the second pair of brides. The second rainbow-colored sparrow carried Shi Man, the princess of the Sea Tribe, and Lan Yu, the young master of the Battle King Hall. Let's welcome the third pair of brides. The last rainbow-colored sparrow carried Song Suijing and Guan Yulan. Since they were all on the same side, they might as well go through the ceremony together to save themselves the trouble. The 3 rainbow-colored sparrows formed 3 rainbow bridges, dazzling the guests below. There was nothing to say about the way they made their entrance. Today was a day of great joy. There were 3 brides and 6 grooms. Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, Jiang Xinyan, Lin Wenyue, Shi Man, and Lan Yu were all wearing red dresses. After they made their entrance, the eyes of everyone present lit up. A phrase appeared in their minds at the same time, a perfect match. Although Jiang Xinyan was already a mother, this time, she blushed and looked bashful. Yi Xian and Yi Chong looked at each other and immediately laughed. Let's begin the ceremony. The 6 women walked to their respective husbands. Song Suijing and Guan Yulan also stood on either side of Yi Xian. First bow to the heavens and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Enter, however, at this moment. Suddenly, a strange laughter fell into everyone's ears. Yi Xian was instantly enraged. Who dared to laugh at this time? If he found out who it was, he would definitely give that person a good beating. Everyone was also shocked and began to search for the source of the laughter. Yi Xian immediately began to sense and found that no one in the entire Lianyun city was laughing. So, where did this laughter come from? What's going on? Yi Chong frowned and asked. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the entrance of the palace. It was a young man wearing a red and blue robe. He looked to be around 80 years old. However, when Yi Xian saw him, he was completely stunned. His eye of revelation could not see through this person. May I ask who you are? Yi Xian hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully cupped his fists. He estimated that the young man in the red and blue robe was at least a 3rd Tribulation Supreme. Get lost. However, unexpectedly, the mysterious young man glared at Yi Xian and sent him flying. How was this possible? Everyone was shocked. With just a glance, Yi Xian, a 2nd Tribulation Supreme, was sent flying. What kind of ability was this? I finally found the perfect yin-yang twin physique. Perfect, this is really perfect. Chapter 830. After hearing the words of the mysterious youth, everyone present reacted. This person came for Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Quick, acknowledge me as your master and become my disciple. I can make you as strong as me. the mysterious youth said eagerly. Song Suijing was too lazy to pay attention to him. Shi and Guan Yulan rushed to Yi Xian's side and comforted him. At this time, Yi Xian also understood that the other party was not a third Tribulation Supreme. He was afraid that the other party could kill him with just a glance. "Who are you?" Yi Xian asked again. "Fine, I'll tell you. I'm the Yin Yang Old Ancestor. I've taken a fancy to these two and want to take them as my disciples. If you know what's good for you, then shut your mouth. Not just anyone can be taken as my disciple." The mysterious young man said coldly. "Yin Yang Old Ancestor?" Yi Xian quickly searched his memory, but he did not hear of this name. However, he could guess that the Yin Yang Old Ancestor referred to the Yin Yang twin physique. Song Suijing's face became extremely pale. The other party could seriously injure Yi Xian with just a glance. His strength was terrifying. If she did not obey, everyone here would die. "Okay, I agree." Song Suijing was not a fool and immediately agreed. "I also agree." Adjudicator Song also understood this point and hurriedly said, "Ha!" After hearing the two's answer, the Yin Yang Old Ancestor laughed again. There were actually two voices in his laughter. "Sister, we finally found a perfect Yin Yang twin physique. Tell me, how many years has it been?" The Yin Yang Old Ancestor suddenly said. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The Yin Yang Old Ancestor has a sister? However, in the next moment, everyone present was frightened. The Yin Yang Old Ancestor opened his mouth again, but it was a woman's voice. "Brother, it has been 230 years. The people present widened their eyes. The Yin Yang Old Ancestor answered his own question. Not only that, but the 230 years also shocked everyone present. Among the people present, the oldest was only 100 years old. However, Old Ancestor Yin Yang had been searching for the perfect Yin and Yang dual physique for 230 years. How old was he? However, Yi Xian's attention was not on these 230 years, but on the voice of the Yin Yang Ancestor. Not good. Could it be that the Yin Yang Patriarch is a hermaphrodite? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He guessed that the Yin Yang Old Ancestor might have been two people in the past. Like Song Suijing and Song Caijue, they had the Yin and Yang twin physiques. Then, they cultivated some kind of technique and shared the same body. Thinking of this, Yi Xian panicked. "Ha, let's not talk nonsense. You two come with me," Old Ancestor Yin Yang said, preparing to leave with Song Suijing and Caijue Song. "Wait!" Song Suijing suddenly shouted. "What? Do you think that kid can see you again?" Old Ancestor Yin Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "A mere second Tribulation Supremacy should be the overlord of this small place. Let's go." In the next moment, a gust of wind blew in the hall. When Yi Xian heard the voice, Song Suijing and Caijue Song had already disappeared, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Yi Xian got up from the ground, roared, and chased after them. However, even with the eye of perception, he couldn't find the aura of the Yin Yang Old Ancestor. Last time, he went to the Tool King Hall to steal the bride, but this time, he was the one who was robbed. Moreover, the opponent was a mysterious powerhouse that even he couldn't resist. Yi Xian wandered around Lianyun City like a madman, but he still couldn't find the Yin Yang Old Ancestor and Caijue Song. The people in Lianyun City were shocked. A dignified supremacy was robbed of his wife by a mysterious powerhouse. What kind of situation was this? Yi Xian created a clone and searched for them in Lianyun City for a long time, but he still couldn't find them. This was troublesome. If it was someone else, Yi Xian wouldn't be worried. However, the Yin Yang Old Ancestor was weird. The two siblings shared the same body, which scared Yi Xian. The other party obviously didn't want Song Suijing and Caijue Song to have anything to do with Yi Xian, a country bumpkin, so they directly took them away. Damn it, what should I do now? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He quickly used the Eye of Control to send a message to Wild Leopard Old Ancestor. Wild Leopard Old Ancestor was his servant now, so he might know something. The Eye of Control had a mysterious connection between the controller and the controlled, so Wild Leopard Old Ancestor quickly found him. "Master," Wild Leopard Old Ancestor respectfully said. Immediately, Yi Xian narrated the situation. After Wild Leopard Old Ancestor heard it, his face turned pale with shock. Yi Xian, a second Tribulation Supreme, was sent flying with just a glance. What kind of strength was that? Master, I have never heard of this Yin Yang Old Ancestor. Maybe he's an expert from a human intermediate holy dynasty. Wild Leopard Old Ancestor said. An intermediate holy dynasty? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If it was an intermediate holy dynasty, the gap between him and the other party shouldn't be big. However, he felt that something was wrong. That Yin Yang Old Ancestor wasn't as simple as a supreme. Right, Tianju Old Immortal. Yi Xian suddenly thought of a person. Even a supreme couldn't pass through Tianju Old Immortal's array. The sixth prince of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty and the others came from the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, he might understand that Tianju Old Immortal was very strong. At that moment, Yi Xian's original body went to the great wilderness, while his clone went back to comfort his family. Previously, the great wilderness was a problem, but with Yi Xian's current realm, he could come and go freely in the great wilderness. However, how was he going to find Tianju Old Immortal? No matter what, he had to find the place where Tianju Old Immortal had appeared that day. The array there was still there. Yi Xian looked at the array and shouted loudly, "Junior Yi Xian wishes to see Senior." His voice was very loud. After all, he didn't know where Tianju Old Immortal was. He just wanted to try his luck. If Tianju Old Immortal didn't appear, he would go in. However, what surprised him was, "Follow the light and come in." An old man's voice came from inside. Then Yi Xian saw a pillar of light soaring into the sky. It seemed very close but also very far. Yi Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, Senior." This was his first time entering the array, but the array didn't reject him. Chapter 8:31. When Yi Xian found the light pillar, his whole body was boiling because his eye of perception had sensed countless auras that were stronger than him. The desolate beast tribe. How could it be? All of them are supreme beings? Yi Xian was stunned. All the beast tribe in the deep mountains had reached the supreme being realm. As he flew over, he had sensed hundreds of supreme being auras. Among them, there were quite a few that made his heart beat faster. One should know that the beast tribe didn't even have a void god realm great emperor, only a few level 9 beast kings. But now, old immortal Tianju is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and quickly landed in the light pillar. In the next moment, the scene in front of him changed and appeared in front of a small wooden house. At this moment, a white-robed old man was sitting at the stone table outside the wooden house. It was old immortal Tianju who had appeared that day. "Greetings, Senior." Yi Xian quickly clasped his fist. Old immortal Tianju looked at him and said slowly, "You're here to ask about the Yin Yang Old Ancestor, right?" Yi Xian's heart trembled. Old immortal Tianju was indeed not an ordinary person. Not only could he hear his voice from so far away, but he also knew what had happened in Lianyun City. "Yes, please tell me," Yi Xian quickly said. "It's useless." Old immortal Tianju shook his head. "Your realm is too low. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to find it. If you want to find it, you have to at least break through to the Supreme Being realm." Break through to the Supreme Being realm. Yi Xian was frightened. No wonder he felt that something was wrong. The Yin Yang Old Ancestor was really a super expert that had surpassed the Supreme Being realm. Then what was the realm after the Supreme Being realm? This time, the Yin Yang Old Ancestor came to the Eastern continent because of my carelessness. Later, I will seal off the entire Eastern continent and the chaotic astral ocean. Outsiders will not be able to enter as a form of protection. Old immortal Tianju said. Suddenly, he took out a round jade pendant and threw it to Yi Xian. "The answer is on this pendant. When your realm is high enough, you will know it. You don't have to worry." Although the Yin Yang Old Ancestors' cultivation method is strange, their realms are too low. It won't be easy for them to merge. Moreover, one of the important conditions for merging is that the frequency of the heart and soul is the same. If they reject each other, the Yin Yang Old Ancestor will not succeed. Hearing this, ye old immortal Tianju heavens. How could Judge Song and his sister compromise? Many thanks, Senior. Yi Xian quickly thanked old immortal Tianju. Old immortal Tianju didn't say anything and just waved his hand. Then, the scene in front of Yi Xian changed again. He had returned to the outside of the formation. Immortal Tian. Yi Xian was already completely shocked. He felt that old immortal Tianju was much more awesome than ancestor Yin Yang. But he didn't have the time to think about it. Due to the difference in realm and soul frequency, they won't become the next Yin Yang old ancestor. However, I have to hurry up and become stronger as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart and left. At the same time, his avatar told Guan Yulan and the others about what happened. As for his original body, he took Yusini and the others to the main continent. East Continent, Lianyun City. Lun, I'm sorry. Yi Xian's avatar said guiltily. Guan Yulan shook her head and said, finding old immortal Tianju is more important. No one expected such a thing to happen. Yi Xian didn't go to find his fiancée, but his new wife. He had already decided that if he found the Yin Yang old ancestor, he would definitely skin him alive. Beside Yi Xian were Yi Chong and the others, as well as Shi Man and Lan Yu. The two of them had just married Song Caijue, but Song Caijue was taken away. They didn't feel good about it. Don't worry, I will bring them back. Yi Xian said solemnly. Although he felt sorry for Guan Yulan, he didn't have the mood to sleep with her after such a thing happened. Yi Xian's original body returned to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty in the main continent. Now, he had to make a plan. I don't think I can improve in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty. If I want to improve, I have to go to a mid-grade Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian thought for a while and rushed to the First Heaven Prison. His current plan was to go to the Fox Charms Sacred Dynasty. As long as he had enough strength, he would be able to find the Yin Yang old ancestor and save Song Suijing and Song Caijue. Yi Xian returned to the Fox Charms Sacred Dynasty. When he returned, Yu Lai and Gan Feng had already integrated the Lotus Heart tribe and the White Sun tribe. The new tribe was called the Lianyun tribe. At this moment, in a mountain outside the Lianyun tribe. Master, the Lianyun tribe has been integrated. Yu Lai knelt on one knee and reported. Very good. Here are some things that I need you to help me investigate. Yi Xian threw a few pieces of paper to Yu Lai. There were two things that he wanted to investigate. The first was the Yin Yang old ancestor and the second was the necessities for activating the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline. These necessities were extremely rare. It was considered good to have 3 of them in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. After all, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was a low-grade sacred dynasty. Their dragon luck wasn't high. Hence, they didn't have many natural treasures. However, the Fox Charms Sacred Dynasty was different. The Fox Charms Sacred Dynasty was a mid-grade sacred dynasty. It was more than 100 times stronger than the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Thus, Yu Lai nodded, then left the area. However, just as Yi Xian was about to wander around to see if there was any place to train, he suddenly caught a strong aura. HM? Who is it? Yi Xian furrowed his brows. These people seem to be heading for the Lianyun tribe. 2 mid-second Tribulation Supremes and 5 early second Tribulation Supremes. What are they trying to do? Yi Xian's expression changed. He quickly brought Yusini and the other 2 over. He was the one who built the Lianyun tribe. He still hoped that the Lianyun tribe would help him gather information. He couldn't just destroy it. At this moment, Yu Lai had already returned to the Lianyun tribe. Not long after, he sensed the powerful aura. Yu Lai, come out and see me. An old voice entered the ears of the 2,000 people in the Lianyun tribe. When Yu Lai heard the voice, his body trembled violently. He quickly flew out. So it's Lord Chao from the desolate mighty tribe. May I know what brings you to the Lianyun tribe? Yu Lai replied. I heard that you have allied with the White Sun tribe. So it's called the Lianyun tribe. The leader of the Fox tribe said with a smile, I don't care. I'm here today on the orders of my young clan leader to pick up Miss Yu. Chapter 8:32. The Lady Yu the Fox Elder was referring to was none other than Yu Lai's daughter, Yusini. Back then, The young master of the desolate mighty tribe fell in love with her at first sight and wanted to take her as his concubine. Today, the fox elder was here to deliver the betrothal gifts. Yu Cini ran to the Sunflame's sacred dynasty to hide from the young master of the desolate mighty tribe. "I'm sorry, I don't know where Cini is," Yu Lai hurriedly said. I heard that you and Lady Yu went to the daytime tribe together. Now you're telling me that you don't know where she is? Could it be that you're hiding her?" The fox elder snorted coldly. Yu Lai's heart trembled again. He didn't hide Yu Cini, but Yu Cini's current master was Yi Xian. He didn't know what to do now. "I wouldn't dare," Yu Lai hurriedly said. "I'm sure you wouldn't dare. Here's the betrothal gifts. When Lady Yu returns, you can go to the desolate mighty tribe to marry the young master." The old fox tossed an interspatial ring to Yu Lai before he entered the room. He didn't give Yu Lai any chance to refuse. After they left, Yu Lai hurriedly took the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. "What's going on?" Yi Xian was about to make a move, but he didn't expect that the enemy wasn't here to massacre the tribe. Yu Lai quickly explained the situation to Yu Cini. Yu Cini exclaimed in shock, "It's him! The young master of the desolate mighty tribe wants to marry Yu Cini?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. He took the interspatial ring and took a look. There's a lot of betrothal gifts. The items in the interspatial ring were almost comparable to what he looted from the wild leopard patriarch. "Master, you mean?" Yu Lai asked. "You may be my servants, but I respect your wishes." "Yu Cini, what do you think?" Yi Xian asked. If Yu Cini agreed, then everyone would be happy. If she refused, then the Lianyun tribe would be in danger. After all, the desolate mighty tribe had a second supremacy expert. Yu Cini recalled the young master of the desolate mighty tribe and replied directly, "I don't want to." The young master of the desolate mighty tribe had already taken in more than 10 concubines. "All right, since that's the case, there's only one way left. Kill them all." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he said, "This time, the 5 of us will go and wipe out that team from before." Upon hearing those words, Yu Lai and the others were shocked. That team just now had 2 middle-stage second supremes and 5 early-stage first supremes. On Yi Xian's side, excluding Yi Xian, there was only the wild leopard ancestor, a mid-stage second venerable. As for Yu Lai, Ganfeng, Yu Cini, and the snake old man, they were all at the early first venerable realm. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the second tribulation supreme martial artist level, it was extremely easy for him to deal with a second tribulation supreme martial artist. "All right, let's go and stop them." Yi Xian was not worried at all. He called Ganfeng and chased after them. The other party's speed was not fast, and everyone caught up with them easily. The old man from the desolate mighty tribe turned around and saw that Yu Lai had returned with a group of people. At this time, the snake old man had already disguised himself as a human, and so did Yi Xian. However, the wild leopard ancestor could not disguise himself as a human, so he could only wear a black cloak to conceal his aura. "Miss you?" The fox old man's eyes lit up. "Lord Zhao." Yu Lai quickly greeted. "Since Miss Yu is back, why don't you follow me back to the desolate mighty tribe?" Lord Zhao said. Yu Cini pretended to agree and moved closer to Lord Zhao. "Lord Zhao, I don't think you're heading back to the desolate mighty tribe?" Yu Lai asked. "That's right. I'm heading to the water elemental tribe." Lord Zhao nodded. "The water elemental tribe?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed like Yu Cini was telling the truth. Lord Zhao might be heading to the water elemental tribe to deliver the betrothal gifts. "We're heading to the water elemental tribe as well. Why don't we go together?" Yu Lai said with a smile. "Sure, let's go." Lord Zhao did not doubt Yu Lai's words. Yi Xian's group of 5 moved closer to Lord Zhao. Since the wild leopard ancestor was not around, second tribulation supremes like them were unable to attract Lord Zhao's attention. However, when Yi Xian moved closer to Lord Zhao, "Kill!" Yi Xian immediately ordered Yu Lai, Yu Cini, Ganfeng, the wild leopard ancestor, and the snake old man to kill. In an instant, the sound of wind could be heard. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Yi Xian took out his supreme divine weapon and attacked an early second tribulation supremacy behind Lord Chao. His attack could instantly kill an opponent of the same level. Even if the opponent was one level higher, he would still be able to severely injure them. At the same time, Yu Lai, Yu Sini, and Gan Feng attacked the same person. Before Lord Chao could react, two people appeared in the air. Both of them were early second tribulation supremes. At this moment, Lord Chao's group was left with 2 mid-second tribulation supremes and 3 early second tribulation supremes. In fact, Yi Xian didn't even need to launch a sneak attack. If he just charged over and started a fight, they would definitely win. Yu Lai, what are you all doing? Lord Chao was shocked to see a fellow of the same rank as him fall. But at this moment, the wild leopard ancestor had already charged over. Lord Chao was held back by the wild leopard ancestor, while the other mid-second tribulation supremes was held back by Yu Lai and the others. As for Yi Xian, he started his massacre. Bastard, how dare you attack me? Lord Chao was furious. At the same time, he couldn't understand why the wild leopard ancestor would come to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. While he was angrily shouting, Yi Xian had already killed the other 3 early second sovereign-level Fox clan experts. The two of you, will you submit or die? Yi Xian said coldly. Who are you? Lord Chao asked as he retreated. He thought the wild leopard ancestor was the mastermind, but he didn't expect it to be Yi Xian. You don't need to know who I am. I'll ask you one more time. Will you submit or die? Yi Xian asked again. Don't even think about it. Lord Chao still gave the same answer. Hearing this, he didn't waste any more time and charged over. Lord Chao's strength was slightly weaker than the wild leopard ancestor, but Yi Xian was a second tribulation supremacy now. Even if he didn't join forces with the wild leopard ancestor, he could still kill Lord Chao. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. A cold light broke through the sky. Lord Chao was held back by the wild leopard ancestor, so he couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. Boom! Lord Chao was hit and his body was sent flying. But in the next moment, he was blocked by the wild leopard ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. Yi Xian slashed out again and directly shattered Lord Chao's heart. Lord Chao, a mid-second tribulation supremacy, was killed by Yi Xian in just 2 slashes. Chapter 8:33. Upon seeing this, the other intermediate stage supreme being who was being held back by Yu Lai and the others immediately shouted, I'll submit. I'll submit. Given the current situation, if he didn't agree to it, he would definitely end up like Lord Chao. Very well. If you dare to resist, I'll kill you immediately. Yi Xian said coldly. He removed Yu Lai's control and used the Eye of Control on him. Yu Lai thought that it was just a simple submission, but he didn't expect it to be control. He tried to resist, but he suddenly recalled Yi Xian's words. If he dared to resist, he would be killed immediately. Thus, he gave up on resisting. Ding! Control successful. And now, Yi Xian had accepted another intermediate stage supreme being as his subordinate. Greetings, Master. My name is Zhang Wei. The intermediate stage supreme being from the Fox tribe said. Yi Xian nodded silently. He turned to the other side and said, Yu Lai, I'll set you free now. Don't you dare try to betray me. Yu Lai's heart trembled. He quickly shook his head and said, I won't betray you, Master. Even though he had been released by Yi Xian's strength and means weren't something that an ordinary person could compare to. He didn't dare to betray him. More importantly, Yu Sini was still in Yi Xian's hands. After that, Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield. Lord Chao was an intermediate stage second supreme being, and he even brought 2 batches of betrothal gifts with him. Thus, there were quite a few good items. Yi Xian sorted out the items and devoured them himself. As for the items that could increase one's mental power, he left them for Yu Sini and the others. After pondering for a moment, he decided to remove the control on Gan Feng and the Snake Elder as well. Right now, Yi Xian was controlling the frenzied leopard ancestor and the newly subdued Zhang Wei. The 3 of you will stay in the Lianyun tribe. Yi Xian said to Yu Lai and the other 2. Yes, Master. Yu Lai and the other 2 nodded respectfully. Even though the 3 of them had been released, they still didn't dare to betray Yi Xian. Besides, Yi Xian had given them a lot of benefits earlier. Under Yi Xian's leadership, the Lianyun tribe's strength would rise steadily. After that, Yi Xian left with the frenzied leopard ancestor, Yu Xini, and the newly subdued Zhang Wei. After killing Lord Chao and the others, Yi Xian's cultivation had improved by a lot. He reckoned that as long as he could take down the desolate hero tribe, he would be able to break through. And 2. But Yi Xian had the eye of control, so he had to resort to trickery. A day later, the 4 of them arrived at the Lianyun tribe's territory. Zhang Wei, go lure the young master out. Yi Xian said to Zhang Wei. Yes, master. Zhang Wei nodded and dashed toward the Lianyun tribe. As for how to find the young clan leader of the desolate mighty tribe, it was needless to say. Of course, it was to use Yu Xini as bait. Yi Xian currently only controlled 3 people. Once he controlled the young patriarch of the desolate hero tribe, the next step would be the patriarch of the desolate hero tribe. Zhang Wei left, leaving Yi Xian, the frenzied leopard ancestor, and Yu Xini to wait for him. Before long, Zhang Wei returned with a white-robed young man from the Fox clan. Young master, Miss Yu is in that mountain, Zhang Wei said, pointing at the mountain where Yi Xian was. The white-robed young man grinned and licked his lips. He thought evilly, I thought she was so pure, but it turns out she's a slut. She even wants to lure me out. Does she want to have a field battle? He didn't think much of it and flew toward the mountain. However, as he was flying, he felt that something was amiss. There wasn't just one aura in the mountain, but 3. One of them was a mid-stage second supreme. Ambush! The white-robed young man was not stupid. He immediately reacted. But in the next moment, he was hit in the back by Zhang Wei's punch. The powerful impact forced him to fly forward. At the same time, he saw 3 figures fly out of the mountain. They were Yi Xian and the other 2. Heavenly Sword Technique, Heavenly Sword Slash. A slash pierced through the air and landed on the young master's chest. Oh, you're quite capable. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that the young master's sovereign golden body was stronger than the wild leopard patriarch's. Although he had held back, that sword strike had only lightly injured the young patriarch, which was really out of his expectations. Who are you? The young master of the wasteland tribe asked anxiously. You don't need to know. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the wild leopard patriarch and Zhang Wei surround the young master. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. The young master shouted angrily and charged toward Yi Xian. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian snorted and slashed with his sword. He had underestimated the young master's sovereign golden body earlier. Now, he attacked with his full strength. Eye of Illusion. Heavenly Sword Technique, Heavenly Sword Slash. The young master's mental state was quite strong, so he quickly broke through the illusion. However, Yi Xian's attack speed was not something an ordinary mid-stage second supreme could react to. Bam! The young master was hit again. This time, his chest was directly blasted open by Yi Xian's sword. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Eye of Control. Taking advantage of the young master's injury, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control. However, the Fox Charm clan was able to use their charm. Their mental strength was stronger than ordinary people, so it was not easy to control them. What? You actually, the young master was shocked. However, Yi Xian's Eye of Control was activated very discreetly. He did not know who was behind this. He bitterly persevered. Although his willpower was firm, Yi Xian slashed out again, causing his stomach to explode as well. Do you want to die? When Yi Xian saw that the second activation of the Eye of Control failed, he immediately shouted in a low voice. This sentence touched the young master's heart. Who wanted to die? The third activation of the Eye of Control finally succeeded. The young master of the Wasteland tribe was controlled by Yi Xian and became Yi Xian's servant. Heal him first. Yi Xian threw a blood potion to the young master. The young master drank the blood potion, and his injuries immediately recovered by more than half. Then, Yi Xian directly took his interspatial ring. As expected of the young master of a large tribe, he was very rich. The moment Yi Xian touched the interspatial ring, A notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage second tribulation supreme. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly. Now, why would he be afraid of the Wasteland Tribe's young master? Chapter 8:34. You, go and call your father out. Yi Xian said. Yes. The young master of the desolate mighty tribe nodded. Although it was unkind to ask him to call his father out, the world was like that. It was already good enough that Yi Xian didn't kill his way into the desolate mighty tribe. The strong were respected. This was a phrase that all women and children knew. Soon, the young master appeared with the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. Father, let me introduce them to you. I met them when I was training outside. They want to join the desolate mighty tribe. The young master smiled at Yi Xian and the young master. At this time, Yu Xini was already hiding. Oh, there's a human in the wild leopard clan? The leader of the desolate mighty tribe's eyes lit up. The Fox Charm dynasty didn't treat humans as harshly as the Wild Leopard dynasty. After all, the Fox Charm dynasty controlled the Heavenly Bow dynasty and often searched for human seedlings with potential in the Heavenly Bow dynasty. Good, you did well. The leader of the desolate mighty tribe was very happy. I'll go back to the tribe immediately to welcome the two of you. But Yi Xian and the Wild Leopard ancestor nodded and approached the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. When Yi Xian came closer, he immediately gave the Wild Leopard ancestor, the young master, and Zhang Wei an order. In an instant, the wind blew. The 4 second-stage supreme beings attacked the leader of the desolate mighty tribe at the same time. The young master of the desolate mighty tribe knew that the leader of the desolate mighty tribe was very strong. In a few years, he might be able to pass the 3rd stage supreme tribulation. The leader of the desolate mighty tribe was shocked. He didn't expect the 4 of them to suddenly attack him. After all, one of them was his son. Boom! 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 The 4 attacks landed on the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. Even if the leader of the desolate mighty tribe had a strong supreme golden body, he couldn't withstand the 4 attacks. Most importantly, Yi Xian had broken through to the 2nd stage supreme being. Boy, I'm going to kill you! At this moment, the desolate hero tribe's patriarch suddenly shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian was a little surprised, because the sovereign golden body of the desolate mighty tribe's chief was indeed powerful. His all-out attack had only caused minor injuries to his opponent. However, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. After all, he had just heard another notification sound. His 10% sword intent had transformed to 15%. His sword intent was comprehended by Sword God Ba Huang when he was an empty God Realm Emperor. If an ordinary person were to obtain it, they would not be able to refine it. Even if they could, they would not be able to refine it completely. Yi Xian had tried to refine it before, but to no avail. Fortunately, his devouring crystal was special enough to be devoured. The special devouring was equivalent to complete refinement. To put it simply, Yi Xian's comprehension of sword intent was extremely high. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Exploding Heaven Fist. A slash and a fist shadow collided, creating a huge shockwave that almost broke all the trees on the mountain. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was not very talented, but his fist intent had transformed to 10%. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's sword intent was only at 15%. Boom! The fist intent was instantly dispersed, and Yi Xian, who contained 15% of the sword intent, directly landed on the body of the desolate hero tribe's patriarch. In an instant he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was also spurting with blood. 15% sword intent, this is impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was shocked. Even he had only comprehended 10% of the fist intent, but Yi Xian had achieved 15%. Eye of illusion. Eye of control. While the desolate mighty tribe's chief was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly used his Eye of Heaven. You want to control me? Impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief began to resist, but he was already severely injured. The intense pain made his mind a little dazed. Resist? Yi Xian continued to attack. Another sword emperor with 15% sword intent landed on the desolate mighty tribe's chief. At this moment, he was already severely injured and on the verge of death. One more strike and he would probably die. You want to control me? Impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief shouted and continued to resist. Yi Xian had used the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Revelation 3 times in a row. He had used up too much of his power. If the next round failed, there was no other way. Eye of Illusion. Eye of Control. However, the desolate mighty tribe's chief was too strong, so Yi Xian had to give up. Since you can't control it, then die. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly became cold, and he directly attacked. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was unwilling to accept this, because he had died in front of his son. More importantly, his son had been controlled by the enemy. Boom! When the sword fell on the desolate mighty tribe's chief, it pierced through his chest and killed him instantly. When his body fell from the sky, the young chief's eyes didn't change at all, as if the dead man had nothing to do with him. From now on, you're the chief of the desolate mighty tribe. Yi Xian said to the young chief. Yes, master. The young chief nodded. Then Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the interspatial ring and the corpse of the desolate mighty tribe's chief. Not again. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He really wanted to get a heaven's treasure to open the third eye, no matter what it was. The Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control were both related to the enemy's willpower or mind power. However, the third eye had the Burning Eye, which could weaken the enemy's willpower. If Yi Xian had learned the Burning Eye, he would have succeeded just now. However, it was already a good thing to get so many heaven's treasures. You Sini, you're free now. Go back to the Lianyun tribe immediately and bring everyone here to merge with the desolate mighty tribe. The merged tribe will still be called the Lianyun tribe. Yi Xian ordered. Yes. Yu Sini nodded immediately. Now that Yi Xian had freed her, she was no longer under Yi Xian's control. However, Yi Xian had killed a second Supreme Master. How could she dare to disobey him? Wild Leopard Ancestor, Zhang Wei, you're free too. Yi Xian suddenly freed them again. With his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of others at all, so it was better to save some space. At this moment, the only person under his control was the young chief of the desolate mighty tribe. Then, they all went to the desolate mighty tribe as guests. Go and find out the information immediately. Yi Xian ordered immediately. Yes. Zhang Yao, the young chief of the desolate mighty tribe, nodded and then left the house with a few pieces of paper. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was looking at a map in the chief's residence of the desolate mighty tribe. He found that the Bloodstone continent was really terrifyingly large. In the thousands of years that the eastern continent and the main continent were separated, the main continent's territory suddenly expanded dozens of times, which puzzled him. Chapter 8:35. Fortunately, there was a beautiful fox lady beside him. She was the wife of the young patriarch, Zhang Yao, so Yi Xian asked on the spot. My lord, this map of yours has a history of at least 5,000 years. Now, there are many experts in the main continent who searched for islands and gathered them to the Blood Cliff continent. The fox lady explained. Move the islands and gather them to the Blood Cliff continent? Yi Xian was shocked. Even with his current strength, he might not be able to move an island. Do you know what's the realm above the Supreme Being realm? Yi Xian asked again. The realm above the Supreme Being realm is called the three minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm. The first is the physical body, the second is the true qi, and the third is the spirit. Every time you pass one of these disasters, your strength will multiply. The fox lady said. 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm? Could it be that the yin-yang ancestor is in this realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was only in the middle stage of the second Supreme Being realm and had only passed 2 Supreme Being tribulations. At this time, the young patriarch, Zhang Yao, who had left earlier, returned. My lord, there's news. Zhang Yao rushed in. Yi Xian hurriedly stood up and asked, What news? He had asked Zhang Yao to find out 2 things. The first was the yin-yang ancestor and the second was the item that could open the sky eye. At this time, Yi Xian hoped that Zhang Yao had news about the yin-yang ancestor. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. It's news about the Crimson Flame root. Zhang Yao hurriedly said. Sigh. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh and ask, where can I find the Crimson Flame root? In Silverwing City. The Silverwing City's mayor recently held a martial arts competition. The Crimson Flame root is the reward for the second place of the martial arts competition. Zhang Yao replied. The reward for the second place? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Crimson Flame root was a must to open the Burning Eye. As long as the Burning Eye was opened, the success rate of the Eye of Illusion and Eye of Control would greatly increase. Then what's the reward for the first place? Yi Xian asked again. Zhang Yao immediately replied. He wants to become the son-in-law of Silverwing City's City Lord. Silverwing City's City Lord's daughter is 14 this year, and she is already eligible for marriage. Hence, Silverwing City's City Lord wishes to find a husband for his daughter. The wedding will be held 3 days from now. Oh! Yi Xian nodded silently. He was not interested in this 14-year-old lowly from the Fox Charm clan. What he wanted was the Scarlet Flame root. You did well this time. Take good care of the Lianyun tribe, Yi Xian said and left. The desolate mighty tribe was quite a distance away from the Silverwing City, and with his speed, it would take him more than 2 days to reach the Silverwing City. As for that Silverwing City's City Lord, he was extremely powerful. It was said that he had long reached the pinnacle of the Third Tribulation Supreme Being realm. If one could become his son-in-law, it could be said that one would reach the heavens in a single bound. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were arrested on their wedding day. This was a huge blow to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian was thinking about how to become stronger. Only with strength could one protect their loved ones. After traveling for 2 days, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Silverwing City one day before the martial competition for marriage. Tomorrow is the day of the Silverwing City's City Lord's martial competition for marriage. That person is very strong, and I'm afraid many people will come to participate. I wonder if my second stage Supremacy Realm cultivation is enough. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He could defeat a second stage Supremacy Realm expert, and he should be able to exhaust an early third Supremacy Realm expert to death. However, if a third stage Supremacy Realm expert appeared, his 15% sword intent would not be able to cause any harm to his opponent, unless he could increase his sword intent to 20%. I haven't fought many life and death battles recently, so the improvement of my sword intent is slow. This time, I must train properly. It would be best if I can increase my sword intent again. Yi Xian planned. Generally speaking, sword intent and one's realm could be linked. A first Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert who comprehended 10% of sword intent was considered qualified, and a second Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert who comprehended 20% of sword intent was considered qualified. He was currently a second stage Supremacy Realm expert, and he had comprehended 15% of sword intent, which was considered passable. If Sword God Bahuang knew that Yi Xian had only comprehended 15% of sword intent, he would probably beat Yi Xian to death. After all, Sword God Bahuang had comprehended sword intent when he was just a Void God Realm Emperor. The quality of his sword intent was very high, far surpassing the sword intent comprehended by half-step Supremacy Realm and Supremacy Realm experts. Soon, the next day arrived. At noon, Yi Xian followed the crowd and arrived at the arena where the martial competition for marriage would be held. The martial competition for marriage was divided into several rounds. In the first round, everyone had to defeat 3 opponents of the same level or a higher level to pass. In the second round, everyone had to defeat a higher level opponent. If there was no opponent of a higher level, the person with the highest level would automatically win. After these 2 rounds, the rules of the competition would be set by the Silverwing City Lord. I'm now a second Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert. If I want to pass the selection, I have to defeat 3 opponents of the same level. However, this isn't the main point. The main point is that I'm a human. Will the other party allow me to participate? Yi Xian thought about it. He was a human, and in the eyes of the Fox Charm clan, he was an alien race. Therefore, he had another plan in mind, and that was to reap the benefits of the competition. If someone obtained the second place, he would snatch the Scarlet Flame root from the other party. Soon, Yi Xian followed the crowd and arrived at the arena in the center of Silverwing City. This arena was built by the Silverwing City Lord, and it was indestructible. There was also a formation around it, so no one would be injured if they fought inside. Yi Xian glanced around and saw that there were thousands of Supremacy Realm experts here to watch or participate in the competition. A mid-grade holy dynasty was indeed a mid-grade holy dynasty. It was more than 100 times stronger than the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The number of Supremacy Realm experts in a single city was 100 times more than the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Of course, most of the Supremacy Realm experts here were from the Fox Charm clan. This was a gathering of experts from countless tribes around Silverwing City. There are only a few hundred Second Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. Due to the large number of people, he couldn't see how many Third Tribulation Supremacies were hidden among them. However, he did see a lot of clans. There were humans, Fox Charm Clan, Snake Charm Clan, Tiger Tribe, Giant Elephant Tribe, and so on. How terrifying! The Giant Elephant Tribe is 3 to 4 meters tall. Can the daughter of the Silverwing City Lord withstand it? Yi Xian thought evilly. At this moment, he's here. The City Lord is here. The City Lord has broken through to the peak of the Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm several years ago. I wonder if he has broken through to the Fourth Tribulation Supremacy Realm. What a powerful aura. Perhaps he has already broken through. Look, that's the City Lord's daughter. She looks so beautiful. Our Fox Charm clan isn't ugly, but this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful one. A group of people began to talk, and Yi Xian's gaze was drawn over. Eye of Revelation. Chapter 8:36. Yi Xian glanced at the City Lord and realized that he couldn't see through him. However, it was also because his cultivation base was too low. That was why he couldn't tell if the City Lord was a peak Third Tribulation Sovereign or a Fourth Tribulation Sovereign. However, the City Lord's daughter's cultivation base also surprised Yi Xian. She was only 14 years old, but she was already an early Third Tribulation Sovereign. She was even stronger than Yi Xian. Amazing! She has already passed the Third Tribulation Sovereign at the age of 14. It's amazing to have a strong background. Yi Xian licked his lips. Those with strong backgrounds were indeed powerful. Jiang Tianjin had tortured him to death. However, if Jiang Tianjin was compared to anyone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, he was nothing. If it wasn't for the devouring system, Yi Xian would probably still be in the Heavenly Water Continent. At most, he would be at the Divine Core Realm. After the Divine Core Realm, there were still the Spirit Realm, Void God Realm, and other realms. The daughter of the Silverwing City Master had a lovely appearance. She had fair skin, big eyes, a delicate nose, and long black hair that hung down like a waterfall. 2 white fox ears poked out from her hair, and that fluffy snow-white tail of hers swayed from time to time. She looked very lovable and adorable. Right at this moment, she suddenly glanced at Yi Xian, who was standing in the crowd. Hee. The young girl from the Fox clan suddenly smiled. Her big eyes curved into a crescent shape. Her smile gave off an innocent feeling. Oh my heavens, the young City Lord is smiling at me. Nonsense. He's obviously smiling at me. Get lost. Who do you think you are? The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. However, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Just now, when he was observing the young girl with the Eye of Revelation, she had discovered him. He didn't expect her to have such a powerful perception. The Silverwing City Governor and the young lady landed on the stage under the gazes of thousands of people. Then, the Silverwing City Governor announced loudly, "Thank you, everyone, for participating in my daughter's marriage by martial arts competition. I will first make a few points. Firstly, there is no requirement for race. Secondly, there is no requirement for age. Thirdly, even if you get first place, you might not be able to become my son-in-law. In the end, it all depends on Luolua's choice." After the Silverwing City Master's words left his mouth, everyone burst into an uproar. First of all, it was not 100% certain that he would be able to marry the young lady. From the looks of it, many people had a chance. However, They also understood that under normal circumstances, the first place still had the advantage. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Everyone should already know the rules. Who will go up the stage first? After saying those words, Silverwing City Lord led the girl away from the stage. Me first. Suddenly, a fox man jumped up. Second stage Supreme Being. No one is allowed to go up the stage, the Silverwing City Lord said. I'll do it. An early stage second Supreme Martial Artist from the Fox clan jumped up. A middle stage second Martial Saint and an early stage second Martial Saint. This was considered a challenge that surpassed one's level. If the middle stage second Martial Saint won, it wouldn't be counted. If an early stage second Supreme Martial Artist won, it would be considered as a success in the challenge, and he would pass the qualifier. In the arena battle, you can kill or admit defeat. Flying out of the array formation is also considered a loss, the Silverwing City Lord explained. This round of the qualifier wasn't that easy to pass. The spectators didn't expect a challenge that surpassed one's level right from the start. All of them craned their necks. Humph, a mere early stage second Supreme Martial Saint dares to challenge me? You're courting death. The man shouted and attacked directly. An attack that contained 10% of the sword intent was launched at the young man. I know it too. The young man from the Fox clan shouted and also slashed out with his sword. This slash also contained 10% of the sword intent. When the two Jinshi attacks collided, the man's attack was slightly stronger. Die! The man rushed in front of the young man and slashed down with his sword. Sila! The young man's head flew up and he died instantly. Challenging someone that surpassed one's level wasn't an easy thing to do. The young man originally wanted to defeat the man so that he could pass the qualifier directly. However, he misjudged and his opponent was much stronger than him. He dares to go up the stage with such weak strength. He's really courting death. I thought that he had comprehended 15% of the sword intent. It's good that he died. This guy has profited. Although it doesn't count as a victory, it's good that he got a universe ring for free. The onlookers started to discuss among themselves. As he was fighting against someone with a lower level, the young man from the Fox clan still had 0 victories. Next, another 3 intermediate stage second Supreme Martial Saints went up the stage. However, they were all defeated by the young man from the Fox clan. However, when the young man from the Fox clan fought the last round, he had already suffered serious injuries. Good, you passed the qualifier. When the Silverwing City Lord saw that the young man had won 3 rounds in a row, he threw a token to him. Thank you, City Lord. The young man from the Fox clan quickly caught the token and rushed to a nearby place to treat his injuries. Then, the second person jumped up the stage. It was another intermediate stage second Supreme Martial Saint. City Lord, I would like to challenge those of a higher level. The young man from the Fox clan cupped his fists and said. The Silverwing City Lord's eyes lit up. You have guts. Good, a second peak Supreme Martial Saint. I'll do it. Seeing that someone was going to die, someone immediately jumped up the stage. This old man from the Fox clan was a second peak Supreme Martial Saint, 1 realm higher than the young man. Although he still had 0 victories after killing the young man, he was giving away his universe ring for free. Let's begin. When the Silverwing City Lord's voice faded away, the 2 people on the stage began to move. This round was another challenge of a higher level. However, what surprised everyone was that the old man from the Fox clan was unable to fight back at all. 15% sword intent. That young man actually comprehended 15% sword intent. I remember now. He is the young clan leader of the Blood Flame tribe. So, he is from the Blood Flame tribe. He is going to win. The eyes of the surrounding crowd lit up. Rip. Along with a crisp sound, the young man from the Fox clan directly chopped off the old man's head. Challenge of a higher level, success. The young man kept the spoils of war and smiled at the Silverwing City Lord and the young woman. Not bad, not bad. The Silverwing City Lord admired the young man very much. A young man who comprehended 15% sword intent at the intermediate stage of the second peak Supreme Martial Saint was an existence that was extremely rare even in the entire Silverwing City. The young man from the Fox clan originally thought that he would be praised by the young woman. Unexpectedly, the young woman did not even look at him. Soon, it was time for the third round. Yi Xian mixed in with the crowd and was currently calculating. If he wanted to pass the qualifier, he would have to consecutively defeat 3 people of the same level or a higher level. However, he did not want to pass this round. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity to maximize the benefits. For example, if he went up and defeated a second peak Supreme Martial Saint who had already won 2 rounds consecutively, he would be able to obtain a lot of spoils of war. As the battles on the stage continued, Yi Xian was also constantly sizing up the people below. He was trying to see which one of them looked rich. Right at this moment, the outcome of the battle on the stage was decided. A middle-aged man from the Fox clan had won 2 rounds consecutively. Moreover, he was a second peak Supreme Martial Saint. This was a good opportunity for him to get on the stage. Very good. You have won 2 rounds consecutively. If you win another round, you will be able to pass. Chapter 837. This middle-aged man from the Fox clan was probably older than the Silver Wing City Lord. However, he had already comprehended 15% of his sword intent and defeated 2 opponents of the same level. Yi Xian immediately jumped onto the stage. However, at the same time, another peak second supreme being from the ferocious Tiger clan also jumped onto the stage. Kid, how dare a mere second supreme being come up here? Are you courting death? The supreme being from the ferocious Tiger clan coldly snorted. Since you're courting death, why don't you let me go first? Yi Xian looked at him. All right, since you're courting death, I'll let you go first. The supreme being from the ferocious Tiger clan coldly snorted. Since Yi Xian was only a second supreme being, he expected Yi Xian to be killed by the middle-aged man on the stage. At that time, wouldn't he be able to obtain another interspatial ring by killing the middle-aged man on the stage? Oh, a human actually came. How rare. The Silver Wing City Lord's eyes lit up again because he could see that this young human wasn't charmed. There were many humans in the Fox clan Holy Dynasty, but almost all of them were charmed by the Fox clan and then cultivated. However, Yi Xian wasn't charmed. This meant that his superior might be dead, or Yi Xian might be from another Holy Dynasty. Not only that, but the young girl, Luoluo, also had her attention on Yi Xian. When Yi Xian was looking at her just now, she felt like she was being seen. That was why she glanced at him. Another one who doesn't care about his life and came to offer benefits. The middle-aged man from the Fox clan on the stage sneered. Hee hee. Yi Xian only smiled faintly. It was hard to say who was the one offering benefits. At this time, the middle-aged man had already killed 2 people of the same level as him. It was a kill, not a defeat. He also had 2 interspatial rings in his hand, which was quite attractive to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had other plans this time, and that was to temper himself. The quality of his sword intent was extremely high, but his sword intent had only evolved to a 15% sword intent when he was already at the second Supreme Martial Artist intermediate stage. This was a little low. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could transform his sword intent to 20%. Begin! All of a sudden, the Silver Wing City Master shouted. Swish! Swish! Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged fox and Yi Xian had already made their move. Both of them had 15% sword intent. Although the middle-aged fox was at a higher realm than Yi Xian had the sword god bloodline and was not afraid of him at all. Boom! 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 Their sword chis collided and chi waves surged, but they were all blocked by the array at the edge of the arena. Good lad. So you were hiding something. But don't forget, I'm from the Fox Charm clan. The Fox tribesman didn't want to waste too much of his stamina and true energy, so he directly used his charm on Yi Xian. His eyes turned pink, and an invisible force drilled into Yi Xian's mind. The Fox Charm clan was born with the ability to charm, but it didn't have much effect on people of the same race. After all, they were born with the ability to resist charms. However, Yi Xian was just a human. Under the suppression of his realm, although he might not be able to successfully charm him in one go, he could still cause his opponent to be slow. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Xian was immune to this charm. With the devouring system, do you think you can charm me? Yi Xian snorted and directly slashed with his sword. What? The fox tribesman was shocked. His charm had no effect? How was this possible? This unforeseen event caused his reaction to be slower, and he was directly hit by Yi Xian's sword. Boom! The sword's sovereign slash, which contained 15% sword intent, slashed the fox tribesman's body and cut open a wound on his chest, causing blood to spurt out wildly. Good lad, you actually broke through my sovereign golden body. You are quite capable. The fox tribesman spat out a mouthful of blood and thought, although I don't know why my charm didn't work, you are one realm lower than me. It won't be that easy to defeat me. In fact, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could directly kill the fox tribesman, but what he wanted was the fox tribesman's wealth. Come on. Yi Xian attacked again. Not only did he want the fox tribesman's interspatial ring, but he also wanted to use the fox tribesman to improve his sword intent. He just didn't know if it would work. Smoke and dust filled the arena. This battle was unexpectedly wonderful. The people below cheered one after another. They didn't expect a human to have such high aptitude. Many people were interested in him. Of course, it wasn't that kind of interest. They wanted to charm Yi Xian and use him for their own purposes. There was still a lot of commotion in the arena. From the beginning until now, Yi Xian had already exchanged more than 100 blows with his opponent. Ding! The host's 15% sword intent has transformed into 20% sword intent. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. His sword intent had finally broken through. The sword deity of Bawang's aptitude was too heaven-defying. He had comprehended sword intent when he was only an empty god realm great emperor. Such a high-quality sword intent had almost been buried by Yi Xian. Now you can die. Yi Xian's eyes were cold as he slashed with his sword. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. Swish. This sword light easily broke through the fox tribesman's attack and landed directly on his body. Yi Xian's attack just now was enough to injure him. Now that his sword intent had transformed and improved, he could at least severely injure his opponent. Boom. The attack that contained 20% sword intent landed on the fox tribesman's body and instantly tore his heart apart. Plop. The fox tribesman was sent to the edge of the arena by this attack, but he was already dead. Yi Xian had succeeded in challenging someone of a higher rank. Swish. There was an uproar in the crowd. A young human had challenged an expert of the fox tribesman of a higher rank and had even succeeded. This is unbelievable. He actually won. TSK. That person must have fought 2 rounds consecutively and was not strong enough. That's why he was killed. Are you blind? Didn't you see the 20% sword intent in that attack just now? What? 20% sword intent? Didn't he only have 15%? He must have broken through on the spot. His aptitude is not bad. I'm afraid many people have their eyes on him. A human genius without a master. TSK discussing. The group of fox tribesmen were discussing softly. Among them, many Third Tribulation Supremes had their eyes on Yi Xian. Once they had the chance, they would go over and charm Yi Xian. However, with the Silver Wing City Governor around, they did not dare to make a move. After killing the fox tribesman, Yi Xian quickly kept his belongings and corpse. The 3 universe rings were all Second Tribulation Supremes. He had gained a lot this time. After Yi Xian kept his belongings, the Silver Wing City Governor threw a token to Yi Xian and said, "Human kid, you did well. You passed." Thank you, City Governor. Chapter 838. The first place has nothing to do with me. What I want is the second place reward, the Scarlet Flame Root. Yi Xian thought in his heart and immediately left. Now, he had passed the first round of the selection. In the second round, he would have to fight against a higher-level opponent. However, with his second-stage supremacy realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the third round. Yi Xian roughly looked at the remaining battles. There were battles between those of the same level and those of a higher level. In the battles between those of a higher level, there were successes and failures. Soon, those Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts couldn't help but go up the stage. In order to pass the selection, an early-stage supremacy realm expert had to defeat 3 opponents of the same level. Of course, if one could defeat a middle-stage supremacy realm expert, he would pass the selection. However, the middle-stage supremacy realm experts present were all related to the Silverwing City Master. They wouldn't go up the stage. Right at this moment, a young man suddenly walked up the stage. Everyone's eyes narrowed. It was another human. Third Tribulation Supremacy? The eyes of the Tiger Tribe Supremacy who had defeated an opponent of the same level flashed. In the Fox Charm Dynasty, there weren't many Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts. However, those middle-stage Supremacy Realm experts could tell at a glance that this young man was being controlled. They just didn't know who his master was. Begin. The Silverwing City Master also knew that he was being controlled, so he didn't waste any time and directly said. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. To everyone's surprise, this young man was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he chopped off his opponent's head. Before the Tiger Tribe Supremacy Realm expert could react, his golden body was broken and his head flew up. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong is he to kill an opponent of the same level in an instant? 30% sword intent. He has comprehended 30% sword intent. A Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert felt it and immediately shouted. As soon as the words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. 30% sword intent? How is this possible? Among the people present, only the Silverwing City Master had comprehended 30% sword intent. No wonder he could kill an opponent of the same level in an instant. It turned out that he was so strong. Now, everyone was interested in the master behind this young man. What kind of person could cultivate such a human? How terrifying. A Third Tribulation Supreme has comprehended 30% of the sword intent. This already exceeds the standard. His future is limitless. As Yi Xian thought to himself, his gaze suddenly landed on the Silverwing City Master. The corners of the Silverwing City Lord's lips curled up slightly. It was as if he had known about this all along. From the looks of it, this bewitched young man might be related to the Silverwing City Master. Or perhaps, the Silverwing City Master was the person behind the bewitched young man. Only the Silverwing City Master would have such capabilities. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who thought of this. However, no one else said anything and pretended not to know. Now, the young man had already killed an opponent of the same level. If he defeated 2 more, he would be able to advance. However, who dared to go on stage? There was a total of 5 seconds of silence before an old man descended from the sky. This old man doesn't believe it. It's just a mere 30% sword intent. An expert from the Giant Elephant Clan landed on the arena. He was one of the middle-stage 3rd-grade Supreme Being experts who was interested in the daughter of the Silverwing City Lord. A middle-stage 3rd-grade Supreme Being against an early-stage 3rd-grade Supreme Being. However, that young man had comprehended 30% sword intent, while this expert from the Giant Elephant Clan had only comprehended 25% sword intent. Thus, it was uncertain who would win. Let's begin. The Silverwing City Lord didn't show any worry on his face as he casually called out. Just as his voice rang out, the 2 people in the arena started attacking. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged more than 10 attacks. The commotion they created was unprecedented. My Giant Elephant Clan possesses boundless strength. Why would we be afraid of you? The Giant Elephant Clan Supreme Being snorted coldly in his mind. He wasn't afraid of the other party at all. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 people attacked crazily, and the entire Silverwing City seemed to be shaking. Although the Giant Elephant Clan Supreme Being understood that there might be an expert behind the young man, he wasn't afraid. On the path of martial arts, if one was afraid of death, how could one become strong? Die. At this moment, the Giant Elephant Clan Supreme Being's palm-sized nose suddenly straightened. A black shadow shot out from his nose and headed straight for the young man. The young man snorted coldly. The people from the Giant Elephant Clan often hid hidden weapons in their noses. He had long been on guard. Swish! That poisonous arrow brushed past the young man's ear. At the same time, The young man stared at his opponent and slashed out with his sword. Annihilation Slash. This slash was his strongest attack. After fusing with 30% sword intent, it wasn't something an ordinary person could block. The giant elephant clan's supreme being widened his eyes. He slashed down with his sword, but he didn't manage to destroy the slash. Rip! The white slash directly cut the giant elephant clan supreme being's 3.5-meter tall body into two halves. The giant elephant clan supreme being's golden body was as weak as tofu in front of this slash. Plop! The giant elephant clan supreme being's body fell down on the arena. Although he didn't die, he was slashed by the young man again. The entire crowd was shocked. The strength of the giant elephant clan supreme being should be considered above average among the third stage supreme beings. However, he was still killed by the young man. This young man's backer was really not simple. Just as everyone was in shock, a person below the ring slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. Ding! Annihilation Slash has been copied successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation to copy down the powerful martial art that the young man had just executed. The Imperial Heaven Sword technique of the Imperial Heaven technique was considered powerful. However, the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty was just a low-grade Holy Dynasty. The strongest person was only an early second-stage Supreme Being. Therefore, the martial art that they used was inferior in comparison. This young man might be the number one. No wonder the Silverwing City Governor said that the number one might not necessarily be able to marry his daughter. So this is the reason. Yi Xian was now certain that the person who controlled this young man should be the Silverwing City Governor. However, it didn't matter. He was going to fight for the second place anyway. Then again, the young man had succeeded in his challenge. Therefore, he had also passed this round. Then, the battle continued. Yi Xian, who was below the arena, looked on and used his Eye of Revelation to scan to see if there were any good martial arts. Ding! Exquisite Steps has been copied successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yi Xian found another good martial art. This Exquisite Steps had no shadow and no trace. When one walked, there was very little movement. It was considered good among the lower-grade Supreme Being martial arts. Soon, this round of the qualifiers came to an end. Yi Xian calculated that there were about 100 people who had entered the second round. Chapter 839. In the second round, the challenger had to challenge someone who was one level higher than him. Yi Xian was a mid-stage second-level Supreme Being, so he had to challenge someone who was at the peak of the second level. The Fox Tribe male who passed the first round was slightly injured and knew that it would be difficult for him to challenge someone who was at a higher level. Hence, he directly shouted, "I forfeit." The second young man who passed the second round didn't forfeit. Instead, he chose an injured peak second-level Supreme Being. Previously, he had defeated a peak second-level Supreme Being, so he still won this round. However, the peak second-level Supreme Being who was named forfeited. The people present weren't fools, so many of them chose to forfeit. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. Most people would choose to challenge someone who was injured, but Yi Xian was different. He had already exposed half of his strength. If he chose to challenge someone who was injured, his opponent would definitely forfeit. Hence, he chose a stronger opponent. "I choose you." Yi Xian pointed at a peak Supreme Being from the ferocious Tiger Tribe. "How dare you challenge me?" The Supreme Being from the ferocious Tiger Tribe coldly snorted. His strength was obvious to all. He had defeated 3 Supreme Beings of the same level and only suffered light injuries. However, Yi Xian actually dared to challenge him. He was courting death. "All right, both of you enter the arena." The Silver Wing City Lord nodded and shouted. He was looking forward to this battle. Would the ferocious Tiger Tribe's expert or Yi Xian win? Yi Xian and the ferocious Tiger Tribe's expert landed on the arena. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart. After hearing the City Lord's command, the two of them attacked at the same time. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Sword Slash. Dragon Tiger shatters the mountain. The sword ray and the opponent's fist shadow collided. 2 different types of chi instantly exploded. The ferocious Tiger Tribe's expert's fist intent had increased to 20%, which was exactly the same as Yi Xian's. Hence, the two of them were evenly matched. For this battle, Yi Xian had the same plan as before. It had been a long time since he fought to his heart's content. Perhaps, this battle would allow his sword intent to reach 25%. Rumble. The intense battle in the arena made the spectators very excited. Even the Silverwing City Lord was confused. Yi Xian was one realm lower than his opponent, his sword intent was the same as his opponent's, and his martial arts seemed to be inferior to his opponent's. Yet, he was still able to fight his opponent to a draw. This did not make sense. "Father, who do you think will win?" At this moment, the young girl suddenly asked in a low voice. "Luluo, who do you think will win?" The Silver Wing City Master asked in reply. He found it slightly strange because this was the first time Luluo had spoken since they had appeared. "I think that human will win," Luluo replied. "But could it be that you've taken a fancy to him?" The Silverwing City Master was somewhat surprised. "That's not it. My daughter's standards are high. I just feel that human seems to be very confident." Luluo smiled lightly. "That's right. That young man most likely has yet to reveal his trump card. He should be able to win this battle," Silverwing City Lord said, nodding. At this moment, the battle between Yi Xian and the Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe had entered a white-hot stage. If either of them made the slightest mistake, they would most likely be struck by the other party, which would then lead to the outcome of this battle. "Kid, go to hell!" The Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe suddenly shouted. A huge fist shadow suddenly descended from the sky, as though it was going to smash Yi Xian into minced meat. "Umph!" Yi Xian snorted coldly. This fist was extremely powerful. If he was hit by it, he would at least be severely injured. Therefore, he quickly dodged and stared. Eyes of illusion. Boom. The Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe was not like the Charming Fox Tribe. Their mental strength was much weaker than the Charming Fox Tribe's. Therefore, Yi Xian was able to hit him with one strike. The huge fist shadow descended and smashed beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian, however, slashed out with his sword. Imperial Heaven Sword Art. Imperial Sword Slash. Swish. A cold light pierced through the air. The Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe stood in place in astonishment. He did not dodge or dodge. Swish. This slash directly cut open the Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe's throat, instantly chopping off his head. Blood spurted out from his throat and splattered several meters high. If the Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe did not use his ultimate move, he might have been able to survive for a while. Unfortunately, he was courting death. When the Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe's head fell to the ground, everyone was stunned. They did not understand why the Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe did not dodge and allowed Yi Xian to directly chop off his head. Even the Silverwing City Lord could not see through this scene. Was he hit by an illusion? When did that kid set up the illusion array? The Silverwing City Lord frowned. Even with his strength, he could not see when Yi Xian had set up the illusion array. Only an illusion array could make the Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe stand there motionless like a statue, allowing Yi Xian to chop off his head with his sword. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived beside the Supreme Being of the Ferocious Tiger Tribe and collected his corpse and belongings. A second peak Supreme Being was enough to establish a large tribe. The Desolate Mighty Tribe's patriarch was also a second peak Supreme Being. Therefore, Yi Xian had gained quite a lot. Almost there. I'll be able to make a breakthrough soon. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had already defeated his opponent and passed the second round. However, the rules of the third round were set by the Silverwing City Lord on the spot. Therefore, even he did not know what the rules were. "Little brother, you've won. Stand aside for now." The Silverwing City Lord looked at Yi Xian with an appreciative gaze and said. Yi Xian nodded silently and walked to the side. Next, it was time for the others to start their challenges. Yi Xian continued to watch. As his eye power could not recover quickly, he only skipped the battles of higher realms to watch. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. All of a sudden, a figure flew towards him. He sensed for a moment and discovered that it was the daughter of the Silverwing City Master, Luo Luo. Heavens, the young city lord is flying toward that human. What's going on? Could it be that the young city lord has taken a fancy to that human? How can this be? How can the young city lord be together with a human? Those with sharp eyes noticed this situation. Even the Silverwing City Lord did not expect that his daughter would do this. Didn't this mean that she had a good impression of Yi Xian? What's your name? Luo Luo flew to Yi Xian's side and asked in a low voice. Yi Xian was also shocked. His mind trembled and he replied in a low voice, Yi Xian. My name is Luo Luo. Luo Luo introduced herself. Then she asked, how did you make him unable to move? Was it an illusion? I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Yi Xian replied directly. However, this was within Luo Luo's expectations. She paused for a moment and said in a low voice, you used your eyes to cast an illusion on him, right? Chapter 840. This question made Yi Xian tremble. This young lady from the Fox clan, Luo Luo, had a strange ability. She was actually able to discover his secret. However, Yi Xian did not answer her question. Seeing that Yi Xian did not answer, Luo Luo asked softly, do you want to marry me? This question put Yi Xian in a difficult position. How was he supposed to answer this question? No, Yi Xian replied in the end. Luo Luo blinked her big eyes. Suddenly, she patted Yi Xian's shoulder and asked, then, are you looking for other rewards? That's right. Yi Xian's answer was simple. He suddenly had a feeling that Luo Luo was even more dangerous than the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe. All right, I hope you can get a good ranking. After Luo Luo finished speaking, she left and returned to the Silver Wing City Lord's side. This lass's perception is not inferior to mine. Her perception is too strong. She actually discovered that I cast an illusion with my eyes. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as he obtained the Scarlet Flame root, he would leave immediately. This was because he knew that many people had their eyes on him. Perhaps, this included the Silver Wing City Lord. The last battle of the second round was against the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. However, he did not have an opponent. Therefore, he directly advanced to the next round. After this round, there were only slightly more than 10 people left. Among them, there were a few Third Tribulation Supreme Beings. These people wanted to fight for the top 3 positions. The competition was extremely intense. Very good. The 18 of you will fight in pairs. There are only 9 people left. Suddenly, the Silver Wing City Lord grinned and said, I wonder if anyone is going to forfeit? The 18 people, including Yi Xian, fell silent. However, no one withdrew. Upon seeing this, the Silver Wing City Lord threw out 18 numbers. Yi Xian's number was the 12th. Then, the Silver Wing City Lord drew 9 numbers. Yi Xian's opponent was a second peak Supreme Being. All right, let's fight according to this order. The Silver Wing City Lord said directly. Unfortunately, number 1 was the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. As for his opponent, it was a peak second rank Utmost Exalted. Thus, that peak second rank Utmost Exalted directly forfeited. What a joke! This human youth had killed a third stage Supreme Being from the Giant Elephant Clan. His cultivation was even lower than the human youth's, so how could he possibly win? In the second round, it was a battle between a second-level Supreme Being and a second-level Supreme Being. The third match was between a Third Tribulation Supreme Venerable and a Second Tribulation Supreme Venerable. As expected, his opponent chose to forfeit. Battle after battle, it was soon Yi Xian's turn. Brat, I won't give up. Kill me if you can. Yi Xian's opponent was still from the ferocious tiger tribe, a second-stage supreme martial artist. As you wish. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he landed on the arena. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe that he had just killed was courting death, which was why he had killed him. He hoped that this time, the supreme being would be able to hold on for a while. It would be best if it could allow his sword intent to transform. Under the command of the Silver Wing City Lord, the battle began. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was currently using a large blade. His attack power was extremely ferocious, and it was even stronger than the previous opponent. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's cultivation was also higher than before, so he wasn't at a disadvantage. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe had fought a few battles and was injured. He had also consumed a lot of his true qi. Therefore, Yi Xian was using the Eye of Revelation to observe the true qi in his opponent's body. Now, this supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was his sparring partner. As long as the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe ran out of true qi, he would kill him without hesitation. Rumble! The sound on the stage was deafening, and everyone was shocked to the core. The Silver Wing City Lord crossed his legs and asked in a low voice, "Luoluo, who do you think will win?" "That human," Luoluo replied without thinking. "Then do you think he can make it into the top 3? There are 3 Third Tribulation Supreme Venerables here," the Silver Wing City Lord asked again. "Then, Father, can't you just do something?" Luoluo suddenly turned to look at the Silver Wing City Lord. Do something? The Silver Wing City Lord naturally understood what Luoluo meant. If Yi Xian could make it through the first round, he would arrange Yi Xian's opponent so that he wouldn't have to face the other 3 Third Tribulation Supreme Venerables. However, Luoluo's answer gave the Silver Wing City Lord another plan. This kid doesn't seem to be here for Luoluo. If he's here for the reward, then I'll capture him and make him Luoluo's servant. The marriage contest was actually just a pretense. The Silver Wing City Lord wanted to see if there would be anyone who was qualified to participate. This way, he could charm the other party and make them work for him. Of course, if he could find a good husband for his daughter, he would be very happy. At this time, wow! The surrounding audience suddenly burst into an uproar. When the Silver Wing City Lord took a closer look, his face turned pale with fright. He exclaimed, 25% sword intent? Yi Xian, who was in the arena, suddenly comprehended 25% of the sword intent and instantly killed his opponent with a single sword strike. This scene happened so quickly that even the Silver Wing City Lord couldn't react in time. Rip! The head of the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was thrown into the air. Soon after, the corpse was put away by Yi Xian, who walked forward quickly. Tithise, the sword intent of Sword God Bahuang is really powerful. It transformed twice in a day. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. The standard for a second Tribulation Supreme was 20% sword intent. Since he had comprehended 25% sword intent, he could definitely squeeze into the ranks of the geniuses. Not only that, after obtaining these spoils, he could break through to the second Tribulation Supreme realm. However, he didn't break through immediately. Since he had already taken the spoils, he might as well keep them in the devouring space as a trump card. The people below the arena were so shocked that they were speechless. The difficulty of transforming sword intent wasn't any lower than breaking through. However, Yi Xian could transform twice in a day. This was enough to prove his qualifications. At this time, the Silver Wing City Lord's eyes were shining. It would be great if he could make such a human genius work for him. Good, continue. The Silver Wing City Lord shouted. Yi Xian was in the 7th round, so there were still 2 more rounds to be fought. Soon, the 2 rounds were over. Only 9 people were left. Among them, 3 were at the Third Tribulation Supreme Realm. Among the remaining 6, except for Yi Xian, who was at the Second Tribulation Supreme Realm, the rest were at the Third Tribulation Supreme Realm. Then, the Silver Wing City Lord announced the order of the next round of battles. This time, it was very brutal. The 9 people would be divided into 3 groups. Each group would have 3 people. These 3 people would have to fight until the last one to be considered the winner. Of course, they could also forfeit. The Silver Wing City Lord immediately divided the groups. He used a method that others couldn't see through to secretly tamper with the groups. Chapter 841. Did the Silver Wing City Master deliberately assign a Third Tribulation Supreme Being to that human genius's group? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the Eye of Revelation, he saw through the Silver Wing City Master's trick. Father, he saw through your trick, Luoluo suddenly said in a low voice. Only she and the Silverwing City Master could hear her voice. What? The Silverwing City Master was startled. Soon after, he adjusted his state of mind and said, the 3 groups are out. He flashed the numbers in the air for everyone to see. After seeing the situation, the people in the square burst into an uproar again. That third tribulation supreme being is in trouble. He actually encountered that human genius. Won't he be killed instantly? His opponent will definitely admit defeat. That white-clothed human is too lucky. He actually only encountered 2 second tribulation supreme being opponents. It seems that he will be able to qualify for this round. At the very least, he will be ranked third. The reward for the third place is also pretty good. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian's 5 senses were extremely sharp. Without exception, the conversations of these people fell into his ears. However, he did not expose the Silverwing City Master's trick. Instead, he just watched quietly. However, his complexion was not very good. This was because the Silverwing City Master deliberately let him win. He probably had some kind of plan. This plan might be to charm him or to make him the son-in-law of the City Master. If it was the latter, Yi Xian could still deal with it. If it was the former, it would be troublesome. If the charm did not work, the Silverwing City Master would very likely kill him directly. Humph, I will first take the Scarlet Flame route and then leave with the crowd. The Silverwing City Master will not dare to make a move in public. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first round was between the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent and the other 2 people. One of them was a third tribulation supreme being, while the other was a peak second tribulation supreme being. However, the 2 of them tactfully chose to forfeit. The second round was between a third tribulation supreme being from the demonic snake clan and 2 peak second tribulation supreme beings from the fox clan. A third tribulation supreme being had passed 1 more supreme being tribulation than a second tribulation supreme being. Their golden body was extremely powerful. If they did not comprehend 20% of the sword intent, they would not be able to injure their opponent. Therefore, the 2 of them chose to forfeit. The third match was Yi Xian. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, Yi Xian muttered in his heart. What a joke, if he gave up, then he would lose out. Fortunately, the other 2 had reached a consensus. They wanted to kick Yi Xian out of the ring first. Yi Xian had actually predicted this, but he was not afraid of the other party at all. After all, the other party was only a second tribulation supreme. The 3 of them landed on the arena and stood at 3 corners. Let the third round begin. The Silverwing City Master shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 second-stage supreme martial artists simultaneously launched their attacks at Yi Xian. A speck of light dares to compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian's eyes flickered a few times as he quickly slashed twice with his sword. Hiss! Amidst 2 crisp sounds, the heads of the 2 overconfident supremes were chopped off by Yi Xian one by one. He really didn't know why they had the guts to enter the arena. However, Yi Xian benefited from this. After keeping the few interspatial rings, Yi Xian looked at the Silverwing City Master. Very good. The top 3 are out. The Silverwing City Master smiled faintly and said, since that is the case, I will announce the rankings directly. After saying that, he looked at the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent and said, you are the first. You are the second. You are the third. When he said the third, the Silverwing City Master looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. In the end, the Silverwing City Master actually decided the rankings himself. What the hell was he doing? At this time, the Silverwing City Master asked again. If the 3 of you are not satisfied with your rankings, you can challenge me. Initially, the surrounding people also felt that it was a little unfair. However, when they heard this, they calmed down. The young man who was in the first place would definitely not have any objections to his ranking. In that case, it would depend on the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan and Yi Xian. I have no objections. The third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan shook his head. He believed that he would not be able to defeat the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. However, Yi Xian had an objection. The purpose of his trip was the Scarlet Blaze route. The second place reward was the Scarlet Blaze route. Therefore, he had to challenge the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan. I have an objection. I want to challenge him. Yi Xian suddenly shouted and pointed at the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan. As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Yi Xian was at the second tribulation supremacy realm, while the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan was at the second tribulation supremacy realm. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Moreover, there was a gap of 1 supremacy realm between them. If it was the second tribulation supremacy realm between the second tribulation supremacy realm and the second tribulation supremacy realm, there would be a gap of 2 realms between them. However, there was a gap of 1 supremacy realm between the 2 realms. The people below felt that there was something wrong with Yi Xian's head. That third tribulation supremacy realm expert had also comprehended 25% of the sword intent. Moreover, he was 2 realms higher than the third tribulation supremacy realm expert. What ability did Yi Xian have to challenge him? Yi Xian's words made the Silver Wing City Lord tremble. The Silver Wing City Lord originally wanted to give Yi Xian a way out. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian would not appreciate his kindness. The Silver Wing City Lord paused for a moment and glanced at Luo Luo, who was beside him. Luo Luo still had a smile on her face. She said softly, "Father, didn't you notice that his aura has changed?" The Silver Wing City Lord frowned. Due to the distance between them, he did not sense any changes in Yi Xian. "Luo Luo, are you saying that he has made a breakthrough?" The Silver Wing City Lord asked with a frown. Luo Luo nodded. The Silver Wing City Lord knew his daughter's ability. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, he said to Yi Xian, "If you can defeat him, you will be ranked 2nd. Good." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Earlier, he had already devoured the natural treasures and broken through to the second tribulation supremacy realm. Although his opponent was 1 realm higher than him and had to undergo 1 more supremacy realm tribulation, he was still a supremacy realm tribulation supremacy realm expert. However, he was still not afraid. Since the 2nd ranked was challenged by the 3rd ranked, that supremacy realm snake demon clan expert could not refuse. Refusing was equivalent to forfeiting. "Brat, I really don't know where you get your guts from. Since you dare to covet my 2nd rank, I advise you to give up. If you die in my hands, you won't even be able to get the reward for the 3rd rank." Supremacy realm snake demon clan expert said coldly. "I can give up if you want. However, you have to give me the reward." Yi Xian suddenly cracked a joke. "You are courting death." The 3rd tribulation supremacy of the demonic snake clan landed on the arena and shouted. "What a joke! Give Yi Xian the reward? How was that possible?" Chapter 842. The spectators felt that Yi Xian should have just accepted the reward for the 3rd place. However, he insisted on challenging the 2nd place. He was simply courting death. It would be fine if he admitted defeat in the middle of the battle. However, they were afraid that Yi Xian wouldn't even have the time to admit defeat. "I hope this brat doesn't die in the hands of his opponent." The Silver Wing City Lord thought to himself. He wanted to recruit Yi Xian. Even if he failed, he could still charm him forcefully. However, it would be a pity if Yi Xian was killed by the 3rd tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan. "Let's begin," the Silver Wing City Lord shouted. He was already prepared to attack. As for the reason, it was very simple. After all, Yi Xian was the 3rd place. How could he recruit him if he died? "Brat, you have no way out now. Hand over the interspatial ring obediently." The supreme being of the demonic snakes clan sneered. "You talk too much." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his opponent. He directly swept his sword. He was at the 2nd peak of the Supreme Being stage and had comprehended 25% of the sword intent. In general, Yi Xian was only 1 level lower than his opponent and had only undergone 1 supreme tribulation. This small difference could definitely be made up for with his bloodline. Swish! The slash pierced through the air. At this moment, the 3rd tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan finally understood why Yi Xian had the guts to challenge him. It turned out that he had broken through. You're still a 2nd tribulation supreme being even after breaking through. How can your golden body be compared to mine?" The 3rd tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan also attacked. He had also comprehended 25% of the sword intent. His attack power wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's. Let's end this quickly. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian glared at the third tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan and immediately fell for it. The demonic snakes clan was different from the demonic foxes clan. The demonic foxes clan's willpower was naturally stronger than other clans. Therefore, the demonic snakes clan's supreme being paused for a second. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Yi Xian quickly swung his sword at the supreme being of the demonic snake clan. With a loud bang, the supreme being of the demonic snake clan was sent flying. However, a third tribulation supremacy had undergone one more supremacy tribulation. Those who could withstand the third supremacy tribulation were not ordinary people. Furthermore, after undergoing the baptism of the third supremacy tribulation, the supremacy of the demonic snake clan's supremacy golden body was exceptionally powerful. This sword strike only caused a light injury to the other party. However, Yi Xian's original intention was not to kill him. Eye of Control. The snake demon supremacy, who was still in the illusion, suddenly fell into the trap again. However, the success rate of the Eye of Control in this situation was not high. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique. Imperial Slash. Yi Xian quickly slashed out 5 times, each strike landing on the body of the demonic snake clan supremacy, greatly weakening his willpower. Ding. Control successful. The system prompted. So what if the other party was a third tribulation supremacy? This only showed that the supreme being golden body was more powerful. Willpower still depended on the person's state of mind. This time, he was able to control the other party easily because the other party was not of the demonic fox clan. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to succeed. I admit defeat. The demonic snake clan supremacy, who was controlled by Yi Xian, climbed up from the arena. His chest was badly mutilated by Yi Xian's attack. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound, and it was a glaring scarlet color. The entire audience was shocked. Although Yi Xian was powerful, why was this sovereign of the snake demon clan stunned for a second like the sovereign of the ferocious tiger clan? At this moment, the Silver Wing city governor was also confused. He knew that Yi Xian had used the illusion again, but he did not know how Yi Xian had done it. At the same time, even he did not see that the demonic snake clan supremacy had been controlled. Alright, the second and third place will be swapped, the Silver Wing city governor said loudly. This was Yi Xian's plan. If the demonic snake clan supremacy died, there would be no one for the third place. Wouldn't the reward be returned to the Silver Wing city governor? That was why Yi Xian controlled the demonic snake clan supremacy. This way, the second and third place rewards would be his. Under Yi Xian's control, the injured demonic snake clan supremacy immediately began to heal his wounds. After his injuries were stabilized, the Silver Wing city governor said, "Daughter, who do you fancy? Of course, you don't have to choose from the top 3. You just have to be present." His voice was neither loud nor soft, and everyone in the surroundings could hear it. The entire arena was in an uproar again. Even if they were not on the arena, they were still qualified? Now, there were already 3 people standing on the arena. The first was the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. The second was Yi Xian, and the third was the demonic snake clan supremacy that Yi Xian had just defeated. When the young lady from the fox clan heard this, she deliberately swept her beautiful eyes around. Everywhere her beautiful eyes passed, there would be an uproar. However, her gaze still shifted to the arena in the end. "It's him!" Luo Luo pointed at a human with her slender finger. This human wasn't the genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. It was Yi Xian. Wow! The entire arena was in an uproar again. One was a supremacy who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent, while the other was a second peak supremacy who had comprehended 25% of the sword intent. One was the first and the other was the second. In the end, it was actually the second place, Yi Xian. This was beyond the expectations of many people. F***ck. Seeing Luo Luo pointing at him, Yi Xian's face sank. This was troublesome. He had to obtain the Scarlet Flame Root. However, Since Luo Luo had taken a fancy to him, wouldn't it be a slap to the Silver Wing City Governor's face if he were to reject her? Moreover, it would also incite public anger. After all, who didn't want to become the Silver Wing City Governor's son-in-law? Young man, Luo Luo has taken a fancy to you. What do you think? The Silver Wing City Governor narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. Yi Xian paused for a moment before he said, I already have 2 wives at home. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, the Silver Wing City Governor said with a smile. But I am a human, Yi Xian said again. It doesn't matter. Although you and I are not of the same race, I don't discriminate. It doesn't matter whether my offspring is a human or a fox, the Silver Wing City Governor continued. Now Yi Xian was having a headache. He hadn't found Song Sui Jing yet. He wasn't even in the mood to consummate his marriage. How could he marry another one? Moreover, if a human married a fox, unless the human's bloodline was extremely powerful and overpowered the foxes, the human's bloodline would be biased toward the beasts. He didn't want to give birth to a fox. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had activated his eye of revelation, scanned the surroundings and found that the few supremacies who were hiding in the surroundings had already moved closer to him. If he didn't agree, he would probably be forcefully captured. On the surface, the Silverwing City Lord seemed to be smiling, but if he were to forcefully seize Yi Xian in public, the people present probably wouldn't dare to say anything. Should I agree for the time being, wait for a while, and then sneak away? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he was afraid that the Silver Wing City Governor would use his charm on him. If he didn't succeed, he would be in trouble. I am willing to take Miss Luo Luo as my wife, Yi Xian shouted in a voice that everyone could hear. Chapter 843. All right. The Silverwing City Governor smiled and said, The 3 of you, return to the mansion now. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian followed the Silverwing City Governor and flew into the distance. He must have been extremely lucky to be able to become the son-in-law of the Silverwing City Governor. Have you changed your mind? Along the way, the young lady from the Fox clan could not help but lean over and ask in a low voice. Yes. Yi Xian looked at her and nodded his head. Really? Luo Luo asked in disbelief. Really? Yi Xian replied immediately. This young lady had extraordinary senses. If he hesitated, he might give himself away. Luo Luo was still in disbelief when she heard Yi Xian's reply. However, now that Yi Xian had followed them back to the mansion, with the Silverwing City Governor around, Yi Xian would not be able to escape. Soon, Yi Xian followed behind the Silverwing City Governor and arrived at the Silverwing City Governor's mansion. I forgot to give you your rewards. At this moment, the Silverwing City Lord suddenly threw out 3 universe rings that landed in the hands of Yi Xian and the other 2. Yi Xian checked the interspatial rings and saw that there were many treasures in them. He had obtained them when he came in 2nd place. Among the treasures, there was an item that was very important to him. The Crimson Flame Root. I finally got it. Activate the Burning Eye. Yi Xian could not help but laugh in his heart. Ding! The Burning Eye has been successfully activated. The system notified. Currently, Yi Xian had already activated 4 Heaven's Eyes. They were the Eye of Revelation, the Eye of Illusion, the Eye of Control, and the Burning Eye. Among them, the Burning Eye would be very effective when used together with the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control. Although the Burning Eye could not cause substantial damage to the opponent, it could cause mental damage. It could weaken the opponent's willpower, which would increase the success rate of the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control. Then, the Silverwing City Governor called 2 people to arrange accommodation for the young man and the supreme being of the demonic snake clan. As for the Silverwing City Governor, he personally led Yi Xian in. Young man, what is your name? Where are you from? Silverwing City Lord asked as he walked. My name is Yi Xian, Yi Xian said casually. I am from the Tianhua Holy Dynasty, but I have been training in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Oh, you should know the rules of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, right? It's quite strange for a human talent like you to not be charmed. Silverwing City Lord suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian shivered. The people of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty were born with the ability to charm people, so it wasn't difficult for them to discover that he wasn't affected by the charm. Could it be that the city lord wants to bewitch me? Yi Xian suddenly mustered up his courage and asked. Hee. The silver-winged city master smiled and said, I only have one daughter, Luluo. I do not have any sons. If you marry Luluo, you will be the silver-winged city master in the future. What difference does it make if you seduce her or not? Hearing this, the large stone in Yi Xian's heart fell. It seemed that he still had a chance to escape. At this time, the silver-winged city lord smiled and said, All right, talk to Luluo. I will ask someone to arrange the wedding. You two can get married tomorrow. What? His words shocked Yi Xian. Getting married tomorrow? Did the silver-winged city lord want to have a grandchild so badly? City lord, isn't this too soon? Yi Xian said anxiously. Too soon? If it were others, they would want to get married today. You actually think it's too soon? It seems like Luluo has good taste, the silver-winged city lord said with a smile. Yi Xian was speechless. Then, the silver-winged city lord left quickly. Yi Xian looked at the city lord's back and was slightly dazed. Even he couldn't see through the silver-winged city lord's strength. Moreover, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the city lord mansion. Yi Xian scanned the mansion with his eye of revelation and discovered that there were many level 3 Supreme Being experts. Among them, there was no lack of level 3 Supreme Being experts. It seems like I have to leave tonight, Yi Xian thought inwardly. Suddenly he felt an itch on his back. When he turned his head, he discovered that the Fox Clan's young lady, Luluo, was scratching him with her fluffy tail. What are you thinking about? Luluo blinked her big eyes and asked. Nothing. Miss Luluo, do you know where those two people are staying? I want to get to know them, Yi Xian asked. Okay, I will bring you there. Luluo didn't suspect anything and led the way to the guest room. Soon Yi Xian saw the demonic snake supremacy that he had injured. The demonic snake clan's third tribulation supremacy was already under Yi Xian's control. Hence, he directly handed over his belongings and the reward he had just received to Yi Xian. The Fox Clan's young lady, Luluo, was right outside the door. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian used a slip of paper to communicate with the demonic snake clan's third tribulation supremacy. He told the demonic snake supremacy that if he wasn't bewitched, he should go to the desolate Xiong tribe. After that, Yi Xian left a bottle of blood behind and left. Aren't you going to meet the person in first place? Luluo looked at Yi Xian and asked. No, I feel that he is rather cold. Forget it. Yi Xian shook his head and continued, I have to return to the inn to get something. Is that so? Then you can go. Luluo surprisingly didn't choose to follow him. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly left the city lord mansion. The Silver Wing City's city lord was preparing for the wedding, so Luluo didn't follow him. This was perfect. Yi Xian could take this opportunity to slip away. With the second and third place rewards and the things I obtained, I'm about to reach the shackles of the second tribulation supremacy. If I get a few more things, I'll be able to pass the third tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian thought as he left the city lord mansion. Then he quickly blended into the crowd. However, to his surprise, there were indeed people following him. They were 3 third tribulation supremacies. Sure enough, there are people following me. Humph, it's just 3 third tribulation supremacies. I can still deal with them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly chose to leave the city. Sure enough, he didn't run far before the 3 people immediately caught up with him. Little brother, you're going to marry the young city lord tomorrow. Please don't run too far. A middle-aged Fox Clan man said to Yi Xian. I know. Yi Xian turned around and looked around. This place was quite a distance away from Silver Wing City. If he fought quickly, he shouldn't attract any attention. At this moment, burning eye. Suddenly, the middle-aged Fox Clan man, who was the leader, felt a pain in his heart. He painfully grabbed his heart. What happened to you? The other 2 people were shocked. The burning eye directly burned one's mind. This middle-aged Fox Clan man was suffering a huge mental torture. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control on him. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Chapter 844. The burning eye was very effective, but it consumed more eye power than the eye of illusion, second only to the eye of control. After being controlled by Yi Xian, the pain of the middle-aged fox suddenly disappeared, followed by the second person. The person behind the middle-aged fox suddenly cried out in pain. In the next moment, he was also controlled. The last person felt very strange and quickly turned to Yi Xian, asking, "What did you do to them?" "Senior, I didn't even move. Why are you suspecting me? Besides, aren't they fine now?" Yi Xian grinned. In the next moment, he used the burning eye on the last person. Then he used the eye of control. Although the three of them were third tribulation supreme beings, the burning eye could directly destroy the enemy's willpower through the sovereign golden body. Unless they were third tribulation supreme beings, they would definitely lose their combat strength from the pain. This burning eye is too terrifying. Third tribulation supreme beings would be in so much pain after being hit by my burning eye. It's easy for me to kill them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had already controlled 3 people. The 5 slots for the eye of control were just right. "The 3 of you, give me your interspatial rings," Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. The 3 of them did not dare to have any objections and directly threw the interspatial rings to Yi Xian. "These things are enough for me to reach the peak of second tribulation supreme being." Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly devoured the things inside. Ding. The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 90%. "Do you want to start the tribulation?" the system prompted. Yi Xian immediately rejected. This time, his success rate was only 90% because his imperial celestial tyrant body had not refined the draconic luck for a long time. Moreover, his clone was not here, so the success rate could not be increased. Fortunately, the 3 of them were consecrators of the City Lord Mansion. There were some tokens that stored draconic luck in their interspatial rings. If I refine these draconic luck and use it to improve my imperial celestial tyrant body, I should be able to increase my success rate to 100%. Yi Xian thought to himself. There were still some elixirs in their interspatial rings that could speed up the refinement of the dragon luck. However, even with these elixirs, they could not increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation to 100% within a day. So Yi Xian chose to hide for now. "The 3 of you will follow me for now. We will return to the city tomorrow. Tomorrow I will release you from my control," Yi Xian said. "Yes." The 3 of them nodded respectfully and left with Yi Xian. These 3 people were under his control. Although they didn't have much oil on them, if anything were to happen, he could still use the 3 of them to protect him. Yi Xian led the 3 away. This time, Yi Xian did not have a specific goal in mind. He only wanted to leave Silverwing City and find a place to refine his dragon fate before undergoing his tribulation. However, what he did not expect was that at dusk, suddenly, a figure quickly approached him. So fast! Yi Xian was shocked. This speed was not slower than his. He immediately stopped and watched as the figure rapidly approached him. "It's him!" Yi Xian was surprised because the person who came was actually the human genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. How did he catch up with us? Yi Xian could not understand. There should be no problem with him. Then, the problem should lie with the 3 people who were under his control. He did not expect that he was the one who dug his own grave. "The city lord wants you to go back." After the young man in white approached, he directly said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at him and pondered. The young man in white was also a third tribulation supreme. At the same time, he had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. He could be considered a genius. The person behind him should be the city lord of Silverwing City. Therefore, Yi Xian could not guarantee that his eye of control would be effective on a person who was charmed. If it was not effective, then both sides would have to fight. "I am about to undergo my tribulation. I am looking for a quiet place to undergo my tribulation," Yi Xian replied. "The City Lord Mansion is a good place to undergo your tribulation." The young man replied. "I am sorry. I have already come out. I will go back tomorrow," Yi Xian said. "Since that is the case, I have no choice but to bring you back." The young man immediately took out a weapon. "Let's fight. Do you think I am afraid of you?" Yi Xian also took out his weapon. In the next moment, he directly used the young man's burning eyes on the young man. The young man's body trembled violently. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his heart. He knew that this must be Yi Xian's method. You are courting death. The young man endured the pain and attacked. Yi Xian also directly slashed with his sword. Annihilation slash. He copied this move from the young man. Previously, he could not use it because he was in the city. Now, he could use it to increase his proficiency. At the same time, Yi Xian also directly used the Eye of Control on the young man after slashing with his sword. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. As expected, it was not that easy to control a person who was charmed. After all, the young man was backed by the Silverwing City Governor. The Silverwing City Governor was at least a third Tribulation Supreme Being. There were even rumors that he had broken through to the fourth Tribulation Supreme Being level. If Yi Xian wanted to control a person who was charmed by the Silverwing City Governor, he would need to increase his cultivation base to the third Tribulation Supreme Being level. Boom. When the two sword chi collided, the young man's attack was slightly stronger. However, Yi Xian had expected this and dodged it. Ding. Annihilation slash's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 20%. Ding. Annihilation slash's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 30%. Ding. Annihilation slash's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 40%. The system notification kept ringing in Yi Xian's mind. After a few rounds, his proficiency had increased to 70%. Not only that, but his exquisite steps had also increased to 60%. All of you attack him together. Yi Xian ordered the three of them in his mind. Immediately, the other three launched their attacks at the young man. Although the young man had killed a third Tribulation Supreme Being expert in an instant, his soul was constantly being burned by Yi Xian's burning eyes. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His combat strength had decreased by at least 20%. The other three were also third Tribulation Supreme Beings. Therefore, their attacks were still able to threaten the young man. Not only that, but Yi Xian's strength was still increasing. Although the young man was charmed, he could still think. However, there were a few things that he did not understand. First, these three were the consecrators of the city governor's mansion. Why would they help Yi Xian? Yi Xian was just a human. He was not from the Fox Charm clan. Second, why did Yi Xian know his annihilation slash? You better retreat quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Xian shouted coldly. Don't even think about it. Chapter 845. It was undeniable that this young man had a strong willpower. The other three had been struck by the burning eye and were in so much pain that they couldn't even fight back. However, this young man could withstand the attacks of the other four and retaliate. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian had shown mercy. Since that's the case, don't blame me for this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he slashed out with his sword. The annihilation slash, which had been raised to 80%, pierced through the air. At the same time, Yi Xian used his sky eye again. The Eye of Illusion. After being burned by the burning eye 3 times, the young man's willpower was already very weak. The Eye of Illusion immediately caused him to fall into an illusion. Boom! Before the illusion could be broken, the young man was struck by the annihilation slash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What a strong sovereign golden body. I'm afraid it's comparable to a third-stage sovereign. Yi Xian couldn't help but be impressed. However, the burning eye was impossible to guard against. The young man couldn't resist at all. Although he could close his eyes, how could he fight with his eyes closed? At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the young lady from the Fox clan, Luo Luo. She could actually see through the illusion that Yi Xian had cast with his eyes. It was really too strange. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to use the Eye of Control to control Luo Luo. However, he couldn't guarantee that he would succeed in one try. If he failed and Luo Luo cried out in alarm, he wouldn't be able to leave the city lord's mansion alive. After the young man was sent flying by the annihilation slash, he decided to turn around and retreat. After all, Yi Xian could control the other three to attack him, but he didn't dare to kill Yi Xian and the other three. Hence, he could only retreat. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Yi Xian used the Eye of Illusion again the moment the young man turned around. The young man fell into an illusion. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took off the young man's interspatial ring. However, to Yi Xian's regret, the young man's interspatial ring only contained healing pills and nothing else. Forget it. I'll give the Silverwing City Master some face and spare your life. Yi Xian snorted coldly and turned around to leave. The other three stayed behind and waited for him to leave before releasing the restraints on them. Yi Xian was very disappointed that the young man could not be controlled, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the one who charmed the young man could be a fourth tribulation supreme, and he had not even passed the third tribulation. The young man woke up. After being hit by the burning eye 4 times in a row, his willpower was very weak. It took him a few seconds to break through the Eye of Illusion. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already disappeared without a trace. This time, Yi Xian had let him go, which was a small breakthrough for him. However, he had already taken the Silverwing City Lord's possession. If he were to kill him, it would be heartless of him. If it was in the past, he would definitely kill everyone. Although the young man did not chase after him, Yi Xian still traveled for half an hour before he stopped and landed in a mountain range to rest. Those 3 people must have a tracking mark on them. That's why the young man could catch up with me so quickly. Now that I'm alone, he won't be able to find me. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, the sky was already dark. Even if the Silverwing City Lord were to make a move personally, he would not be able to find him. He was going to marry Luo Luo tomorrow. If he did not leave today, he would not have another chance. He reckoned that the Silverwing City Lord should be furious now. His daughter was getting married, but the man ran away from the wedding. This was a huge slap to his face. Forget it. Let's start refining the dragon luck. Yi Xian did not care too much. He swallowed an elixir and started refining the dragon luck. The devouring system was indeed good, but he still had to refine the dragon luck himself. Fortunately, he had an elixir that could speed up the refining process. Otherwise, it would take him more than a month to refine the dragon luck. This time, Yi Xian spent a full day refining the dragon luck he obtained from the interspatial rings of the 3 city lords. A day has passed. The Silverwing City Lord should be looking for me. Fortunately, I did not report the desolate mighty tribe. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had already released the 3 guardians of the City Lord Mansion and returned their freedom. However, the 3rd tribulation supremacy of the demonic snake clan was still in the City Lord Mansion. With the Eye of Control, he could give orders to the Supreme of the demonic snake clan. However, the Supreme of the demonic snake clan could not talk to him. This was a small disadvantage. It would be better if they could communicate directly. Forget it. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that the success rate of the Tribulation Transcendence had reached 100%. He immediately started the Tribulation Transcendence. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth began to condense rapidly. Yi Xian sat quietly on the ground. The 3rd Tribulation Supreme had a total of 3 lightning bolts. The power was much stronger than the 2nd Tribulation Supreme. However, Yi Xian had a 100% chance of breaking through, so he was not afraid at all. Boom! The first lightning bolt condensed in the sky and struck Yi Xian on the forehead. Although it was painful, Yi Xian could feel that his body was changing. It was a good feeling. The second lightning bolt was still condensing. However, at this moment, hiss! Suddenly, Yi Xian heard the rustling of grass in the wind. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly sensed it. He found that a figure had stepped into his sensing range and was running toward him at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, there's someone! His expression changed and he hurriedly got up from the ground. Fortunately, his success rate was 100%. Even if he fought during the Tribulation Transcendence, it would not be a problem. At this moment, he found that the figure was a little petite and had a long tail. It was a member of the demonic fox clan. Luluo. Yi Xian reacted. As expected, when the second lightning bolt was about to strike, a petite figure walked out of the forest. The bright moonlight shone on her face. It was undoubtedly Luo Luo. You can't escape. Luo Luo looked at Yi Xian with a relaxed expression. Boom! At this moment, the sovereign tribulation lightning struck. Yi Xian frowned. The sovereign tribulation lightning was not a threat to him at all. However, he did not understand how Luo Luo could find him. How did you find me? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Because I left a mark on your body. Luo Luo answered without thinking. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and began to recall. He remembered that Luo Luo had patted his shoulder once. He immediately flipped open his clothes and found that there was a cute claw mark on his shoulder. The devouring system did not notify me. Yi Xian was shocked. This Luo Luo was really not simple. You should go through the tribulation transcendence first. If you get distracted during the tribulation transcendence, be careful not to die. Luo Luo suddenly giggled. Yi Xian looked at her with a fearful expression. Boom! The third sovereign tribulation lightning struck Yi Xian's head. Chapter 846. Ding! Ascension successful. Beginning reconstruction of the sovereign golden body. The system prompted. However, at this moment, Yi Xian saw Luo Luo's eyes turn pink. Charm. Good girl, you actually chose to charm me when I'm reconstructing the sovereign golden body. You've got a good plan. Yi Xian exclaimed in his heart. Unfortunately, the bewitching failed. Failed? How is this possible? Luo Luo exclaimed. She didn't believe it and tried to charm Yi Xian again. It failed again. It's useless. I'm immune to charm. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't dare to make a move in the castellan manner. However, now that they were in the middle of nowhere, why wouldn't he make a move? However, just as he was about to control Luo Luo suddenly closed her eyes and said in a low voice, Charm failed. Try this, master and servant blood contract. In the next moment, a scarlet array appeared under Luo Luo's feet. At the same time, the small claw mark on Yi Xian's shoulders started to glow. Master and servant blood contract? Yi Xian was shocked. He had used this thing before to subdue Wei Zhentian. However, this time, it was being used by someone else. However, even charm didn't work on him. How could this master and servant blood contract work? Yi Xian felt a sudden surge of energy in his mind. It wanted to control his brain but was blocked by the devouring system. Ding! Master and servant blood contract signing failed. The other party has suffered a backlash. Do you want to reverse the signing? After hearing the system prompt, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Just as he had expected, the signing of the master-servant contract failed. However, what did reverse the signing mean? Did it mean that he was the master and Luo Luo was the servant? Yes. Yi Xian tried to answer. Then he saw Luo Luo's expression change. She exclaimed, No. However, this wasn't up to her. Ding! Master and servant blood contract signing successful. The system prompt said. Then, Yi Xian saw Luo Luo's name in the object of desire column. What the F***CK, how did it become a sex object? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that this master-servant contract had the same effect as the Eye of Control, but he didn't expect it to be an item. The young ladies of the Fox Charm clan had become sex objects? Why is there a backlash? This is impossible. Luo Luo immediately began to cry. Large and small pearls fell to the ground. She was extremely sad. Originally, she had wanted to become Yi Xian's master, but unexpectedly, the master-servant blood contract had backfired and she had become the servant instead. Little girl, you're playing with fire now. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this master-servant blood contract did not take up the control quota of the Eye of Control. As long as he wanted to, he could break the contract and return Luo Luo to freedom. However, in the next moment, he completely dispelled this thought. No, he completely obliterated this thought. Ding! The beast god bloodline has mutated. All advancement paths have been upgraded. This time, the system notification caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. The beast god bloodline had mutated? What was going on? He quickly glanced at it and realized that all the advancement paths of the beast god bloodline had been upgraded. Originally, when the dexterity advancement path was upgraded to 5, it could increase movement speed by 50%, but now it was upgraded to 6. Her strength had also increased to 2, her growth speed had also increased to 2, and all her attributes had also increased to 2. The beast god bloodline had a total of 8 advancement paths, but now, all of them had been upgraded. This made Yi Xian very confused. This little girl probably has some kind of powerful bloodline in her body. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian came to this conclusion. The little girl in front of him was still crying. Yi Xian looked at her and said, "Come here." Although she didn't want to obey, the contract mark in her mind made it impossible for Luo Luo to resist. She could only walk and cry. She was very sad. Luo Luo's 2 ears, which were originally perked up, were covered by her beautiful hair because of her sadness. Her fluffy tail also naturally drooped, and she looked listless. As she cried, she walked in front of Yi Xian. "Wu, don't be rash, don't cry, I didn't do anything to you," Yi Xian said with a headache. Such a cute little girl crying in front of him, his heart softened. "What do you want to do?" Luo Luo raised her small face and looked at Yi Xian. "Ask a few questions." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "How did you find out that my eyes can cast illusions?" "Feeling." Luo Luo answered directly. Now that Yi Xian was Luo Luo's master, the latter couldn't lie, so Yi Xian believed her. "Your master-servant blood contract is no ordinary master-servant contract. Where did it come from?" Yi Xian asked again. He remembered that when he had subdued Wei Zhentian, he had only used an ordinary master-servant contract. This time, Luo Luo used a master-servant blood contract. "I don't know, I was born with it." Luo Luo shook her head. "Born with it? Is it the same as charm?" Yi Xian frowned. Luo Luo still shook her head and said, "No, as long as you're from the Fox Charm clan, you can charm. But only I know how to form a master-servant blood contract. I learned it after I passed the 3rd Supreme Tribulation." "You learned it after passing the tribulation, could it be?" Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened and said, "Could it be inherited memory?" Luo Luo nodded obediently. This shocked Yi Xian. The ancestors of those who had inherited memory were not ordinary experts. Such experts would imprint their knowledge in their bloodline, then their descendants would also know it and it wouldn't be lost. Of course, not all descendants would have inherited memory. "You actually have inherited memory, does your father know?" Yi Xian asked. "Yes." Luo Luo nodded. "I remember that the Fox Charm clan is divided into many different clans. Which one are you?" Yi Xian asked. Apart from the general clans of the Beast Charm clan, there were also different clans, such as the Ice Fox, the Flaming Sun Fox, the Heart-Seducing Fox, and so on. "I don't know either." Luo Luo wiped her tears and shook her head. "All right." Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions, but he understood that the person who inherited the memory in Luo Luo's body must be very strong, perhaps even stronger than a supreme. At this time, Luo Luo raised her tear-stained face and said pitifully, "Can you let me go?" "How can I do that? If you didn't suffer a backlash this time, would you let me go?" Yi Xian asked. "Oh, if my father finds out, you'll die a horrible death." Luo Luo actually started to threaten Yi Xian. How would he know? Yi Xian suddenly smiled wretchedly. With a thought, Luo Luo disappeared into thin air in front of him. What did you do? Where is this? Chapter 847. What did you do? Where is this? Needless to say, Yi Xian had recalled Luo Luo back to the physical space and then released her. Now that Luo Luo was his physical space, it was much more convenient than the Eye of Control. What did you do? Luo's eyes widened. She wondered if she had been hit by an illusion and ran into a foreign space. Nothing. Now that you are my servant, how should you address me? Yi Xian asked wretchedly. You, Luo was about to speak when the mark in her head suddenly stirred. She could only obediently call out, Master. A normal master and servant contract could make a servant obedient, let alone a master and servant blood contract. Very good, but don't call me master. Call me young master, Yi Xian said with a smile. Young master? Luo cried, then said, Young master, can you let me go? Speaking of which, we were going to get married today. Aren't you my servant? Yi Xian said, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. Or are you saying that you want to seduce me on our wedding night? Luoluo hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. As expected, Yi Xian snorted. Just now, he had accidentally signed a master and servant blood contract, which caused his beast god bloodline to mutate. However, if Luoluo was still free, Yi Xian didn't know if his beast god bloodline would degenerate. It's impossible for me to let you go. Just accept your fate. Yi Xian sized Luoluo up and said, acknowledging me as your master is not without benefits. Your current strength should have increased by 20%, right? When she heard the first sentence, Luoluo was prepared to cry again, but when she heard the second sentence, she was surprised. Strength increased by 20%? She carefully felt her sovereign golden body strength and felt that it had increased by a lot. She clawed forward, and a claw shadow tore through space. Its power had inexplicably increased by 20%. How can this be? Luoluo stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes. Not only did your strength increase by 20%, your cultivation speed will also increase by 20%. There are many benefits to acknowledging me as your master, Yi Xian said again. Luoluo's change was naturally due to the beast god bloodline. Due to the mutation of the beast god bloodline, all advancement paths increase. To say, the growth speed and all attributes of the beast god bloodline increase, which was 20% to say, a 20% increase. Young master, how did you do it? Luoluo was astonished. She had never heard of anyone being able to increase their strength after signing a contract. Luoluo to say, Luoluo. He would definitely not let Luoluo go. Although it was a little heartless, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he wasn't strong enough and didn't have the devouring system, he would have been controlled by Luoluo, just like the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. To say, sure. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. He was now Luoluo's master. With a thought, he could trigger the blood contract between them and kill her. Hence, Luoluo's father dared not attack him. However, before returning to Silverwing City, Yi Xian had one more thing to do. Oh, young master, what are you looking at? Luoluo suddenly took a step back, hostility filling her eyes. Don't think too much. I am your master now. Your things are mine. Give me the universe ring, Yi Xian commanded. Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Yi Xian only wanted the universe ring. She was afraid that Yi Xian would suddenly become greedy and do something dirty to a 14-year-old girl like her. Here. Luoluo removed the universe ring from her finger and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the universe ring and gave it a look. Although there were many items inside, they were not enough for him to break through to middle stage, third stage supremacy. Young master, if you take everything away, what am I supposed to use? Luoluo said with some dissatisfaction. Hey, your things are mine. Don't be so calculative. These blood potions are for you. Their healing effects are much better than your recovery medicine. Yi Xian stuffed a lot of blood potions into the universe ring. Black-hearted, stingy, Luoluo muttered in her heart. What did you say? Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. You can actually hear me? Luoluo was startled. Nonsense. If you dare to curse me behind my back again, you won't have any cultivation resources left, Yi Xian said coldly. Then why are you keeping me? Let me go. I'll ask Daddy to exchange for some heavenly treasures. Luoluo blinked her pitiful eyes and said. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Are you willing to part with the 20% increase in strength? Luoluo fell silent again and asked, How did you do it? You don't need to know. In any case, your strength will permanently increase by 20%. If you really want to leave, that's fine. I'll let you go after I'm done using you. Yi Xian said indifferently. What do you mean you'll let me go after you're done using me? So annoying. Luoluo was very dissatisfied with the word used. She pouted playfully and walked out. I'm going back to Silverwing City to inform my father. But Yi Xian nodded and followed Luoluo's footsteps. The two of them returned to Silverwing City together. Yi Xian had already broken through to the third Tribulation Supreme Realm. After the increase in agility, his speed could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. However, Luoluo's speed wasn't any slower than his. Luoluo had inherited her memories. She couldn't pass on the knowledge in her memories to others. It could be said that she was born with it. Moreover, every time she broke through, she would be proficient in the things she learned. For example, when she learned a martial art, she would reach a proficiency level of 100%. It should be the martial art that her ancestors learned. Therefore, Yi Xian was guessing what kind of bloodline Luoluo had in her body. It was actually so terrifying. The two of them rushed back at full speed. In less than 2 hours, they returned to Silverwing City. When the general guarding the city saw Yi Xian return, he hurriedly shouted, "Men, capture him!" Yi Xian's escape from the marriage was known by the whole city. He was wanted long ago. "Stop!" Luoluo hurriedly shouted. "Young city lord, this..." The third tribulation supreme realm general looked at Luoluo. "He has been charmed by me. You guys can go do your own thing." Luoluo hurriedly explained. The master-servant blood contract was different from the Eye of Control. Previously, Yi Xian could only control the people he controlled. He couldn't talk to the other people he controlled. But now, he could talk to Luoluo in her mind. It was very convenient. Chapter 848. However, in the next moment, the general discovered something. He felt that Yi Xian was not bewitched. Instead, he was in his normal state. "Alright, I said that he was bewitched. You don't have to worry too much about it," Luoluo hurriedly explained when she noticed this. This time, the general could only nod and allow Yi Xian and Luoluo to leave. On the way back to the city lord's mansion, Yi Xian could not help but ask in his mind, "I am currently lacking in heavenly and earthly treasures. Are you going to ask your father for some later? Why you like this? You have already captured me. Are you still trying to trick my father?" Luoluo said in dissatisfaction. "How can you say that? If my strength increases, I will be able to protect you better," Yi Xian said shamelessly. Luoluo's attitude was firm. Yi Xian did not say anything else. This time, returning together with Luoluo was extremely risky. After all, the other party was a super expert. From Luoluo, he learned that the Silver Wing City Lord had already passed the 4th Tribulation Supremacy. Therefore, the Silver Wing City Lord was a 4th Tribulation Supremacy and was extremely powerful. If they were not careful, they might be captured and beaten up. Of course, if the other party was concerned about Luoluo's safety, he would not act rashly. "I'll explain later. Young master, don't say anything." When they were about to arrive at the city lord's mansion, Luoluo hurriedly said, "Got it." Yi Xian nodded. He felt helpless. Since entering the city, he felt like he had become a servant. Under Luoluo's lead, Yi Xian followed her into the city lord's mansion. With Luoluo leading the way, the Silver Wing City Lord would have no choice but to compromise. However, to their surprise, the Silver Wing City Lord was currently receiving an important guest, and they were stopped by someone. "Who is Father Xing?" Luoluo could not help but ask. The person who stopped them was the human genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent that Yi Xian had defeated. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, "An expert from the Imperial family." "Imperial family? We're in a remote area, so the people of the royal family usually don't move around here." Luoluo was a little surprised, but she didn't rush in. Instead, she waited quietly. The room where they were talking had a soundproof array formation. Even Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, could not hear the voices inside. He could only sense 2 powerful auras. The aura of that expert from the Fox Charm Imperial family isn't any weaker than your father's. "I'm afraid he's also a 4th Tribulation Supreme," said Yi Xian in his mind. I feel like she's here to borrow someone." Luoluo replied. "Your hunches have always been accurate?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "Of course." Luoluo suddenly raised her head and puffed out her chest, looking very proud of herself. The young man at the side couldn't understand. The two clearly didn't talk, so why did they have such strange expressions? Could it be that they were using their eyes to communicate? Yi Xian and Luoluo waited outside for a while. Then, the door opened and a woman from the Fox tribe walked out. What a powerful aura! Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. The woman from the Fox tribe was in her 30s. After she came out, she glanced at Yi Xian and Luo Luo before she left. Then, the Silver Wing City Governor walked out of the room. When the Silver Wing City Governor saw Yi Xian, he immediately flew into a rage. He wanted to rush over and slap Yi Xian to death. "Luo Luo, you're back? You bastard, how dare you come back?" This time, he had lost a lot of face. "Father, wait." Luo Luo hastily went over and grabbed the Silver Wing City Governor's arm. Then, she whispered a few words to him. "Why are you speaking up for him?" The Silver Wing City Governor was puzzled. Luo Luo paused for a moment and secretly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't want to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and said, "Senior, Luo Luo is under my control now." What? When the Silver Wing City Governor heard this, he almost rushed over and killed Yi Xian. However, he suddenly remembered that there were many ways to control someone. For example, the Fox Tribe's charm could only control someone. However, there were other methods that could kill the person being controlled. "City Governor, you're a smart person. Luo Luo tried to control me with the master and servant blood contract. However, she was unexpectedly counterattacked. Now I can kill her with just a thought," Yi Xian threatened. "You!" The Silver Wing City Governor gritted his teeth in anger. He quickly asked in a low voice. However, to his surprise, Luo Luo nodded. This meant that Yi Xian had really controlled Luo Luo. "You were supposed to marry Luo Luo. Why did you run away from the marriage?" The Silver Wing City Governor asked angrily. "I never had the intention of marrying Luo Luo. I only agreed to it to buy time," Yi Xian replied. "Fine. Let go of Luo Luo and I'll let you go." After the Silver Wing City Governor finished speaking, he added, "I can give you whatever you want." "No need. I only want her." Yi Xian shook his head and refused. "You're courting death." The Silver Wing City Governor's hatred for Yi Xian soared once again. However, he did not dare to make a move. If he were to make a move, Yi Xian might not be able to withstand a single move from him. However, Yi Xian was completely capable of controlling Luo Luo's life before he died. "Father, listen to me," Luo Luo hurriedly interrupted. "These two people, one was her father and the other was her master. It wouldn't be good for them to fight to the death." After hearing Luo Luo's explanation, the Silver Wing City Governor was slightly moved. He muttered, "Your strength increased by 20%? Moreover, your cultivation speed increased by 20%? Then this is true." Luo Luo nodded. Although the increase in strength by 20% was pretty good, the Silver Wing City Governor could not accept the fact that his daughter was controlled by a human. "City Governor, I will not release her. I only returned to Silver Wing City today so that Luo Luo could say goodbye to you. Otherwise, I would have left with her," Yi Xian said. "If you dare to act recklessly, I will definitely list you as a wanted criminal," the Silver Wing City Governor said through gritted teeth. In his eyes, Yi Xian was a human. Moreover, he did not know where this human came from. If he allowed Luo Luo to follow Yi Xian might use Luo Luo as a shield if he were to encounter any danger in the future. "Don't worry. Even if I die, nothing will happen to her," Yi Xian replied solemnly. On the way back, he had tried to get Luo Luo to enter the dimensional space and let his doppelganger summon her. In the end, it was a success. This meant that Luo Luo could cross space and return to the Eastern Continent. However, the Eastern Continent had been completely sealed off by old immortal Tianju. With the strength of Yi Xian's doppelganger, it was more than enough to guard the Eastern Continent. "Father, this is true," Luo Luo replied softly. "You are now under his control. I can't believe everything you say." The Silver Wing City Governor glanced at Yi Xian. "City Governor, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In any case, I will not release her," Yi Xian said indifferently. The Silver Wing City Governor was fuming with anger. If he could attack, he would definitely strangle Yi Xian to death with his tail. "Luo Luo, come in with me." The Silver Wing City Governor suddenly pulled Luo Luo through the door. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly followed. Chapter 849. Seeing that Yi Xian had followed him in, the Silverwing City Master was just about to fly into a rage. However, he recalled that Luo Luo was already under Yi Xian's control. Luo Luo would tell Yi Xian everything that he said. After entering the house, the Silverwing City Master ignored Yi Xian and took out a tuft of golden fur from his cosmos ring. "Father, what is this?" Luo Luo asked in astonishment. "This is something that your mother gave birth to you when she gave birth to you," the Silverwing City Master explained. "Mother? But we are all white foxes. Why would we have golden fur?" Luo Luo blinked her large eyes with a confused expression. "I'm not very sure either. However, this is the truth. This tuft of golden fur contains an enormous amount of energy. Hide it in your tail. You must not lose it." The Silverwing City Master buried the golden fur in Lulua's tail. Lulua's tail was furry and could be hidden. However, Yi Xian, who was at the side, was shocked. This tuft of golden fur, Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to lock onto the tuft of golden fur. Just as the Silverwing City Master said, this tuft of golden fur contained an enormous amount of energy. It was so powerful that even Yi Xian's heart trembled with fear. At that time, if he did not use his eye of revelation, he would not have such a feeling. This must be related to Lolua's mysterious bloodline, Yi Xian guessed in his heart. After hiding the golden fur, the Silverwing City Master looked at Yi Xian again and said, "You and Luo Luo will stay in the City Lord's mansion. I will be in charge of your cultivation resources. You do not need to go out to train." Yi Xian was slightly helpless. What a joke! The Silverwing City Master's cultivation resources might be sufficient for ordinary people. However, to him, it was akin to a drop of water in the ocean. Luo Luo can stay in the City Lord's mansion for now. However, you will not be able to restrict my freedom, Yi Xian said indifferently. Up to you. The Silverwing City Master snorted coldly. He was only concerned about Luo Luo. It was best that Yi Xian left on his own. As long as Yi Xian accidentally died, Luo Luo would be free. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly asked, "Father, was that person from the imperial family? What are they doing here?" Now that Yi Xian was no longer a taboo topic, Silverwing City's City Lord said, "I'm here to borrow some manpower." Just now, that person discovered a secret land within Silverwing City's territory. Since the journey to the imperial capital is quite far, he came to Silverwing City to borrow some manpower. Secret realm? Isn't that person just now a fourth tribulation supreme being? Why does he still need manpower? Luo Luo was very puzzled. She isn't the only one who discovered this secret land. There are experts from other races, such as the demonic snake clan, the tiger clan, the mammoth clan, and humans. Moreover, the entrance to this secret land has yet to stabilize. So, we can't enter it for the time being, Silverwing City Lord explained. If that's the case, I'll go too. Luo Luo suddenly jumped up in excitement. Are you the one who wants to go, or is he? The Silverwing City Lord suddenly shot a glance at Yi Xian. I want to. Luo Luo paused for a moment before replying. No. The Silverwing City Lord rejected her directly. He can go, but you can't. But Luo Luo asked in dissatisfaction. In any case, you can't go. The Silverwing City Lord's attitude was firm. At this time, Yi Xian also spoke. Then, you can stay in the City Lord mansion. I'll go alone. Although having Luo Luo with him would increase his chances of survival, the secret land might be dangerous. It would be more convenient for Yi Xian to go alone. The Silverwing City Lord agreed to lend him manpower. There were a total of 10 people, and almost all of them were middle-stage Third Tribulation Venerables. The human youth who comprehended 30% of the sword intent was also among them. There was even a peak Third Tribulation Venerable expert. However, Yi Xian wasn't among the 10 people because he wanted to go alone. The departure time was the next day. Soon, the next day arrived. The Fourth Tribulation Venerable from the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty's imperial family was already waiting outside the City Lord mansion. Then, the Silverwing City Lord came out with 10 experts from the City Lord mansion. At the same time, Yi Xian was also with him. Why are there only 11 people? The Fox Clan woman asked in surprise. He doesn't count. He wants to go alone. The Silverwing City Lord pointed at Yi Xian and said. The Fox Clan woman didn't think too much about it and left with the group. Yi Xian hastily followed after them. He was worried about not having a place to gain experience. The secret land was a good place. Firstly, there would be fortuitous encounters in the secret land. Secondly, there would be experts from other races. Looking at the Fox Clan woman leaving with the group, Luluo, who was standing beside the Silverwing City Lord, shouted in dissatisfaction, "Father, let me go." "No, you will follow me today. You will follow me wherever I go." The Silverwing City Lord naturally wouldn't agree. After all, he didn't know Yi Xian. What if Yi Xian used Luoluo as a shield when he encountered danger? Okay then. Luoluo said listlessly. When the Silverwing City Lord saw that Yi Xian didn't force Luoluo to leave, he heaved a sigh of relief. His mission today was to keep an eye on Luoluo. Previously, when Luoluo escaped from the City Lord mansion and went to look for Yi Xian ended up breaking the contract. This time, he couldn't lower his guard. However, half a day after the Fox Clan woman left with the group, in the Silverwing City Lord mansion, the Silverwing City Lord looked at his daughter who hadn't uttered a word for a long time and asked, "Luoluo, are you still angry with me?" However, Luoluo, who was sitting beside him, was still silent. "Don't blame me. I only have one daughter. Furthermore, your mother passed away early." The Silverwing City Lord sighed. As usual, every time he mentioned Luoluo's mother, Luoluo would be moved. However, this time, Luoluo was indifferent. "Luoluo." The Silverwing City Lord frowned and called out. He leaned over and in the next moment, his expression changed greatly. Bang! Luoluo, who was sitting there seriously, suddenly exploded. It turned out that it was a fake body. D****. He actually has a new method. That bastard. The Silverwing City Lord hurriedly chased after her. He believed that Yi Xian must have abducted Luoluo. At this moment, in a place that was half a day's journey away from Silverwing City. Although Yi Xian didn't leave with the Fox Clan woman, he followed behind her. After all, he didn't know where the mystic realm was. However, at this moment, "Young master, wait for me." Suddenly, a silvery voice rang in his mind. Yi Xian's body trembled. This voice belonged to Luoluo. There was a magical relationship between the owner and the object. As long as the owner was within a certain range, the owner could directly store the object into the storage space. At this moment, Luoluo happened to step into this range. Immediately, Yi Xian stored her into the storage space and released her. "Why are you here? Did your father agree?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "No, I sneaked out." Luoluo shook her head. "If your father finds out that I sneaked out, won't he beat me to death?" Chapter 850. My father is too strict. I'm already a third tribulation supremacy, and my strength isn't any weaker than Ho Wen's. Why can't I go? Luoluo pouted, looking very dissatisfied. The Ho Wen she was talking about was the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. He was also in the group in front of them. "Forget it. Since you're already here, you can go in and hide." Yi Xian directly let Luoluo enter the storage space. Ho Wen and the fox woman hadn't noticed it yet. "Young master, if there's a battle, remember to let me out." Luoluo's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Got it," Yi Xian replied. Right at this moment, the group in front of them suddenly stopped, and so did Yi Xian. He could feel another powerful group approaching. "Hu Jia, is this your group? It's a little weak." A deep voice resounded. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and saw that the speaker was a 4-meter-tall supremacy from the giant elephant clan. There were 6 or 7 people behind him, and they weren't weak. The weakest among them was a mid-stage third tribulation supremacy, and the strongest was a peak third tribulation supremacy. Elephant Yuan, my Fox Charm Holy Dynasty and your giant Elephant Holy Dynasty have never interfered with each other. What are you trying to do? The fox woman shouted coldly. Nothing. Although this secret realm is in your Fox Charm Holy Dynasty's territory, we discovered it together. Naturally, I have the qualifications to enter. I came here this time to talk to you. The supremacy from the giant elephant clan said. If you're here to talk about cooperation, then forget it. Hu Jie directly replied. Alright, since that's the case, then forget it. Fortuitous encounters in the secret realm will depend on one's own ability. The supremacy from the giant elephant clan didn't waste any time and directly flew into the sky. At this time, everyone realized that the secret realm was above them. At this time, the entrance to the secret realm had appeared, and it was relatively stable. They could enter. Let's go in too, Hu Jie said as she led her 10 subordinates into the mystic realm. At this time, only Yi Xian was left outside. Young master, let's go in quickly. I haven't been to the secret realm yet. Luo urged. Yes. Yi Xian also rushed in. There were big and small secret realms. Small secret realms were like the general's tomb, and ordinary supreme being experts could open them up. As for the bigger secret realms, they would need to be very strong. If the bigger secret realms were to become unstable, then the entrance could disappear, and those who entered would have to stay inside for the rest of their lives, unless the secret realm entrance appeared again. Yi Xian stepped into this secret realm and landed on a grassland. Young master, let me out. Luo shouted. At this time, the 2 teams had already left, so Yi Xian released Luo. This aura seems to belong to an elite of my Fox Charm clan. Perhaps it is the inheritance left behind by some senior. After Luo appeared, she stood on her tiptoes and took a deep breath. Nonsense. Could it be from the giant elephant clan? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. How annoying. Who said that the secret realm of the Fox Charm dynasty must belong to my Fox Charm clan? The Fox Charm dynasty was only established 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, this was still the territory of the humans. Luo patted Yi Xian lightly. Now, she had already adapted to her identity. Yi Xian didn't use his identity as the master to force her to do anything other than snatching some heaven and earth treasures. Since it was left behind by an elder of the Fox Charm clan, you should have an advantage over the other clans, right? Yi Xian asked. Not necessarily. The others shouldn't have much of an advantage, but my sensing ability is very strong. I can feel 4 powerful auras in these 4 directions. Luo suddenly pointed with her finger. Yi Xian looked and found that they were in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. 4 auras. Yi Xian murmured. Yi Xian muttered. Luo's senses seemed to be even stronger than his. Then, where do you think we should go first? Yi Xian asked again. At this time, Luo's sensing ability seemed to be more effective than his. The auras here are the weakest. Let's go there first. Luo pointed to the south. Okay, then let's go there. Yi Xian nodded. Then he led Luo and ran toward the south. However, they didn't run for long before Luo stopped. This time, even Yi Xian sensed it. There are many powerful auras coming toward us. There are at least 100 of them, Luo suddenly said in surprise. I can feel it too. They don't seem to be living creatures. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and hurriedly put Luo into his storage space. Flying was still not allowed in this secret realm, so he could only temporarily avoid them. However, he found that the 100 auras were following him. Soon he saw 100 white foxes. These foxes were extremely fast. They were probably comparable to 3rd Tribulation Supremes. Supreme Saint Beasts? Luo exclaimed. No, they're not. Yi Xian activated his Eye of Revelation and scanned them. He found that these white foxes weren't living creatures like Supreme Saint Beasts, nor were they illusions. They were bodies of energy. With his Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see that they were waves of true energy. These waves of true energy were emitted by a single strand of white hair. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of a legendary figure, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had 72 transformations. He could transform into a monkey with a single strand of hair. These foxes were the same. Since you're just foxes condensed from true energy, why should I be afraid of you? Yi Xian drew his weapon and launched an attack in front of him. A 90% completed annihilation slash. Bush. Powerful attacks tore through the air and instantly killed the group of white foxes. However, due to their large numbers, Yi Xian was surrounded. Young master, I want to fight too, Luo shouted in the storage space. All right. Earlier, Yi Xian hid Luo for convenience. Now that he saw that it was just a group of true energy foxes, he was relieved. Luo Luo's strength was indeed comparable to Ho Wen's, who had comprehended 30% of sword intent. After Luo Luo appeared, her figure flashed rapidly. Like a bolt of lightning, she shuttled through the group of white foxes. Soul-rending claw. Luo Luo's hands were her weapons. Every time she attacked, several white foxes would be torn apart, leaving behind a strand of white hair. 35% of claw intent? Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Luo Luo's strength to be so strong. That human youth called Ho Wen had only comprehended 30% of sword intent. However, Luo Luo's level was higher than his. After all, Yi Xian had only comprehended 25% of sword intent. If I don't use my Eye of Heaven, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat this girl. Yi Xian felt helpless. Chapter 851. Luo Luo, stop. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Luo Luo strangely stopped and looked at Yi Xian. Hey, why aren't they moving? Luo Luo also noticed this. Yi Xian used his Eye of Insight to scan the remaining dozens of white foxes and discovered that there was nothing strange about them. However, he discovered something glowing on Luo Luo's tail. It's that tuft of golden tail fur. Yi Xian frowned. Golden tail fur? Luo Luo blinked and moved her white tail around to find the tuft of golden tail fur. Then, she put it into her universe ring. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, there was the sound of wind. The remaining dozens of white foxes that were condensed from true chi suddenly exploded and attacked the two of them. Seeing this, Luo Luo hurriedly took out the tuft of golden tail fur. Immediately, the foxes quietened down again. It's because of this tuft of golden tail fur. Yi Xian widened his eyes and walked over. What exactly is this tuft of golden tail fur? Why can it make them quiet down? Luo Luo asked in confusion. It must be related to your inherited memories. Perhaps this tuft of golden tail fur belongs to your ancestor. Yi Xian explained. But I'm a white fox. The offspring of a white fox and a golden fox can only be a golden fox. Luo Luo frowned and hid the golden tail fur on her white tail again. Yi Xian didn't understand either. He could only say, let's not worry about this for now. Let's deal with these foxes first. Immediately, there was the sound of wind again. In less than 3 seconds, the remaining foxes were all beaten to a pulp. Collect those white hairs. They might come in handy. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. There were a total of 130 foxes in this group, so there were 130 tufts of white hair. A single tuft of white hair can turn into a white fox comparable to a third tribulation supreme. If other people encounter it, it might cause a lot of trouble, right? Luo Luo handed the tuft of white hair to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. The female fox's team was fine because he was a fourth tribulation supreme. Moreover, his team wasn't weak. It was easy for him to destroy a group of more than 100 foxes. However, there were no requirements for entering the mystic realm. As long as someone discovered it, they could enter. Hence, those people were in trouble. Young master, let's go. I feel that there's something good over there. Luo Luo grabbed Yi Xian's arm and urged him. This mystic realm was nothing to see, but it was a treasure trove of foxes. Immediately, they headed south again. Not long after, they encountered another group of white foxes. With that tuft of golden tail fur, Yi Xian and Luo Luo easily packed it up and collected over 100 white hairs. We'll be there soon. I wonder what that aura is. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Then they encountered another group of foxes. This time, there were a few mid-stage third tribulation supreme foxes. However, the mid-stage third tribulation supreme foxes couldn't move because of the tuft. Hence, they were torn to shreds by Lolua's claws. By now, Yi Xian had collected nearly 400 white hairs. Young master, the aura is very close, Luo Luo reminded. Yes, I can feel it. Yi Xian nodded. He had the eye of perception, so his perception was very strong. He could sense that the powerful aura was right in front of them. They approached cautiously. In the end, Yi Xian discovered that the aura was coming from a palace. There's a formation on the palace's door. Let's go and take a look. Yi Xian led Luo cautiously toward the palace. The door couldn't be opened. It seemed that something was needed. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered a small hole in the door. It was about the size of a soccer ball. "Young master, do we have to put in the white hairs to open the door?" Luo asked. "Yes." Yi Xian also thought the same. At that moment, he put in all 400 white hairs that he'd collected. Boom! The door suddenly made a sound, but didn't open. It seems that there's not enough white hairs to open it. Yi Xian immediately went out with Luo to continue collecting white hairs. Soon, the number of white hairs reached 500. When Yi Xian placed the 500 strands of white fur into the door opened with a rumble. As expected, those white hairs are the key. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Young master, let's go in and take a look." Luo couldn't wait any longer. She directly pulled Yi Xian in. Luo had a strong intuition. After entering the palace, she was to lead the way for Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian discovered that his eye of revelation couldn't see through the walls. This palace was a huge maze. Fortunately, Luo was here. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have to search for a long time by himself. Which senior left behind this mystic realm? Luo pondered as she walked forward. At that moment, a white fox suddenly blocked their path. With the golden tail hair, the white fox couldn't move. It's actually a white fox that's comparable to a level 3 supreme. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, the white fox was stunned by the golden tail hair. Otherwise, Yi Xian and Luo would have to team up. Bang! After defeating the white fox, Luo continued to lead Yi Xian forward. After running for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a spacious area. At that moment, there was a figure in the middle of this spacious area. "Be careful!" Yi Xian hurriedly pulled Luo back. This figure was actually a level 4 supreme from the Fox clan. However, this Fox clan man didn't have any organs in his body. He was just a human-shaped puppet. He had died long ago. When Luo saw the puppet's attire, she was shocked and exclaimed, "Demon Fox Guard? You know them?" Yi Xian asked in shock. Luo nodded and said, "The Demon Fox Guard was the Fox Queen's bodyguard several hundred years ago. There were 4 of them in total. The Fox Queen was the concubine of the Fox clan's emperor. However, she stole something from the Fox clan and was hunted down. So, this mystic realm belongs to the Fox Queen? What kind of inheritance did she steal?" Yi Xian asked again. "I'm not sure. Anyway, she was hunted down and then disappeared. It seems that she didn't find anything." Luo shook her head. "So, there's a demon fox guard in the north, south, east, and west of the mystic realm?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was suddenly interested because the demon fox guard was a puppet. Perhaps his 10,000 divine thoughts technique could control it. Chapter 852. Peak 4th Tribulation Supreme Being? Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that the fox guard in front of him was only at the beginning of the 4th Tribulation Supreme Being level. However, this could be due to the passage of hundreds of years. If that's the case, then the difficulty is high. "I wonder if your golden tail hair will work," Yi Xian said softly. "I'll let the puppet try." Yi Xian suddenly summoned a wolf fang mount and controlled it to enter. Yi Xian controlled the wolf fang mount to approach. It had already run to the fox guard's side, but the fox guard did not react. Gotcha! The wolf fang mount slashed the fox guard's body, but there was still no reaction. The fox guard was a human when he was alive. After his death, he was refined into a puppet. However, the sovereign golden body was not something the wolf fang mount could break through. It seems to be fine. The golden tail should be able to stop him, right? Luo prepared to step in. Yi Xian followed behind her. If there was a problem, he would immediately put Luo into the artifact space. The two of them walked in. They were different from the wolf fang mount. They were living beings. However, they were being paranoid. 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Yi Xian approached while keeping his guard up. When he was close enough, he used the 10,000 divine thoughts technique on the fox guard. Unexpectedly, he could not control it. Not only that, but even the eye of control was useless. As expected, I can't control that white hair in my body. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. After all, this was the combat power of a fourth tribulation supreme being. Young master, the yin and yang ring. At this moment, Luo suddenly pointed at the fox guard's hand. There was a yin and yang ring there. In fact, Yi Xian had already discovered it. He guessed that the treasures of the southern palace were in this yin and yang ring. Yi Xian walked over and took off the ring. So many things. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were many things in this yin and yang ring, and most of them were heavenly treasures. Luo, take a look and see what you need. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly threw the yin and yang ring to Luo. Thank you, young master. Luo also smiled happily. She checked the contents of the yin and yang ring. Blood Jade Elixir. What is it? Yi Xian asked. Jade Blood Essence Pill. It can increase one's cultivation and greatly enhance one's sovereign golden body. There are a total of 10 pills here. Luo took out a jade bottle. Is that so? Then let's split it evenly. What else do you want? Yi Xian said generously. Luo took. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luo directly took 7 of the precious Jade Blood Essence pills and left. The Jade Blood Essence pill is extremely effective for us beasts, but not for humans. Luo giggled and swallowed a Jade Blood Essence pill. She continued, I'm about to break through. Young master, please protect me. Yi Xian paused. He stood beside Luo. At the same time, he devoured the rest of the items in the yin and yang ring. Ding! The host has broken through to the mid-stage of the third tribulation supreme master. The system notified. There were many items in the yin and yang ring. That was why Yi Xian generously gave them to Luo. Among them, the 3 Jade Blood Jade Elixir had undergone a special devouring. Although it improved his physique, it didn't improve as much as Luo said. It seemed that it was because he was a human and not a beast. Then he looked at Luo. At this moment, Luo was refining the Jade Blood Jade Elixir. Although the Jade Blood Jade Elixir didn't improve Yi Xian, it was very effective for Luo. The strength and cultivation of the sovereign golden body are improving rapidly. But how can Luo refine it so quickly? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had the devouring system. That was why he could refine it quickly. However, other people couldn't be faster than him. In just a few seconds, 1 Jade Blood Jade Elixir was completely refined by Luo. Then it was the second elixir. Yi Xian stood beside her quietly. When Luo refined the 6th elixir, her aura suddenly soared. I broke through. Luo shouted excitedly. Has your refining speed always been this fast? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Luo nodded. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, in that case, let's refine everything before we set off. Luo responded obediently. She estimated that it wouldn't take more than 2 minutes to refine all the items. Soon, Luo finished refining everything. Her combat strength had increased by at least 5 times compared to before. Her sovereign golden body was probably even stronger than a peak third tribulation supremacy. Okay, let's set off quickly. Don't let others take the items away. Yi Xian said with a smile when he saw that Luo had broken through. Luo replied. Ever since he signed the master and servant blood contract with Luo's growth speed had increased by 20%. In addition to the 20% increase in strength, Luo's strength had increased relatively quickly. If they really had to fight, Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he could defeat Luo. His burning eyes might not have much effect on Luo. After all, Luo's bloodline was a little strange. After leaving the southern palace, Yi Xian asked Luo about it. Every palace had a different aura. It seemed that they were the demon fox guards. However, the items in each palace weren't necessarily the same. This time, they went to the Western Palace again. If they wanted to enter the Western Palace, they would need to gather 500 strands of white fur. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luo collected the white fur as they moved forward. When they arrived at the Western Palace, they immediately opened the palace door. Luo led the way and they quickly saw another demon fox guard. This tuft of golden tail fur is really powerful. Luo couldn't help but comment. If it wasn't for this tuft of golden tail fur, it would have been very difficult for them to obtain these items. There are 10 more jade blood essence pills. Young master, can you give them all to me? Luo suddenly revealed a sly smile. Okay, I'll give you all 10. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Thank you, young master. Luo giggled. Can you break through again after refining them? Yi Xian asked. No, the ones I refined just now are all piled up in my body. I still need some time to completely refine them. If I want to break through quickly, I'm afraid I'll need 10 more jade blood essence pills. Luo said as she swallowed a jade blood essence pill. 10 jade blood essence pills. Then, as long as she swept through a palace, she would be able to break through to peak supremacy level 3. Chapter 853. Soon, Luo finished refining all the items. She had already refined a portion of them, but most of them were still in her body. It would take some time. Come, let's go to the next palace. Yi Xian immediately led Luo to the northern palace. However, just as they were about to reach the northern palace, Yi Xian suddenly sensed another group of people. Their auras aren't strong. They don't seem to be Fourth Tribulation Supremes. Yi Xian and Luo crouched not far away. Then what should we do? Luo looked at Yi Xian and asked for his opinion. What do you think? Yi Xian asked in return. Luo answered without thinking, My father taught me a sentence when I was young. Survival of the fittest. We can't show mercy to our competitors. Alright, since that's the case, let's attack. Yi Xian took out his weapon. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he and Luo worked together. It just so happened that he wanted to see Luo's true fighting strength. Kill! Yi Xian shouted. He and Luo charged out at the same time. Both of them were already Third Tribulation Supremes. At the same time, they had extraordinary skills. It was easy for them to deal with a team that didn't even have a Fourth Tribulation Supremacy. The team belonged to the Tiger Tribe. The leaders were 2 Third Tribulation Supremes at the peak and 6 Third Tribulation Supremes at the same time. Yi Xian and Luo charged out at lightning speed. The group was still wandering around the palace entrance when Yi Xian and Luo launched a sneak attack. Annihilation Slash. Soul-rending claw. 2 attacks pierced through the air and tore the 2 third-grade Supreme Being experts into pieces in an instant. By the time these people reacted, another 2 had fallen. 4 people died in the blink of an eye. The team's manpower was reduced by half. Charm. Burning Eye. Eye of Control. In the next moment, the last 2 Third Tribulation Supremes were controlled. Not good. The remaining 2 Third Tribulation Supremes looked at each other and hurriedly attacked. But at this moment, boom! Boom! The 2 Supreme Beings of the ferocious Tiger Tribe suddenly attacked and sent one of them flying. However, because their attack power was insufficient, they didn't manage to break the other party's Supreme Being golden body. Humph! At this moment, Luo, who was beside him, suddenly snorted coldly. She was prepared to deal with a Supreme Martial Artist level 3 peak, but was stopped by Yi Xian. Take these 2. Yi Xian said in his mind. Luo immediately stopped and used her charm again. Burning Eye. Eye of Control. Yi Xian had tried and tested these 2 moves time and time again. Most people who were hit by the Burning Eye would be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. It was as if their hearts were being bitten by tens of thousands of ants. Ding. Control successful. The system prompted. As for the other side, because Luo had yet to break through to Supremacy Level 3 peak, she had yet to successfully charm him. You want to seduce me? Impossible. The last Supreme Martial Artist Level 3 had been resisting all this while, but Luo's bewitching ability was also extremely strong. The other party could only resist and was unable to retaliate. A few seconds later. Phew, I finally succeeded. Luo heaved a sigh of relief in satisfaction and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Not bad. Yi Xian encouraged her. Young master, you're clearly not from the Fox Charm clan. How did you manage to control them so quickly? Is it also the ability of your eyes? Luo asked curiously. Yes, I have many abilities of my eyes. Yi Xian nodded. After all, Luo was his now so there was no harm in knowing his secret. He walked over and collected everyone's yin and yang rings. Then, he poured the items into his devouring space and poured them into an yin and yang ring. Take whatever you need. Yi Xian threw the yin and yang ring to Luoluo. Some items were more effective for Luoluo, so he chose to prioritize upgrading Luoluo. It's too little. This yin and yang ring isn't worth 3 jade blood essence pills. Moreover, it's not good to refine too many miscellaneous items. I still want the jade blood essence pills. Luoluo threw the yin and yang ring to Yi Xian. Since Luoluo didn't want them, Yi Xian would devour all of them. The 4 of you stand guard outside the door. Yi Xian said to the 4 supreme beings of the ferocious tiger tribe. Yes, master. The 4 of them replied respectfully. Among the 4 of them, 2 were level 3 supreme beings while the other 2 were level 3 supreme beings. At the same time, 2 of them were charmed by Luoluo while the other 2 were controlled by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian used his white hair to open the door of the northern palace and rushed in. Under Lolo's lead, Yi Xian quickly found the 3rd Fox Demon Guard. As expected, the 3rd Fox Demon Guard was suppressed and couldn't move. Yi Xian easily obtained the yin and yang ring. Young master, I only want the jade blood essence pills. Luoluo jumped to Yi Xian's side and stretched out her fair arms in front of Yi Xian, asking for the jade blood essence pills. Here, here. Yi Xian gave all the jade blood essence pills in the yin and yang ring to Luoluo. Then, Luoluo sat down and began to refine the jade blood essence pills. As for Yi Xian, he devoured the rest of the items. Another breakthrough. Luo's aura surged again and she jumped up excitedly. There is still a large amount of medicinal power in your body, right? If you completely refine it, can you reach the level 3 Tribulation Supreme Being? Yi Xian asked. Yes, but I'm afraid it will take 1 or 2 days to completely refine it. Luoluo nodded obediently. Then you can go through the tribulation in 1 or 2 days. Yi Xian also felt a little excited. He was more and more interested in the bloodline in Luoluo's body. Now that Luoluo had broken through to level 3 Supreme Being and had swallowed so many jade blood essence pills, her Supreme Being golden body was comparable to a level 4 Tribulation Supreme Being. It shouldn't be a problem for her to go through the level 4 Tribulation Supreme Being. She just needed time. However, Yi Xian still didn't have enough experience points. The 2 of us have swept through the 3 great palaces, but we haven't gone to the East Palace yet. It seems that the item that the Fox Princess Consort stole is in the East Palace, Yi Xian said. Young master, let's go quickly. The item that the royal family is after must be extraordinary. Luoluo was very excited. After all, she was also from the Fox Charm clan, so that item might be useful to her. Okay, Yi Xian nodded. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed something. Oh no, the 4 people guarding the entrance have all been killed. Yi Xian's expression changed. He sensed that the 2 people under his control had died, so the 2 people under Luoluo's charms probably couldn't have escaped death either. They're all dead? Could it be that expert from the royal family? Luoluo said in surprise. If it was that fox girl, Hu Jie, who killed him, then it would be like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. I'm not sure, let's go out and take a look. Chapter 854. This area belonged to the Silver Wing City. Other than the Silver Wing City Master, there were no other 4th Tribulation Supremes in this area. Therefore, he guessed that Hu Jie, the Giant Elephant Clan's Supreme Being, Xiang Yuan, or some other expert who had received news about the secret realm were the ones who had killed those 4 people. If it was before, Yi Xian would have avoided them. However, now that Luoluo had broken through to the peak of 3rd Tribulation Supreme Being, they were not afraid at all. Besides, Hu Jie had borrowed the City Lord's men, so it was unlikely that she would attack Luoluo. Yi Xian and Luoluo followed the original path and left. After walking for a while, Yi Xian sensed 6 people. Human figures. Could they be from the demonic snake clan? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Compared to the Giant Elephant Clan and the Tiger Clan, the demonic snake clan did not have many advantages other than being able to transform. They were similar to humans. Soon Yi Xian encountered this group of people. As expected, They were from the demonic snake clan. Human? The leading fourth tribulation supreme being narrowed his eyes. At this time, the 6 of them were in human form, but they could tell that Yi Xian was not from the demonic snake clan. A fourth tribulation supreme being, 3 peak third tribulation supreme beings, and 2 middle third tribulation supreme beings. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. He and Luo Luo could handle these people together. Kid, did you two just come out? The fourth tribulation supreme being narrowed his eyes and said. Yi Xian nodded. What's inside? The fourth tribulation supreme being asked again. Yi Xian was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Luo Luo. She snorted and said, Young master, why are you talking so much to them? Just kill them. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. This girl made sense. Why was he wasting time talking to them? Go! After Yi Xian shouted, they attacked directly. This passage was only 10 meters wide, which was a huge advantage for them. Charm. Burning Eye. Eye of Control. In an instant, 2 peak third tribulation supreme beings from the demonic snake clan were controlled. Not good, restrain him, go. The fourth tribulation supreme being turned his head to take a look. He discovered that a peak third tribulation supreme being from the demonic snake clan had turned pink. He had been charmed. However, unbeknownst to him, another person was already under Yi Xian's control. Young master, leave this fourth tribulation supreme to me. You take care of the rest. Luo Luo rushed forward. This girl, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, Luo Luo was stronger than him. This made him feel a little indignant. However, Yi Xian could easily deal with the remaining few people. Annihilation Slash. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, causing the wind to howl. This time, his target was the peak third tribulation supreme martial artist who had not been charmed or controlled. That supreme martial artist level 3 peak happened to grab hold of the person who was charmed by Luo Luo and was unable to avoid this sword. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly, someone on the side made a move. It was the one controlled by Yi Xian. He slapped his opponent's back and sent him flying. Tragically, the person who was sent flying directly collided with Yi Xian's attack. Swish! This person's sovereign golden body wasn't very strong, so his head flew off. In this battle, Yi Xian only controlled one person. After all, he couldn't be bothered to waste his eye power to control another person. Then, the remaining 2 peak third tribulation supreme beings quickly turned around and attacked the 2 middle third tribulation supreme beings. In the blink of an eye, they fell one after another. At this time, only the 4th tribulation supreme being was left on the demonic snake clan side. However, Yi Xian had gained a lot from the sword attack just now. Not only did his sword intent increase to 30%, but his proficiency in the Annihilation Slash also increased to 100%. His attack power had at least increased by several times. This was really a double blessing. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening sounds came from not far away. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Luo Luo was engaged in a fierce battle with the 4th tribulation supreme being. Luo's strength is much stronger than mine. Her claw intent at 35% can definitely break my sovereign golden body. Yi Xian shuddered. He had just increased his sword intent to 30%, but Luo Luo had already reached 35%. Her strength was much stronger than when he didn't use his sky eye. At this time, the 4th tribulation supreme being of the demonic snake clan was already scared out of his wits. When he entered, there were 6 people, but in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Although 2 of them were still alive, they were controlled and didn't attack him. He was lucky. Let's go! The 4th tribulation supreme being didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned to leave. You can't escape. Luo Luo suddenly stood still. Then, one shadow after another rushed out of her body and attacked the 4th tribulation supremacy. If they're all fake. The 4th tribulation supreme being snorted. He didn't feel any aura from Lolua's clones, so they were only used to confuse him. He let the claws of the clones scratch his body. As expected, they didn't have any attack power. Is that so? At this time, a shadow suddenly materialized and swept a claw across his throat. Swish. The 35% claw intent directly cut open the fourth Tribulation Supreme being's throat, and his head flew up. This fourth Tribulation Supreme would never have thought that he would actually die here. Plop. His head fell to the ground, and his body began to show its original form. Young master, I'm awesome, right? After killing her opponent, Luo Luo put her hands behind her back and turned to look at Yi Xian with a smug look. Ahem, you killed him just like that? I still want to control him. Yi Xian was a little helpless. However, Luoluo's move was very sharp. Before the shadow materialized, even his eye of perception didn't notice anything wrong. At that time, Luo Luo was still in a strange state, and only the eye of revelation could see Luo Luo's real body. Luo Luo had probably learned this move from her inherited memories. I forgot. Luo Luo stuck out her tongue. She was too excited just now. After all, her opponent was in the same realm as the Silver Wing City governor. However, he was killed by her. This meant that her strength was comparable to the Silver Wing City governor's. Forget it. Yi Xian shrugged and kept the 6 interspatial rings. Then he gave Luo Luo the priority to choose. No, I want the Jade Blood Essence pill. Luo Luo threw the interspatial rings to Yi Xian. In fact, there was nothing good in this mystery land. Other than the white foxes outside, there were only white foxes. However, the demonic snake supreme being was a 4th Tribulation Supreme being, and there were many treasures in the interspatial rings. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. You are now at the peak of the 3rd Tribulation Supreme being. After being suppressed by Luo Luo by 1 level, Yi Xian finally made a breakthrough. Now, he was at the same level as Luo Luo, and at the same time, he was at the peak of the 3rd Tribulation Supreme being. Chapter 855. Oh my, you've broken through again. I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Luo Luo hurried over and grabbed Yi Xian's arm. Now you know you have a bright future by following me. Come, let's go to the Eastern Palace. Yi Xian chuckled and killed the remaining 2 people. With his strength, he didn't need 3rd Tribulation Supreme fighters. Now, the 2 of them had swept through the 3 palaces and obtained a large number of treasures. However, Yi Xian was puzzled. They hadn't met Hu Jie and Xiang Yuan before, nor had they met the geniuses of the human dynasty. Could it be that they were killing white foxes outside? Even if they were killing white foxes, they wouldn't be unable to gather 500 white hairs. After all, they had already swept through 3 palaces. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that Hu Jie might have gone straight to the Eastern Palace, where the Fox Princess consort might have stolen the treasures. Luo Luo, be careful. The experts from the imperial family might already know that this is the Fox Princess consort's secret realm. Yi Xian reminded her. Okay. Luo Luo nodded obediently. In fact, she was thinking the same thing. After a while, Yi Xian and Luo Luo arrived at the Eastern Palace. This palace was built in the east and was very grand. It was much bigger than the other 3 palaces. At the same time, the door to this palace was opened. Sure enough, someone opened the door. Let's go. Yi Xian led Luo Luo indirectly. The moment they passed through the door, the 2 of them felt a powerful aura. It was completely different from the aura outside. What a powerful aura. This palace seems to have covered up the aura of the Fox Demon Guard by a lot. Yi Xian exclaimed. The Fox Demon Guards in the other 3 palaces were all 4th Tribulation Supremes when they were alive. However, after hundreds of years, they were only 4th Tribulation Supremes. Although they were puppets, they were made of flesh and blood after all. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who felt it. Luo Luo felt it too. Her perception of this secret realm was stronger than Yi Xian's. This aura is at least 4th Tribulation Supremes, Luo Luo said blankly. Luo Luo, put the golden tail fur in your universe ring. Take it out when necessary. Don't let anyone find out, Yi Xian reminded her. Yes. Luo Luo nodded. Then, the 2 of them followed the aura and entered. Their senses were very strong, and this maze was just a decoration to them. However, just as they were about to leave the maze, rumble. A series of loud noises fell into their ears. Looks like they're fighting. Let's hurry over and take a look, Yi Xian said as he led Luo Luo out of the maze. At that moment, in front of them, There were over 20 figures fighting. They all had the same target, the Demon Fox Guard. The Fox Charm clan, the Mammoth clan, the Humans, and the Barbarian Bull clan. Yi Xian scanned the area. There were 4 races. At the same time, these 4 races all had 4th Order sovereigns, as well as more than 10 3rd Order sovereigns. As for the remaining 3rd Order sovereigns, they could only watch from the outside, unable to provide any help. Young master, look. Luo Luo pointed to a corner. There were several treasure chests in that corner, but they were all trapped by an array. Perhaps, only by killing the Demon Fox Guard could they break the array. Among the 4 4th Tribulation sovereigns, the weakest one has comprehended 35% sword intent, while the other 3 have comprehended 40% sword intent. However, their attacks couldn't injure the Demon Fox Guard. That Demon Fox Guard is indeed a 4th Order sovereign, Yi Xian said in a low voice. 40% sword intent was enough to injure a 4th Order sovereign Golden Body sovereign. Of course, there were a few powerful exceptions. These 4 4th Tribulation sovereigns were quite strong. They were probably the elites of their respective dynasties. It wouldn't be easy for Yi Xian and Luo 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 to snatch the treasure from them. Young master, what should we do? Luo Luo blinked her big eyes and asked. I can't see through those treasure chests. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, conceal your aura and go over. Observe the situation first, then snatch it. If that expert from the royal family gets it, will we snatch it too? Luo Luo asked again. Don't make a move. I'll do it. Yi Xian replied. If Luo Luo made a move, it would be over if she was targeted by that expert from the royal family. After all, Luo Luo's father was the city lord of Silver Wing City, a member of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. However, it didn't matter if he, a human, snatched the treasure. At that time, Yi Xian would be able to cut off all ties with him. Luo Luo nodded and immediately went over. Among the group of 3rd Order sovereigns, there was a consecrator from the City Lord Mansion of Silver Wing City, so they naturally recognized Luo Luo. Young City Lord, why are you here? A man from the Fox clan immediately asked. What's the situation now? Luo Luo didn't answer the man's question and asked directly. This secret realm is the secret realm of the Fox Queen Consort from several hundred years ago. Only by defeating the 4th Supreme Level Demon Fox Guard can one open the formation and obtain the treasure, said Ho Wen, who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. I've heard of the legend of the Fox Princess Consort, but what exactly did she steal from the royal family? Luo Luo asked in astonishment. Ho Wen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said in his mind, let me control 5 people first. Now that he had removed the control of everyone, he had 5 people to control. In addition to the 4 4 Tribulation sovereigns, there were also 8 peak 3rd Tribulation sovereigns. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to control 5 of the 8. Burning Eye. Yi Xian glanced at one of them, and in an instant, that person felt a sharp pain in his heart and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Now that Yi Xian was a 3rd Order sovereign, his opponent was also a 3rd Order sovereign. No matter how strong the opponent's willpower was, a single burning eye was enough to make him suffer. Eye of Control. After a short pause, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control. Ding! Control successful. When the system notification rang out, the effect of burning eye immediately disappeared. What happened to you? Xiang Yuan, a 4th Order sovereign, asked the Giant Elephant Clan expert who cried out in pain. I'm fine. That Giant Elephant Clan expert shook his head. Although he said that he was fine, he had already been successfully controlled by Yi Xian. When this scene fell into the eyes of the others, they felt astonished. Although that 4th Order Sovereign Demon Fox Guard was strong, he was stopped by 4 4th Order sovereigns, and the 8 people outside were only supporting them. The Demon Fox Guard didn't attack them, so why was he screaming? Chapter 856. Among the 8 people, I've already controlled one. The other one is a high priest of Silverwing City's city lord residence. The remaining 6, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was not using the Eye of Control casually. Instead, he was looking for someone who was stronger. The Giant Elephant Clan had already controlled one, so the Barbarian Bull Clan and the humans each controlled one. A Barbarian Bull Clan expert and a human expert cried out in pain one after another. This time, the surrounding people could not help but frown. All three of them cried out. There was definitely a problem. However, these three people all said that they were fine, so the others did not know what to do. Young master, do you want to try controlling a fourth Tribulation Supreme? Lulua's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Now Yi Xian controlled 3 Peak Supremes from the Giant Elephant Clan, the humans, and the Barbarian Bull Clan respectively. There were 2 spots left. Therefore, he also wanted to try controlling a 4th Tribulation Supreme. That Hu Jie is a royal expert and is from the Fox Charm Clan. She is resistant to the Eye of Control and is more difficult to control, Yi Xian thought to himself. If Hu Jie was eliminated, then there were only 3 people left. Xiang Yuan, the Barbarian Bull Clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme, and the humans' 4th Tribulation Supreme. Immediately, Yi Xian attacked the humans' 4th Tribulation Supreme. Burning Eye. This middle-aged human suddenly felt an irresistible pain in his heart, and he also cried out in shock. However, his realm was higher than the others, so the chances of him immediately using the Eye of Control were not high. What's wrong with you? Xiang Yuan asked loudly from the side. I don't know. My heart is burning. Someone is plotting against me. This human supreme gritted his teeth and shouted. Plotting? When Hu Jie and the other 2 Fourth Tribulation Supreme heard this, they also trembled and began to be on guard. Although they were now working together to resist this Demon Fox Guard, once the Demon Fox Guard was killed, the formation would be activated. At that time, they might have to fight. Who broke the agreement and plotted against him? The Barbarian Bull Clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme shouted. It's not me. I'm the furthest away from him. Xiang Yuan shouted as she attacked. Hu Jie was the closest to the middle-aged man, but she did not make a move, so she was secretly observing to see if anyone else was noble. At this time, the effect of the burning eye had already passed. That human supreme martial artist was sweating profusely from the fever, and his vision was blurred. His combat strength had decreased by at least 20%. Once probably won't do. Let's do it again. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he activated Burning Eye once more. The human supreme being, who had originally been able to breathe a sigh of relief, was struck again and immediately cried out in pain. Hu Jie trio was on guard, but they did not discover who was playing tricks. It's the Fox Princess Consort. It must be the remnant will left behind by the Fox Princess Consort. The supreme being of the Barbarian Bull Clan shouted. After his reminder, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. So many people were watching, but they couldn't see who was the culprit. That meant that it must have been someone they didn't notice that was playing tricks on them. For example, the Fox Queen Consort. Hee. Outside, when Yi Xian heard this, Yi Xian grinned. This time, he directly used the Eye of Control on that human supreme being. After being burned twice, this human supreme being's willpower was extremely weak, and his combat strength had decreased by at least 30%. This was a good opportunity for Yi Xian to make his move. Ding. Control successful. The system notified. Now that Yi Xian had one person under control, it was time for the second one. The second target was the Barbarian Bull Clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. After Yi Xian activated Burning Eye, the Barbarian Bull Clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist let out a few wild cries, trying to find out who was attacking him. He would never have thought that the one who attacked him was Yi Xian, who had mixed in with the crowd. When the Fox Charm Clan used their charm, their eyes would turn pink. Moreover, after the charm was successful, the eyes of the person who was charmed would temporarily turn red. However, Yi Xian's Burning Eye was impossible to guard against. Hold on a little longer, the Fox Demon Guard is going to die. Hu Jie shouted. At the same time, she was glad that she wasn't the one who was affected. The same went for Xiang Yuan. Now that the human supreme being and the Barbarian Bull Clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist's combat strength had decreased, if the Fox Demon Guard died, they might be able to obtain another treasure chest. Although the Fox Demon Guard was a peak 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, The four of them were very strong. When they joined forces, the Fox Demon Guard couldn't fight back. After all, it was just a puppet. Everyone estimated that in another 3 seconds, they would be able to kill this Demon Fox Guard. However, Yi Xian had to subdue the barbarian Bull Clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist before they did. Ding. Control successful. The second system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian had 2 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists and 3 Peak 3rd Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. His and Luo's side was the strongest. Boom. 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 The group was still attacking the Fox Demon Guard crazily. At this moment, the Fox Demon Guard's arm had been chopped off, and its chest was badly mutilated. It was already at the end of its strength. Boom. Finally, with a loud bang, the formation that separated them from the treasure chest disappeared. The array is gone quick. Xiang Yuan's eyes widened, and she immediately rushed over. There were 5 treasure chests, and they had to obtain at least one of them. Seeing this, Hu Jie quickly turned into a stream of light and rushed to the nearest treasure chest. It's finally open. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The moment the array disappeared, he controlled the 2 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists to rush to the 2 treasure chests. The 4 treasure chests opened one after another, and the 4 of them quickly retrieved the interspatial rings inside. As for the last treasure chest, it was between Xiang Yuan and Hu Jie. This is mine. Xiang Yuan kept the interspatial ring and quickly rushed to the next one. At the same time, Hu Jie had also obtained her spoils of war, but she did not have time to check what was inside. She rushed towards Xiang Yuan. As for the other 2, Yi Xian had already controlled them to rush towards him. You 2 go and help, I'll hold them back. Yi Xian shouted and rushed out. At this moment, Luo also knew that the 2 of them were controlled by Yi Xian, so she followed and prepared to put on a show. As for Hou Wen and the others, they went to help Hu Jie. They could not hurt the Fox Demon Guards, but Xiang Yuan was only a 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, so they were still useful. Give me the items, Yi Xian said to the 2 of them in a low voice. However, he still had to act on the surface. Boom! 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 Yi Xian first engaged in close combat with the middle-aged man, then secretly emptied the 2 interspatial rings of the middle-aged man.